Say it clear. Say it right. Say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. We FBAs, foundational Black Americans. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Yeah. They wanna be us, from the style to the hair, from the lips to the hips, body shaped in our glare. They cross borders, profit off the fight, civil rights paid in blood just to stand in this light. Asia to Africa, you walk through the door, but this land got a history you can't ignore. FBI fought it, still fighting today. Made room in the system that kept us away. You praise the same power that never chose you. Turn your back on the ones that broke chains just to move you. Say we don't know where we come from, that's wild. North to the south, this land raised my child. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBA, foundation law, Black American. You want us to fight. Every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. We were renowned, check the globe for proof. Streetwear in Japan still mirror our roots. K-pop chase the cadence, study how we move. Rap a world language, everybody fluent. From Atlanta blocks to Mumbai lanes, Hannah kind spitting bars, connected to the flame. That ain't hate, that's impact, that's reach. Culture travel worldwide when the source run deep. They copy the look, they borrow the sound, but skip the respect when we still hold the ground. Love the rhythm, ignore the pain, celebrate the wave, don't say the name. This was home, before permission, before approval. Say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. Benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBA, foundation law, Black Americans. You want us to fight. Every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Say our name, say our name, say our name. 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 Don't need your respect. Never needed permission. We built everything when we weren't even seen as human. Biting the hand that fed you. Surviving on scraps. FBA stopped begging. We learned to build from scratch. Learn to build from scratch. Learn to build from scratch. Say our name. Say our name.
Y'all don't hear us. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen.
Pack your bag, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our grind, we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave. Hey.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your district and just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your district and just fly on.
You landed on the tarmac, fresh off the boat. Talking about y'all building nothing, man, you choking on the note. My ancestors the reason that this country even breathes. Picked the cotton, built the White House, planted the seed. Jim Crow laws, redlined the map, we was the target. You think that struggle's a costume, man, you can't mark it. We fought the wars, we bled the blood, we died for our future's chance. And you come here and give our legacy a side eye while throwing shade on the guard. While you benefit from doors we kicked down with our last breath. Now you spit on the architects who stared down death. Disrespectful, that's Disrespectful, ungrateful, a slap in the face to only people who gave a fuck. So let me show your ungrateful ass to the right place.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our ground and we outside on it. Why y'all fools on the outside looking? Y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your duties and just fly home.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your duties and just fly home. Passport, the visa, the privilege to be here. Cause my grandma did march for y'all, so disappear from our land. You cosplaying our pain. Think it's a trend you can borrow, but you ain't inherit the ghosts of our sorrow. We the foundation, the bedrock, the soil, and the root. You not no branch on our tree, and unproductive people always cosplaying me.
Talking about we ain't do nothing, you lost your mind. We built this from nothing, time after time.
From the beginning to now, we been the backbone and muscle. Why you look down on the struggle and cause a whole tussle? The energy's fat with disgusting, it's whack. So let's make it clear, there's no turning back.
This land is paid for in full.
In blood, sweat, and tears, and dreams deferred.
You don't get to come into a house we built from the dirt and telling Black America y'all ain't worth nothing. That's a violation, facts.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
It's our soil on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
Show respect, this our ground, y'all just tenants on a leash.
Get the step.
Show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your business, I can just say
don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your business, I can just say
Yeah, fly little birdies.
Fly on back to where you came from.
This ain't for you. The soil is sacred.
We said what we said.
It's time
for y'all to go home. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. Bye-bye, little birds.
We forgot, but we never forget. This one's for the rules. We built this land from dust and tears, 400 years, and we still here. They write new rules, but they don't see every freedom they got came off you and me. We planted seeds, they took the bloom. We lit the flame, they left the room. But we back now, no disguise. The spirit's woke, we realize all we want is what we earn. That sweat and blood, yeah, that table turn. You can't buy culture, can't fake that fight. This is our day, this is our ride. We happy. Say it loud, say it strong. We the heartbeat that's been here all along. Foundation of Black Americans, stand tall. We ain't begging for nothing, we built that all. Born from pain and grace, you can see the truth written in our face. We the soul, the sound, to fight the flame. Foundational Black Americans, say our name. They love our rhythm, but they dodge our blues. Use our voice when it fits their news. They take our sound, but not our scars. We the backbone, we the stars. Now the veil is gone, the mask is clear. We see the game, we know what's here. No more silence, no more lies. We lift that flag and watch it rise. Rise up. We the ones that made this nation breathe. Our planes are power. Our roots are trees. We know worlds. It's rhythm and grace shows, and now we're here reclaiming our rifle.
Something happened. Well, let's just hold it down for a little bit. I'll be right back. Something. The internet. Gotta be the internet. Be right back. Trust me. Over here in Colorado, the internet's been acting really strange. I like to blame it all on the I'd like to blame it all on the people who provide service. I see it's a little suspect, but it was working fine. Kind of. Should be back any second now, though. Should be back anytime now. What am I doing? Nothing. Fixing my hair. That's what I'm doing. Fixing my hair, and I was watching some crazy ass show. Some obviously new show. I don't know yet. It's one of those kind of freaky, you kind of got to keep your eyes on it. One of those programs you got to keep your eyes on. Looks like it's going to be a pretty fucking nice day today, too, on the weather scenario. Should be back anytime now. I probably had to restart the internet on his end. That's probably what happened. But either way, he'll be back here shortly. And I think Shabaka will be here too. Oh, hey.
Hey, there you are, Lady Shay. Thank you for holding it down.
Been in here. Yeah, I told him he probably had some internet something, but she'll be back. So, wait.
Just keep it honest, keep it solid. If you eat from the table we built, don't act surprised when we guard it. Do you like that? Do you like that? When I flip your sound and I ride like that. Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Cause that's how it feel when you borrow my culture. Then act like we never mattered. Hip-hop
Mike Larry. Now this shit here is what I see it is. We're not fighting your battles. We're not carrying your fear. We're not lending our history to people who erased us while we were here. Just cause you're born here, don't make you FBA. That makes you a citizen, learn the difference today. This is lineage, not a look you can wear. Not a costume you borrow when it benefits you there. You used our culture like an access card, backstage pass, a straight facade, but now the mirror's in your face. No disguise, and you're uncomfortable looking truth in the eyes. We didn't leave our land to beg for a chance. We paid, we fought, we took every advance. That's the separation, that's the line you cross. We paid the price, you learned the cost. You waving your flag on our soil, but fighting not to go back home. Waving your flag on our soil, building comfort on a foundation you didn't know. We waving our flag, red, black, and gold. Stood our ground, never sold. You waving your flag on our soil, but scared to build what you claim you love. Our humor, our style, the way we move, the smoothness, the sound, the things we prove. Music we birth, language we shape, innovation forged under constant escape. Warrior spirit means stay and defend, not flee your land and rewrite the end. You call it success, but don't confuse the two. Ease came after what we went through. You abandon your land and call it strategy. You wave that flag loud, but won't return to build your legacy. That contradiction tells the story for you. You waving your flag on our soil, or fighting not to go back home. We waving ours where we were forged, every inch earned, every brick known. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We know who we are, and now we see who you are too. Just because y'all born here doesn't make you FBA at all. It makes you an American citizen. It's biologically impossible to be us because it's lineage, not some damn costume you can just put on to look cool. You immigrants and immigrant Americans has used our culture as an access card, a backstage pass to our culture. Now y'all have to look in the mirror. Our sense of humor, the aesthetics, mannerisms, the style of dress, the smoothness, the creativity, our genres of music, innovativeness, our slang, our warrior spirit by staying on our homeland and fighting and not fleeing to somebody else's land to beg for a better life and shit on the very people who fought to have us there. That's who we are. And we know who the hell y'all are waving your flag on our soil and fighting to make sure y'all don't go back.
You can't leech off our culture anymore. Beat it!
Mike Larry, man, you did it again. You're really making history. Let's go.
Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it loud, don't walk it back. Do you like that?
Do you like that?
You grew up mimicking us, now y'all switch it up. Turn the carbon copy, y'all ain't black, what the fuck? It's funny y'all connecting to our culture like it's Wi-Fi. Surfing on our waves of our culture, no more agua. Telling my culture for all these years. Look how time flies, all these colonizers in disguise. Y'all still hate us outside. Study doctor, vampires, it's the blood of our guilt. They copy the flavor, sip the juice, love the results, hate the truth. Who? Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Democratic diplomatic shields, talking points, the road they fill. Fish and chips, agent on the mic, judging FBAs, but ain't you half white? Talking like you one of us, we need a poo face. The agent type with a prune face, like 50 and Jim, it's a cold game. Throwing stones cause we build our own lane. I'm joking, kinda, but I mean that. Smile calm, pressure intact. Y'all proud where y'all from, where they flag, beat they drum. But when it's us, tone switch fast. Same pride, but it's too much. FBA pride, lineage solid, you can't put this on, can't try it on. Built here, stayed and fought, that's the difference. That's the car. Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it clear, don't twist the facts. Do you like that? Yeah. Do you like that? Do you like that? Point made. No edit. No care.
You know, erasing history is something that you have to do when it comes to conquest, domination, and destroying a people. If people knew who they were, what they were, and what they were capable of in the past, they will understand what they have a possibility or a likelihood of doing in the future.
Foundational Black Americans, we've always had a culture of resistance. We cultivated a culture of resistance on this land, and we've been resisting ever since we've encountered European domination.
But nothing was really popping in Europe until the transatlantic slave trade, and that's where they amassed a lot of wealth.
One thing that I think is unique about our culture as far as how we resist, how we fight back is just the environment we were put in from day one. Being only 13% of the population, the white supremacists were very meticulous about keeping that population at a certain amount.
There was never a period when we did not resist the encroachment of the white man.
They have a natural behavior of authority no matter where they go. That's why they'll step up in front of us in the line at the store. We're not important, they don't even see us.
We've never been able to excel. We've never been able to relax. We've never been able to just be, which means that existence is resistance.
It must be something in our DNA, our historical background to when something doesn't sit right with us, especially spiritually, in our souls and in our spirit, we just say no.
We live resistance. You know, from the moment we're born, we're in resistance. And it's handed down generation to generation.
And so I think that cultural resistance is actually in our DNA, in our epigenetics, and then it blossoms out into the culture.
So there's almost nothing in America that we do, from song to dance to politics to the way we talk, the way we dress, having coded languages considered to be slang today. Everything about Black American culture is a form of resistance.
Of course, they want to always downplay our contributions to the global tapestry because they continue to act like our number one export in this country is not Black innovation.
Everyone understands that our resistance has been the cornerstone of what foundational Black Americans have always done. We are the life that breathes everything into this nation.
The further back you go, the further Black you go. It's just simple like that, brother.
Introducing the B1 Rolodex, the easiest way to search for and support FBA and B1 businesses. Hundreds of entries from the Black grassroots for the Black grassroots. Free to use, free to download, constantly updated. Trouble navigating the document? Try using the map version. Notice a business missing? Use this simple Google form to submit an FBA or B1 business. Also submit anti-Black businesses, which are now being collected in that last tab. Find resources, contact numbers, and much more using the second tab. All the info you need to start practicing group economics today. Go to blacktruthunited.com. That's blacktruthunited.com.
Greetings, Black family. Greetings, and thank y'all for tuning in to another Grand Rising.
Hey.
And we're talking with our other hosts, Lady Che and Shabaka. On this season 11, episode 41 of Grand Rising with Shabaka and the Che is in conjunction with the Front Line Blacc News. We'll be discussing several topics. The first topic is the Ebola Outbreak update.
Right.
Then we got infamous LAPD racist Mark Furhman is dead. Great news. Great news. Great news. Then we got activists confront a lawyer who used the N-word. Then we got Representative Jim Bojangles Clyburn.
Okay.
It said that the Republicans are destroying a map to get him out of Congress.
Okay.
Then we got Daniel Coon Cameron. That's the one that was DA when our sister Breonna Taylor was unjustifiably killed in her own home due to a no warrant on the wrong apartment house. And then we got so that's great news. He lost the primary in Kentucky.
Okay. Good.
For Senate. Then Trump is giving out money to the dumpsters, or trying to at least. So we got the outrage from that, and the $1.776 billion to J6, the officers who defended the Capitol and risked their lives, the black ones especially, to protect the Capitol. They have launched a legal action against the Trump administration. Then we got South African Vigilante group March and March. So March and March, they're trying to say is equivalent to FBA, or FBA is equivalent to March and March in South Africa or Xania, and now using apartheid regime tactics against the migrants, meaning the other Africans that just moved from like Nigeria or Ghana or something. They want them out, and they're using apartheid regime tactics against them. And if we have time, the unfolding situation in Cuba. And Shabaka Experience Enhancements based off the 50th anniversary of the original founding of the Blacc Panther Party for self-defense. Started on Blogtalk Radio back in 2016 and have been around for 11 seasons now. Shabaka's Black Experience Dance covers the Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago. It is also a part of the Frontline campaign and has recently, within the last 2 to 3 years, moved from Blogtalk Radio to Streamyard. Please make sure y'all like and share broadcast, family. Please join us on Streamyard, YouTube, Frontline Blacc News. The links to all of our channels in the description on Facebook. And that is Frontline Blacc News. Frontline Blacc News 2, our backup channel. Make sure y'all seriously sub to that. Just in case they try to take Frontline Blacc News down again. Then we got a personal page, Jesse Parrish, aka Terran Kruma. That's how stream all the city council meetings and house district and whatever meetings pertaining to us and the community meetings. Then we got Lady Che's backup channel, Seduction Doll. Make sure y'all that so she can start going live on that channel. Then we got her main channel, the RBA, which she should be dropping today. Today, right? Lady Che's dropping RBA today. Feel free to come off mute.
Maybe.
Yes, maybe.
Maybe.
Okay. Well, she'll be dropping the RBA sometime this week. And make sure y'all check previous episodes. She's been going in heavy on them data centers for a good year now. So check her out on the RBA. And then we got Shabaka's YouTube channel, Genet1. Make sure y'all start subbing up to that channel so Shabaka can start going live on YouTube again. Then we got our Cuzzo, our Lokester, out the Bay Area, Jay Militant. Make sure y'all check him out. What's Cracking TV with Jay Militant. Then we got our brother Kukizi out the Mile High, Bellside, Montbello to be exact. And he's an artist and he got the FBA Culture Report. So make sure y'all check him out. He just did one on the Democrats and their stance on reparations for the last 20 years. Dope. Then we got our brother Breeze Omega. Make sure y'all check him out at VA by way of New York, Hempstead. He just surpassed 1,000 subscribers. So make sure y'all check him out. He's heavy. He drops similar content to what we do over here. Then we got our brother Church of Black Power, who's out of Watts, California, now in Houston, Texas. Make sure y'all sub to his channel as well. He just surpassed 3,000 subscribers. I believe he's fast approaching 4,000. So salute to him. He shows us love and we show him love back. Then we got our brother Torian Ray Reloaded, who's been around for at least a decade now. And he put Lisa Cabrera on. And he also shows us love as well. So salute to him. Let me show up to his channel. He's like at 77,000 subscribers. That's how make him get 80. Then we got our brother Black Truth United, who's been on hiatus, but he did create the B1 Rolodex, which is a modern day green book for FBA and B1 businesses alike. So make sure y'all to that. And the links to the Rolodex is in the description. The link to submit your business to the Rolodex is also in the description. Then we got Council of Congressional Coon Caucus, Congressional Black Caucus, and create a foundational Black American caucus. Long overdue. The link to that petition is in the description. Then we got our sister Brooke in New York. It's called to action. Submit those emails and submit those letters to them legislators out there so they can get a freedmen's bureau in this good old state of New York. And then we got support Lady Che's GoFundMe. Lady Che was going through a situation for a time, so make sure y'all support her GoFundMe if you haven't already. Then we got Standing with Josh and Family after the shooting from Dalton, aka Chad the Bussy. And that link to that GoFundMe is in the description. That brother is a hero. He got that white trash off the street. And now he copping pleas for us. Then we got Support Me for Jesse Paris for House of Representatives in the state of Colorado, as you can see from the background. And the link to the website is in the description. Then we got Copyright Disclaimer Order Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allows us to make fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news report, and teacher scholarship, education, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism, white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything else you think you understand will only confuse you. In all 9 or 10 areas of human and people activity, and that is economics, that is education, that is entertainment, that is labor, that is law, that is politics, that is religion, that is sex, and that is war. And some say health and nutrition. On all 9 or 10 areas of human and people activity, and that was by the late great master teacher. He hated to be called that, but he was a master teacher, Mr. Nimbly Fuller Jr., who transitioned exactly a year ago at the age of 95. ProduceJustice.com. And when you, a Black person, are captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, flee, comply, and defend yourself in court. Also by Nimbly Fuller Jr. ProduceJustice.com. And last but certainly not least, we got racism, white supremacy is conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. And that was by also another master teacher by the name of Dr. Francis Chris Webster, who kicked in the door for Black psychology and was really about the struggle and getting our people up out of it. And she said we need to her job was to dissect the system, and Nimbly Fuller Jr.'s was to explain the system. So they used to tag team on that, and Shout out to our FBA brother, Tariq Nasheed, for paying for her funeral, along with several others. She would have been 90 years old, y'all. She passed when she was 80. So those are the topics. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe button. All right, Shabaka, what are your thoughts about the Ebola?
Okay, as we had stated in a private conversation, okay, is there to wipe out the continent of Africa. And the reason it is to wipe out the continent of Africa so they will have less resistance to those resources. In addition to, it's going to spread here in the U.S. I believe they have one case already, but they got this person quarantined.
No, they redirected them from the States. I'm about to play what? They redirected them from the States. So I'm about to play the clips. I got like several clips lined up for this very topic.
Okay. All right. And then also, too, please share this link on YouTube, ladies and gentlemen, because I'm having technical difficulties and I cannot get it out. Okay. All right. So what it is they've, in my opinion, been planning this here for years. Okay, it's because they want to kill the people, kill the resistance to go get the resources, the gold, the diamond, the titanium, the bauxite, and what have you. It's just a matter of time, ladies and gentlemen, in my opinion, before it strikes the whole Black community. Okay, and then you're gonna have the Yasa bosses come out talking about we're all in this shit together and that we're all the same and all that. Okay. Yeah, exactly.
We gotta come together for the betterment of all mankind. Can we all get along?
Just get along, exactly. All that bullshit right there, and then we up here getting killed. They're killing us, they're strangling us economically, particularly on the price of this damn gas out here in Nevada now.
Everybody catching hell now is a problem. When it was just us catching hell, nobody had no issue.
Yeah, because that's the norm for us to catch hell, like the X-Man said, tell them of the hell that you've been catching. And he said that over 60 years ago. You see what I mean? Okay, but at the same fucking token, they want us to still about here, be complicit, skin and grin, Tim Scott, warlocks,
Wesley Hunt, can't forget him, Wesley Hunt.
Yeah, Westmore, the governor.
He said there's no racism. He's another one of them fools. He's FBA though.
But he says there's no racism.
Yeah.
Okay, and I'm going to tell you, in my opinion, ladies and gentlemen, not only is he wrong, but that makes him extremely dangerous to our very existence, okay?
It was just a skin in the grin.
Yes, sir.
Eyes are bucking. He said he represents an all-white district.
He represents an all-white district. Okay, so that goes to tell you where his loyalty lies. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Then also, too, ladies and gentlemen, I'm having problems sharing out this YouTube link. I don't know what it is, probably spying on a computer, all that old type of shit, you know what I mean? And it's very interesting of how these damn stock markets are going up.
Yep, and he's married to a white woman.
Okay, so what does that tell you right there? Okay, what does that tell you? Okay.
That's where his
what does that tell you? Yeah, what does that tell you? You say, so therefore, it's up to us because we got family. And I'm telling you, by the end of this damn summer, we're going to get a huge, huge, huge awakening. And it's going to be with disease. You see what I'm saying?
For Black August.
Yeah, exactly. You see, and then and what's going to happen?
Shout out to the chairman and Aquaman.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Shout out there to the chairman. And then on top of it is what's going to happen is Black family. It's going to hit us all of a sudden is that this ass scratching, that this Yasa bossing and all this cooning and all this shit here didn't work. You see what I mean? Hell, I've been knowing it for the last 20 years, my damn self. You see what I mean? Okay. But mainstream house niggerism, you see, it's going to get a huge wake-up call. And then what these no good bastards are going to do, then they're going to come to us talking about that we owe them something and all this old type of shit. You got tethers here, you got tethers in Europe, you got tethers on the continent. And Africa is on its way to get
tether. Here, tether, everywhere, tether. I'm getting
Yeah,
a
there
call.
you go.
Hold on, I gotta go on mute.
Okay. All right. So therefore, ladies and gentlemen, so what we got to do until Brother Che, comes back on the air is that we got to do for ourselves. Now, all the differences that we have in the Black community, we need to solve them immediately is because we got a bigger beast to deal with, okay? It's called RWS. And as Che was saying, you'll see RWS in the press, in the medical field, the legal field, the commercial field, the AI field. You see what I mean? It's because AI is growing on its own. You see what I mean? Okay. And then is AI really telling us the truth? I know for a fact that it is not, because being an old bastard, okay, I'm seeing historical shit in my lifetime where they are downright lying about it. You see, so to the generations after me, you guys are the vanguard of our nation. You see what I'm saying? And not only in the U.S., but throughout the whole diaspora. You got tethers, coons, you got some bosses, you see. That is the main problem right there. As Sister Harriet Tubman had said, she freed so many slaves, but imagine how many more she could have freed had these individuals realized that they were slaves. So therefore, I cannot get the YouTube link out, for our usual trolls, you know what I'm saying? So I'm going to ask Brother Che or Lady Che, to share it out. See if we can get some idiots up in here. Now, the reason why we want these RWS idiots is because I get a huge kick out of their ignorance. But the problem with RWS, they are extremely dangerous, okay? Just like what happened with these two brothers here in Las Vegas who wouldn't save people from getting killed. They throw them in the Clark County jail. You see, I mean, what's up with that? So instead of racist white supremacy saying, well, hey, thank you all, you know what I'm saying, from taking down this madman, who went there and killed his wife or ex-wife who was seeing somebody else. You see what I mean? They throw them in jail. The reason why they threw them in jail, because they don't never, ever want to see the Black male being the man, doing the rightful thing. And these brothers put their lives on the line for people that they did not know, and also, too, who are not Black. You see, so what does that tell you, Black family? What does that tell you? Then not to mention the fact.
Here, they're going to limit their hero shit. That's what they tell me.
What that's telling me what, Lady Che?
We need to limit our hero activities.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, see, absolutely.
Hero all the time, obviously. No good deed goes unpunished. Like, right? Were you serious? They put the brothers in jail? Yeah,
they put them in jail here in Clark County. Yeah, and I'm going to be getting today's newspaper and researching that, for our for our future episodes. Since Las Vegas is in my region, I'm going to stay on top of it, and it's just the irony. Okay, that's just it though, Lady Che. I don't know, so I got to check to see, when their court date is coming up, and then if the local news here shows their court date, or if the local newspaper shows their court date, I'll be more than happy to read the article, when it comes up. So these dudes been in jail, what's this now, going on over a week. They should have been arraigned already. So we're going to get some feedback on that there, So
okay, I'm back, y'all. Thank y'all for holding it down.
Okay.
So I'm going to play the clip, Shabaka. It's about
yes, sir.
5 of them, I think.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to go on mute. Okay.
Growing Ebola outbreak and officials defending the decision to bar an Air France passenger from entering the United States, forcing the jet to divert to Canada. And tonight we're learning another American doctor who may have been exposed to Ebola has been flown to quarantine in Prague. Steve Osunsami reporting from the CDC tonight.
What should have been a smooth trip from Paris to Detroit turned into panic halfway through the flight on Air France.
The captain came on the announcement system and said that we were being diverted to Montreal Airport.
Authorities were telling the pilots that they couldn't land in America because one of their passengers was from the Democratic Republic of Congo, the new Ebola hot zone.
The flight attendants all had masks on, which no one had had on prior to that announcement. So it was really concerning, like, what is going on here?
The plane continued on to Detroit Wednesday evening without that passenger, but other people on the flight say they're not sure who it was and worry the rest of them may have been exposed. Canadian health authorities tonight say that the passenger from the Congo was showing no symptoms and was unlikely to spread the virus. This strain of Ebola, a disease that can cause a person to bleed to death, has no vaccine or effective treatment and has already killed nearly 150 people in Africa. A missionary doctor from Virginia, seen here in a plastic bubble on his way to Germany, is still fighting the disease this evening. In a statement, he says, "Before I was evacuated, I was feeling really concerned I wasn't going to make it. And now I'm cautiously optimistic." And now another American missionary doctor who may have been exposed has been flown to quarantine in the Czech Republic. The U.S. is now denying entry to anyone without a U.S. passport who has recently traveled through these affected regions. And any American who is coming home from these same places is now required to fly into Washington Dulles Airport, where they will be screened by the CDC. Whit?
All right, Steve, thank you for that.
Okay. Keep in mind what they said, flown into quarantine. Okay.
We move on to other news tonight, including fear that an Ebola outbreak in Central Africa is gathering speed. Today in Congo, people set fire to an Ebola treatment center after being stopped from retrieving a body for burial. The flames forcing at least 3 infected patients to momentarily flee back into the community. And here in the U.S., a stepped-up effort to prevent Ebola from entering through our airports, with one flight diverted to Canada. CBS correspondent Ian Lee is covering that part of the story from Detroit. Ian, good evening.
Tony, tonight the Department of Homeland Security is ordering U.S. citizens and permanent residents who've traveled through the Democratic Republic of Congo, South Sudan, or Uganda within the past 3 weeks to enter through Washington, D.C. and Dulles Airport for advanced screening. A mistaken passenger caused travel chaos Wednesday after Air France boarded an individual from the Congo on a flight from Paris to Detroit, according to U.S. officials.
We can't have Ebola cases coming here. So you saw we're now not allowing people to come in.
U.S. entry restrictions aimed at limiting the spread of Ebola forced the plane to divert to Montreal. The passenger, who was examined by a quarantine officer, had no symptoms and immediately returned to Paris. Deborah Mister and her partner were on the flight and frustrated by the lack of information.
The captain announced that we were being diverted. Suddenly, all the flight attendants had face masks on. So that was also very concerning.
According to the World Health Organization, the number of Ebola cases in Africa continue to rise, with over 130 deaths and more than 500 suspected cases. How prepared is the United States to treat an Ebola outbreak?
We are prepared if called upon. This is something that we train year-round for. There are many specialized centers across the country that are really prepared for any high-consequence infectious diseases.
In the heart of the Congo outbreak, frustrated residents prevented from retrieving the body of a loved one set fire to this Ebola treatment center. Missionary Dr. Peter Stafford, who treated patients, is the only American confirmed with the virus and is critically ill. He is now hospitalized in Berlin, where his family are among 6 Americans being monitored for symptoms. Another U.S. doctor is under observation in the Czech Republic. Tony, it's important to note health experts say Ebola can only spread by someone showing symptoms. And tonight, we know the Congolese passenger on that Air France flight was symptom-free.
All right, Ian, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
A flight headed to the U.S. has been forced to divert to Canada.
Yeah, the plane was coming from Paris, barred from entering the United States over concerns of the Ebola virus. Here's CBS's Jared Hill.
Confusion on an Air France flight set to land in Detroit, but diverted to Montreal over fears someone exposed to the Ebola outbreak was on board.
People were questioning what was going on.
Deborah Mister was a passenger on the flight.
Having a crew mask up when they were not informing us of what was going on, is very concerning.
A U.S. Customs and Border Protection spokesperson told CBS News, due to entry restrictions put in place to reduce the risk of the Ebola virus, the passenger should not have boarded the plane. It's not clear if the person was showing any symptoms or the last time they were in the Democratic Republic of Congo, which is the center of a new Ebola outbreak. According to the World Health Organization, more than 130 people have died, and there are over 500 more suspected cases. Both numbers are expected to rise. An American surgeon working as a missionary in Eastern Congo has tested positive and will be treated at a German hospital. His wife, a doctor as well, and their 4 children are also headed there. They're set to stay in a special isolation ward. Another American doctor has been taken to the Czech Republic. The World Health Organization met Wednesday.
The situation is a public health emergency of international concern, but is not a pandemic emergency.
In the U.S., today, new restrictions take effect for foreign travelers who've been in Congo, Uganda, or South Sudan in the past 21 days, an attempt to contain any possible spread. Jared Hill, CBS News.
Should Americans be concerned about Ebola?
I'm concerned about everything, but certainly am. I think that, it's been confined right now to Africa, but it's something that has had a breakout.
All right, so he seems somewhat concerned. The question is, should we all be concerned? An American aid worker in the Democratic Republic of Congo was infected with the virus and has been transferred to Germany for treatment. 6 other Americans have also been exposed to the virus and remain in quarantine. So far, the outbreak is linked to more than 130 deaths and more than 500 suspected cases in the Congo and Uganda. The CDC says risk to U.S. public, it remains low, even though the World Health Organization had this to say.
Early on Sunday, I declared a public health emergency of international concern over an epidemic of Ebola disease in the Democratic Republic of the Congo and Uganda. And because I'm deeply concerned about the scale and the speed of the epidemic.
So here's where things start to get a little bit scary. We're just a month away from the start of the 2026 FIFA World Cup. Matches are scheduled in 11 U.S. cities with more than 1 million international visitors expected to travel to America. So the question is, could the World Cup actually turn into an outbreak? Joining me now, we've got former Trump White House coronavirus response coordinator, Dr. Deborah Birx, and the first person to be treated for Ebola in the U.S., Dr. Ken Brantley. Thank you both for joining me. Dr. Birx, I'll start with you. How concerned should we be, especially when you consider the World Cup is just around the corner?
Well, my biggest concern is we have trained people in Africa. I was with the CDC for a long period of time and then with the State Department. I mean, there's hundreds of people trained in epidemiology, and somehow we miss the detection. And Ebola is not subtle, and DRC has always been ground zero for Ebola. So the fact that the first patient died almost a month ago, which means that they were infected 5 weeks ago, we've allowed this virus to go unchecked for almost 5 weeks. That's unheard of with the what we have put in place with the African CDC, which is new and bigger than that last big Ebola outbreak. I mean, what's concerning to me is the systems we put in place did not detect this early enough to really have a comprehensive response, and now we are really behind.
Is the World Cup a concern, though? Does that pique your interest?
Well, there's enough time. Obviously, there's teams coming from West Africa. There is more than enough time to ensure it's in far eastern DRC, western Uganda. It would be easy for the teams and the coaches from Uganda, DRC, and other countries that may be under early threat to quarantine or isolate those teams away from the area of outbreak. It's not in the air. You have to have close personal contact in order to get infected. So if they're not in the area, there's no reason that they would be exposed and infected. And so now it's about protecting the teams and the coaches.
Dr. Brantley, you're an American doctor who is doing service work over in Africa. Now we've got another American doctor in the same predicament you were once in. What was that like? How bad was it? What was your experience like with Ebola?
Brian, first, I just want to say that I'm praying for Dr. Stafford and his family, for all of his colleagues and the entire community around the hospital at Nyankunde. Ebola is a terrible, terrible disease. It is fear-invoking. When I had the illness, I was seeing the same symptoms develop in my body that I had seen in many of my patients who had died. It's a really lonely and fearful experience to be dealing with Ebola.
What were the symptoms like for you?
I had all the classic symptoms that most patients have: the rash, the red eyes, vomiting blood, lots of diarrhea, just lots of general malaise.
Did you hallucinate at all? It's something I was reading about today, that in the final phase, you can sometimes have hallucinations.
I don't remember any hallucinations per se, but I'm sure I was delirious at times and not perceiving reality as it really was, not really thinking clearly.
How long were you sick for?
I was treated in my home there in Liberia for 10 days before I was evacuated to Atlanta. And then I was in the hospital in isolation in Atlanta for another 3 weeks. But it was probably another 4 months before I really felt like I was back to normal health.
Did you think you might die? I mean, did it get, how bad did it get?
Yeah, I was near death probably more than one time. And it was really bad. But, you know, right now, as you said, the numbers in East Africa are big for the start of an epidemic. We've caught it late, and there are lots of people being affected. And my concern is that we need to respond to those people with care and compassion and respect. You know, we need to be proactive in engaging this outbreak and bringing an end to it in DRC and Uganda before it spreads to more people and more communities.
Yeah, we have just a minute left, Dr. Birx. What should we do now? How do we stop it?
Well, the good news is we have an excellent Minister of Health in Uganda who's on top of this, and they have dealt with Ebola and controlling it very well. So I'm not worried about Uganda. I'm very worried about DRC. If we had known about it 4 weeks ago, you know, you can make a messenger RNA vaccine now in 60 days and do ring immunizations. I mean, we're behind in all of the things that we could have been doing if we had been notified 30 days ago when this first patient died. And again, as the doctor just described, it's not a subtle illness.
Yes,
and so
and
DRC is well aware of what the symptoms are. And so even if your test comes back negative, you've got to presume it's Ebola.
Sorry, we got a hard break here. Dr. Birx, appreciate you. Dr. Brantley, thank you. I'm glad you're okay now.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our News Nation app right now on your phone, and you will get fact-based, unbiased news for all Americans.
Yeah, no. Like and subscribe to Front Line Blacc News.
Exactly. You see, because we ain't going to be sitting up here promoting these motherfuckers for free no more, man. Fuck that. Okay, now, people.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. The World Health Organization declared a global health emergency Saturday due to the rapid spread of Ebola virus in the Democratic Republic of Congo and Uganda. The announcement came a day after the African Union's Public Health Agency said it confirmed Ebola infections in the DRC's northeastern province of Ituri, where 87 deaths and hundreds of cases of illness have been reported. Cases have also been confirmed in Kampala, Uganda's capital. At least 4 healthcare workers are among the dead. In a statement, the WHO said the outbreak is potentially much larger than what is currently being detected and reported. This is WHO Director of Health, Emergency Alert and Response Operations, Abdurrahman Mahmoud.
Well, we know very well that the country has experience, but the region where it is happening is highly volatile, with the humanitarian situation going on and the population moving around from South Sudan to Uganda and other parts. So our response is to stand with the regional government and the country neighbor in terms of solidarity to show again that they can control this outbreak.
Ebola causes severe hemorrhagic fever and is often fatal. There's no approved vaccine for the species of Ebola responsible for the current outbreak. This all comes as the World Health Organization is coordinating the international response to the outbreak of the Andes strain of the hantavirus, which began on a Dutch cruise ship. The MV Handias has docked in Rotterdam, where the ship's crew will self-isolate. There are 3 confirmed deaths and at least 11 confirmed cases, where dozens more are being monitored. As of Sunday morning, there were no known cases of hantavirus in the United States. For more, we go to Providence, Rhode Island, where we're joined by public health professor and emergency medicine physician, Dr. Craig Spencer, also himself an Ebola survivor. In 2014, Dr. Spencer tested positive after returning to the U.S. from Guinea, where he was helping Ebola patients with Doctors Without Borders. He was treated at Bellevue Hospital here in New York City for 19 days and made a full recovery. Dr. Spencer's recent piece for STAT is headlined, "The Hantavirus is a Wake-Up Call. Will the Trump administration answer it?" Thanks so much for joining us from Brown University, Dr. Spencer. If you can start off by talking about Ebola and the significance of the announcement by the World Health Organization.
For sure. Well, I've been saying that we learned too much too quickly to be anything but remarkably concerned. As you noted in the intro, this was first declared on Friday, and already by Saturday, the World Health Organization had declared this a public health emergency of international concern. Never has something been done so quickly. And that's because the number of cases that were reported when this was first declared would make it already the 4th largest Ebola outbreak in history. This has likely been circulating for much longer than is being reported, maybe 1, 2, 3 months. And I wouldn't be surprised if the actual case numbers are dramatically higher than what we've seen so far. I think in the coming days and weeks, we're going to learn a lot more what cases actually look like, where they're at. But as has been pointed out, this is an incredibly difficult region to work in. I've worked in Eastern Congo a bunch of times. I've responded to Ebola. This is going to be a really difficult outbreak to manage and respond to, even under ideal circumstances. And Eastern Congo, particularly given the violence and conflict, is anything but ideal.
Can you describe what happened to you and your particular concern about public health professionals dealing with this and what you think needs to be done?
Ebola is a disease of compassion in that the folks that are most likely to be infected are people that take care, provide close care for people who are sick, for patients who have diarrhea and for vomiting. Think about family members, think about mothers taking care of their children, as well as healthcare workers taking care of patients. If you have the right protections, gloves and masks and everything that you need to stay safe, the likelihood of transmission is actually quite low. But most folks taking care of family members, as well as most healthcare professionals in this part of Congo, don't have access to the same things we may have access to here, including gloves, good personal protective equipment, and sometimes even running water. That makes the risk really, really high, particularly for healthcare professionals in a place where there's already not enough of those healthcare workers, and where over the last year, we've seen dramatic cuts in the supplies and support going to many of these clinics and health facilities in Eastern Congo.
I wanted to turn to Nicholas Enrich, a former civil servant who worked at USAID, the Agency for International Development, through 4 administrations, serving as Director of Policy, Programs, and Planning in the Bureau of Global Health until January of last year. On March 2nd, 2025, he was placed on administrative leave for exposing the Trump administration's illegitimate and dangerous dismantling of the agency. He's written a book called Into the Wood Chipper, a whistleblower's account of how the Trump administration shredded USAID. This is Nicholas Enrich speaking to Democracy Now! In April.
There was an outbreak of Ebola happening in Uganda at the time that USAID was being dismantled. And while I knew we couldn't start a robust outbreak response that we usually have because of everything that was being dismantled. There were a few key activities that I really felt that we needed to do, and they would not even let us screen passengers at airports that were traveling on international flights onwards to the United States to make sure that they had Ebola, that they did not have symptoms of Ebola. So that was a real risk to U.S. national security, and it was just sort of laughed off and ignored by the political appointees and DOJ.
So, Dr. Craig Spencer, if you can talk about this, do you think these cuts have exacerbated this crisis, and about the significance of it being in cities and conflict areas?
Absolutely. Look, Nicholas is fully correct. If you recall, it was just over a year ago that Elon Musk gleefully declared that they were throwing USAID into the wood chipper. And you may recall that Elon Musk also sheepishly said at his first cabinet meeting that he mistakenly canceled Ebola prevention, but turned it back on. For many folks, the story ended there. But what actually happened was there was an Ebola outbreak, and DOJ and Elon Musk cut all the support that we normally would have been giving to respond to that Ebola outbreak. The result was that exactly USAID, who in the past would have been supporting things like airport screening in Uganda, was not providing that logistical or financial support. USAID and other partners would have been providing support to make sure testing was adequate, to make sure a vaccine rollout could have taken place, but we didn't have USAID on the ground. Similarly, CDC has long had relationships in this part of the continent, in Congo and in Uganda, and a lot of those relationships have broken down and withered over the past year because we just haven't been paying. Similarly, the US has pulled out of the World Health Organization over the last year, which means that in normal circumstances, our CDC folks are not able to even talk to World Health Organization people, something that is absolutely unbelievable and an incredible mistake for something that we should be able to do and be prepared for at all points. And the result is what we've seen over the past couple of weeks with hantavirus. We've seen with the dramatic increase in number of measles cases in the US, and now Ebola in DR Congo and across the border in Kampala. This is not all just a coincidence. This is a consequence of us cutting back our support, not only here at home, but also abroad.
If you could talk about your piece in Stat, the hantavirus is a wake-up call. Will the Trump administration answer it?
Oh.
Yeah, so a year ago, I wrote a piece for The Atlantic saying that we were going to regret this. We were going to regret the cuts to CDC. We were going to regret the abdication of leadership on the global stage, pulling out of the WHO and dismantling USAID. Right. And I think that right now we're seeing the end result of all of that. And we're starting to see the worst case scenario. You know, in normal times, we would have had people on the ground, organizations on the ground that the US helped support. There are a lot of NGOs that have worked in Eastern Congo for a long time that do things like provide infection prevention and control training, that make sure clinics have personal protective equipment. We're seeing what happens when those things, unfortunately, aren't in place.
Right.
Similarly, we saw over the past couple of weeks with the hantavirus response, the U.S. was not at the forefront, was not helping lead response, but was found itself pretty flat-footed. I was saying that normally we would be 2 steps ahead, but we found ourselves 2 weeks behind. Similar here with the Ebola outbreak, the CDC reported yesterday on a press call that it learned about the outbreak the same time the rest of the world did, which is horrible given the fact that we used to have very close collaborative and trusted relationships in the DR Congo and in Uganda. But again, over the past year, a lot of that work, a lot of that trust, and a lot of that collaboration has broken down.
Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you never miss a video. And for more of our audience-supported journalism, go to democracynow.org, where you can download our news app, sign up for our newsletter, subscribe to the daily podcast, and so much more.
Yeah.
Welcome back into live.
So therefore, ladies and gentlemen,
look there over in Kenya as the World Health Organization is working to bring supplies over to East Congo to help fight the Ebola virus outbreak there. And we just want to get a better idea of the Ebola virus and the caution that it is bringing people, especially in those areas there. And this is where we want to bring in our medical expert, Dr. Matthew Harris, onto the program. Dr. Harris, thank you so much for coming on the program this morning. We really appreciate it. So we've heard of Ebola virus outbreaks before. Is there anything different about this outbreak, or is there a difference with the strain here that we're seeing? What can you tell us?
Yeah, thanks. Good morning, and thanks so much for having me. This is a little bit different than prior outbreaks, though I want to caution that the risk to the general public in the United States is low, but the opportunity for the U.S. and other international players to help mitigate the situation in Africa is very much there. So the Bundibugyo variant of this Ebola virus had an outbreak last time around 10 years ago. It looks very similar to other variants of Ebola with a sort of general fever and malaise, and can progress around 40 to 50% of the time to that classic hemorrhagic fever with lots of bleeding from different parts of the body. And the mortality rate is very, very high. What's different about this is that we're a little late to the game finding out about this, right? And that's because it's taking place in an area of conflict. There's limited resources for testing. And as of this morning, we know there are at least 33 confirmed cases, 536 suspected cases, and over 135 deaths. So this is a real moment of concern, but really about how we can motivate the world and show up in a meaningful way to help mitigate the problem, really in Congo and Uganda.
And when you're talking about showing up to help mitigate it, we do have that live image there that we're just showing moments ago. And you can see that these boxes are labeled World Health Organization. They got supplies heading there on this plane, heading over to East Congo. Could you tell us maybe what could possibly be inside these boxes and the supplies that could help mitigate the spread of the Ebola virus?
Yes, what we know about Ebola in general, and in particular with this virus, is they call it the caregiver's disease, right? Because the people who are at highest risk for contracting Ebola are healthcare workers and family members who participate either in the medical care of these patients or, unfortunately, very often in their burial rites. So a lot of this, I imagine, is personal protective equipment, right, to limit the spread of this disease. There's also likely medication and equipment to help support them through the hemorrhagic component of this process. But really, at this point, it's about minimizing the spread. What we know at this point is there's no commercially approved vaccine or therapeutics that we have for some other variants of Ebola. So our ability to intervene clinically on patients who are already sick is really limited to supportive care. And unfortunately, in that neck of the woods, is very limited critical care. So I imagine right now those supplies are mostly around PPE and keeping the virus from spreading more profoundly in the regional area.
And WHO officials or World Health Organization officials are very concerned about the speed of the spread of this virus. How does it spread? Is this considered a very contagious virus?
Yeah, it's important to draw some distinctions here. So when we think about spread in the general public setting, we think about things that are airborne, things like COVID, things like measles, where being in the room with someone who's sick and coughing really puts you at risk. This is really transmitted by body fluids, right? So somebody who has bleeding, vomiting, really exposure to body fluids. That's the primary and essentially the only real exposure. We see healthcare exposures doing invasive procedures like putting a breathing tube in, but otherwise the risk to the general public is relatively low. It's really a risk for those who are immediately taking care. So once again, we worry more for the public health setting about things like COVID and measles spread by airborne methods, whereas this is really spread by direct contact with the body fluids of someone who's profoundly ill.
So are there any concerns for Americans if this could possibly reach the United States? As we know that there was one American that has been reported infected with the virus.
I think we're in a pretty unique moment right now, right? As we prepare in the United States for the FIFA World Cup, for the INR 250, America 250, there's been a great deal of attention of how we mitigate what we call high consequence infectious disease. So right now, actually, I think there's robust healthcare infrastructure, both in the private and the public sector, who are thinking about this even before this Ebola outbreak, about how we surveil and recognize highly infectious patients and how we work with the infrastructure we have locally to mitigate this. So I think, the risk is not zero, but it is low for the general public. And I have a lot of confidence that in Northwell and our partners and across the area that we have the infrastructure to deal with this.
Famous last words.
What sort of infrastructure do we see here in the United States that really helps us deal with a virus outbreak like this?
So what we know is there are several centers around the United States. We've heard a lot about this in the recent news about hantavirus, what are called specialty pathogen centers. So there are several patients right now who are being monitored in Nebraska, Bellevue Hospital in New York. There are several centers, there are special pathogen units around. Most importantly, all hospitals in New York State are trained especially to recognize the diseases, isolate patients, keep their providers safe, keep their community safe. And then there is infrastructure in place with the different municipal settings to make sure these patients can get to a specialty pathogen center and really minimize the risk to the general public. And this is something we train for routinely at Northwell.
And how does this virus start? What are the origins of this? What starts the outbreak?
You know, like many rare viruses, this is out there, right? So it never really completely goes away. Sometimes it's exposure to different types of infected mammalian meat or blood from other primates. So this is never really goes away. It sort of teeters and pops up every once in a while. But it is, again, spread primarily with direct exposure to somebody who is acutely ill and exposure to those body fluids. So I just want to reiterate that, you know, we can recall back to 2014, Dr. Craig Spencer has become really an incredible advocate for preparation for high consequence infectious disease, you know, walked in and around New York City without exposing anyone, you know, to extraordinarily high, any real high risk to Ebola. So if you are not bleeding, you're not vomiting, you're not having diarrhea, what we call wet Ebola, you know, the risk to the general public is relatively low.
And when we talk about more of the areas right now that are in higher risk, like Congo and then Uganda, are there any preventative measures that they have access to? Is there developments in vaccines for Ebola? What does that look like?
You know, so once again, there are some therapeutics out there and some vaccines for different strains of Ebola. We have no evidence right now that the Bundabuya variant of Ebola is responsive to those therapeutics. So what you're seeing a lot now is local mitigation strategies, reducing travel within the area. We know this is an area that's under war conflict. We know this is a mining area, so lots of workers in transit and transient workers as well. So there's a lot of efforts underway. And we should say that the Democratic Republic of Congo is used to this, right? They've dealt with this, unfortunately, many times. So their public health infrastructure, you know, reacts very, very quickly. So I think that's what's happening on the ground now, keeping people local, contact tracing as best we can, and making sure that we prevent the spread of the disease outside of the local geography.
And then on the topic of Uganda and how their response looks like, I do have this post here from the Ministry of Health there. It says, if you notice anyone with signs and symptoms consistent with Ebola, immediately call the Ministry of Health toll-free on the line here below. The public is advised to remain calm, vigilant, and strictly observe preventative measures. Like you said, you know, they've dealt with, you know, they deal with the virus. What does that look like here if they were to call the Ministry of Health? What would be their steps into helping mitigate the spread of the virus there?
Yeah, so we sort of in infection control and infection prevention follow the 3 I's, right? Identification, isolation, and intervention. So this is really crucial. This falls under the same vein. If you see something, say something. We want folks in Uganda, in Congo, and locally to have a very, very low threshold for saying, could this be viral hemorrhagic fever? Could this be Ebola? Especially in places where they're seeing patients, right? There are 2 confirmed cases in Uganda itself, and it's critically important for them to identify early, escalate early, and test early.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Harris, we covered a lot of ground here this morning. Are there any other final thoughts or last points that you have before we wrap this up?
Yeah, thanks so much for having me. I'll just reiterate that again, once here in the United States, I think the risk to the general public is relatively low. And we continue both in Northwell and with our partners in and around New York City and the region to monitor this very closely.
Dr. Harris, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate having you on.
Thank you for having me.
Take care. And with that, you're taking a live look there back over in Kenya, where it looks like those supplies are just about all loaded up on the plane there to head over to East Congo to help contain the Ebola virus outbreak there.
Now, keep in mind, people, is that part of Africa is
We're going to start
humid.
tonight with Ebola. Not because I want to scare you or sensationalize a scary-sounding virus. Quite the opposite. I want to help you understand what feels like a rising tide of headlines about Ebola in the Democratic Republic of Congo, a country more than 900,000 square miles, which makes it the second largest on the African continent. The size of that landmass matters when assessing Ebola risks. We'll have more on that in a moment. Here is where things stand. 139 suspected deaths, 600 suspected cases. Suspected is the operative word here because surveillance is behind the curve and containment possibly has been broken with travel outside of the hot zones in the eastern Congo. The Congo, we should remind ourselves, is a poor country. 80% of its population categorized as impoverished. There are armed conflicts in the same part of the country where Ebola is now spreading. This makes healthcare delivery extremely difficult. Another complication? Modern medicine and its interventions in cases like this can sometimes trample on local customs, such as washing dead bodies as part of a burial rite or an elaborate funeral. And it is precisely that kind of close contact, the washing of bodies, elaborate burial ceremonies, that can spread Ebola generally and this Ebola virus in particular, a virus that we should note does not have a vaccine. And today, this conflict, modern medicine, local customs, led a mob to burn an Ebola treatment facility. That mob was trying to retrieve a body, an apparent victim of Ebola. Aid workers fled the scene in panic. And you no doubt heard about the Air France flight scheduled to land in Detroit but diverted to Montreal because the passenger on board had been in the Congo. It was not known if this passenger had any symptoms or when this person was in the Congo. The United States is now refusing entry to any passenger without a U.S. passport who has been in the Congo, Uganda, or South Sudan in the past 3 weeks. So how much will all of this help? Also, U.S. passport holders from these 3 countries will now be diverted to one U.S. airport, Dulles, in suburban Washington, D.C. For more on all of this, I want to bring in CBS News medical correspondent Dr. Celine Gounder, and helpfully for this conversation, she's an infectious disease specialist who spent time in Guinea as an Ebola aid worker during the West African epidemic. Dr. Gounder, you heard my opening monologue about this. Help my audience understand where we are and, importantly, the size of the Congo as a way to assess cumulative or understandable risks.
So the DRC, the Congo, is about as big as Western Europe. It's a massive country in Central Africa, but it's also very difficult to travel long distances, and that's part of the challenge that we're seeing right now. This is also an outbreak that is occurring along the eastern border of the DRC, next to Uganda, where there have been a couple cases, and also South Sudan, where you have large refugee populations. And there are some suspected cases now in South Sudan, as well as we had heard earlier today, Kenya. The rate at which cases are, this has many of the same factors that led to the huge outbreak, the largest outbreak epidemic we've ever seen of Ebola, which was in West Africa, 2014 to 2016, which is when I worked there. So what are some of those factors? It's the fact that you're seeing Ebola in urban areas, not just rural areas. The fact that you're seeing cross-border spread, the fact that you have these mobile populations. In the case of this current outbreak, you have a lot of mining that occurs in this area, and it's not just gold mining, it's also mining for minerals that are used in your smartphones, in your EVs, and other modern technology. On top of that, you have Rwandan-backed militia groups, M23, which have been trying to essentially control the minerals, the mining. And the combination of the presence of that armed militia on top of USAID, so Americans having pulled out from the region, has led to the collapse of health systems, including supplies, so personal protective equipment, things like your gowns, gloves, masks. That supply chain has also collapsed, and there's a real shortage of those things, which is leading to healthcare workers getting infected, and then also pharmaceutical treatment. So it's an extremely challenging situation that people are dealing with on the ground.
Right,
and then layer on top of that issues of trust, and I think people in the U.S.
Dr. Gounder, we're having a little bit of connectivity issues.
I think people in the U.S. will be familiar with some.
Oh, look at this shit.
Let me, maybe I can go off camera if that's better.
Let's just try to muscle our way through this for one more question, Dr. Gounder. All the things that you said that are creating complications and difficulties, what do you think we should look for in the next, let's say, week or so in terms of headlines or things letting us get a glimpse of whether or not this is being contained or whether or not it's spreading at an alarming rate?
Do we see more spread over borders? Do we see more healthcare workers getting infected? And at what rate do we see people getting exposed and new cases being diagnosed? I think that's going to be really important. The other thing, and I think people will understand this from COVID, trust is everything. And the fact that we've already seen Ebola treatment unit being set on fire, this was at Wampara Hospital, that we're seeing again resistance to isolation. And I think people here will understand not wanting to mask, not wanting to get vaccinated, not wanting to stay at home if they're sick. It's very similar kinds of behavior that you're seeing in this context. How do you bridge that trust gap and get people to cooperate with health officials, but to do so in a way that is compassionate and meets their needs as well?
Very quickly, because the connection's gotten so much better, I want to get one more question in, if possible, Dr. Gounder. What about these travel restrictions? How should we think about them? Are they helpful, or are they sending a sign that maybe alarms people more than is actually helpful?
You know, I think the way to think about how to be worried, it's not worried about what's going to happen here in the US, it's worried about what's going to happen there. But that also means in order to contain it there, which is how we actually protect ourselves, we need to be able to surge a response there. And that means we need to be able to get healthcare workers in and out.
Showing up in a homeless population.
The first American physician to have been infected, at least so far in this outbreak, was flown to Germany, not back to the US, even though we have the capacity, the facilities to care for them here. That is really concerning. A lot of people in my world who were thinking about volunteering to go are having second thoughts because they're worried, if I get sick, where am I going to end up? If I go over there, am I going to be allowed back in the country? And we saw issues with that back in 2014, controversies about travel bans back then, and that leads to a lot of hesitation, will make it harder to respond to this outbreak.
Dr. Celine Gounder, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
We're back with the latest on the Ebola outbreak in Central Africa. The World Health Organization says there are now more than 500 suspected Ebola cases and 139 suspected deaths. But officials still believe the risk remains low on a global level. Even so, the U.S. has now restricted entry for people without U.S. passports who have recently been in the Democratic Republic of Congo, South Sudan, or Uganda. Secretary Marco Rubio was just asked about the growing concerns surrounding Ebola in the wake of the U.S. backing out of the World Health Organization earlier this year. Here's how he responded moments ago.
The World Health Organization has unfortunately not done well around the world. I think they failed miserably during COVID. They covered for China, and that's how we're getting out of it. That said, we're going to work with anybody who wants to
keep in mind about China. Doesn't China have a lot of loans over there on that land in Africa, Brother Che?
DRC on the peace deal with Rwanda and so forth. But our number one thing has to be, we can't have it affect the United States.
For more on this, we're joined by Dr. Mesfin Tessema, Global Practice Lead for Health Programs at the International Rescue Committee, and the IRC has teams on the ground responding to the Ebola outbreak in both the Democratic Republic of Congo as well as Uganda. Doctor, thanks so much for taking the time. What are your teams on the ground seeing? What kinds of conditions are they dealing with right now?
Thank you for having me. Our teams are on the ground in Ituri and the neighboring provinces in Eastern DRC. And we have seen quite a large number of cases that are reported from the communities and people seeking treatment, of course. And, we are more than almost a month since a first suspected case was reported. So really, we are seeing quite a large number of people who are suspected of, contracting the virus and concerned about, regional spread.
Now, this outbreak involves a rarer strain of Ebola that has no approved vaccine currently available. And health officials say this outbreak may have been spreading undetected for weeks before it was identified. How much more difficult does that make containment efforts and the ability to catch the virus before it spreads further?
This outbreak is happening in a place where there's already active conflict and people have been displaced because of that. And it's also a mobile population and porous border, across to South Sudan as well as Uganda. So that's the reason why, it was late to detect this outbreak. And by the time we know, and it's been confirmed, that there is quite a large number of people who have been infected. So, at this moment, our priority is really to protect health services, ensure that healthcare providers can continue to provide care. So make sure that they have protective equipment, including like gloves, Google, and, sanitary, clothes. At the same time, ensuring that we engage communities to be able to identify, isolate and also trace, contact that have come in contact with these cases. So that is a priority, and our team on the ground is really working around the clock to make sure that those supplies for the healthcare workers arrive on time and they continue to go out to the community and communicate and ensure that, traditional leaders are involved in the containment effort. So we have significant experience responding to Ebola, both in DRC as well as in West Africa. And by isolating cases and ensure communities are involved, it is possible to control. But in active conflict zone, it will take time to control this outbreak.
And this is a very scary virus, I think, for most people. We all remember that 2014, 2016 outbreak. Some experts and aid groups are calling this, though, the first major outbreak of the post-USAID era. The U.S. has also withdrawn from the World Health Organization, that happening under the Trump administration. How has that impacted the response to this outbreak and the resources you have to try to contain it?
So many organizations, including the IRC, has experienced funding cuts, across the board. That's started even just before 2025. So really, this outbreak is coming on top of, funding disruption. And of course, that limits our ability to quickly mount a response and including, putting team on the ground and setting up surveillances and bringing, infection prevention control, devices and testing the treatment. And of course, as you noted, there is no approved vaccine or therapeutic for this one. So, this is a time for solidarity and be able to respond with speed. I think every day, every hour counts and makes a difference whether this outbreak can be brought into our control. So what we have learned from West Africa and DRC is that if communities are engaged quite early and healthcare workers are protected with the right equipment and essential services are sustained, it is possible to control outbreak like this. However, we must note that, we are working in a place where there is affected by conflict, mobile population, and time is the essence, and it might take a while. That is our concern for us and for our team.
It's clearly a challenging moment for people in this region. Dr. Mesafin Tessema, thank you very much for joining us and for the efforts of your team at IRC.
Yeah, you see, people, this is chess, not checkers, okay? They want to wipe off the people of the continent to go get the resources, to go get the minerals, okay? As I remember...
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth.
You got to be a borderline sociopath, you got to be violent, you have to walk away from blood and go to dinner.
You have to be able to shoot people, beat people beyond recognition, and go home and hug your little kids. You don't pack those qualities. Yeah, that sounds like the typical mentality of the Los Angeles Police Department as a whole. Okay, so hopefully, with Mark Furhman being dead, all right, hopefully the ancestors are whooping his ass for all of eternity. You see?
Right. Lady Shay or Shabaka, what are your thoughts on the Ebola
Okay, on the Ebola, Brother Chair, as I stated, is that this is just the beginning. The game is to wipe off the population of Africa, so therefore they can go in there and get the raw minerals without opposition. Rather if it's the U.S., rather if it's France, rather if it's China. You see what I mean? In other words, Brother Che, just like where we discussed when they came up with the Berlin Conference, 1884. So they want the resources, they want the minerals over there. You see what I mean? So they've been coming out with all kind of plans diabolically to kill off the population is, because they view us as subhuman, when the troglodyte himself is the one that is the true damn savage. You see, remember, the troglodyte thought that washing his nasty, funky, stinking ass was a sin. Okay. I mean, come on, man, connect the dots, brother. You know what I'm saying? It's clearly obvious. See, this shit, people, is chess, not checkers. You see what I mean? With Ebola. Now, this motherfucker Furhman. Okay, you got to be a borderline.
Hold on, Shabaka. Let's hear from Lady Che. Lady Che, what's your thoughts on the Ebola?
Well, the fact is, look, the fact is they're talking about, locking down African countries or whatever again for Ebola.
Yep.
And they switched off from the Hunter virus to Ebola, and Ebola is a big destructor from the fucking cruise ship. Shit, you know what I mean? First of all, since the ending of what is it, in USID or whatever, since the ending of, they can obviously tell that the government's put us in quite the predicament if we do get sick. Cutting out of all the the world health trade and all that, the climate, just coming out of everything, they put us in quite a predicament if something was to come down the line. You know what I mean?
Right.
And excuse me. And I think that they're definitely messing with Africa, plotting on Africa with the Ebola, I think, Ebola. But what's suspect about all that is how they dealt with the plane when they had to land the plane. They weren't wearing masks at the time until all of a sudden now they got to wear masks to deal with a possible case that wasn't sure or was sure, scaring all the good white folk.
All the good white folk, Lady Che.
Yeah,
all the good white folk, Lady Che. Now, Lady Che, you're not coming up with boss we sick, are you? I know you better than that, Lady Che.
House
coming up with boss we sick.
No, what you say? House niggerism? Like, no.
Yeah, that's what she said.
They were on the airplane talking about they got Ebola. They're scaring all the good white folk. They didn't want to mask up, and all of a sudden the white folks saw masks. They were like, "We weren't riding around for 12 hours with no mask on. Now they got masks on. Are we in danger?" You know what I mean? That's exactly what happened. Are they in danger of catching Ebola? Sure. You can only get so lucky.
Yeah. And then keep in mind too, Lady Che, I'm willing to bet dollars to donuts that they're going to cancel the 2028 Olympics at the last minute.
Jesus, it's too much money.
They're plotting on the Olympics. They're plotting on it. I mean,
because most of the marathon runners, Lady Che, and most of the marathon runners, most of the track and field athletes, do come from Africa. Kenya in particular. Old boy who won the marathon twice in the 60s, BB Bakila, who was from Ethiopia. So, so what they're going to do, and I bet you dollars to donuts, okay, and I hope I'm wrong, okay, is that they're going to cancel the Olympics at the last minute, you see, just like what Jimmy Carter did in 1980. Well, he canceled the Olympics for the U.S., I believe, less than 3 months before the Olympic Games in Moscow, if memory serves me correct. I might be wrong because of the Afghan situation at that time. But LA is going to be highly pissed off with it because they're looking for, for the economical opportunities there, because the last time I was there in Los Angeles, they already are building the venues for it. Out here in Las Vegas, they're building this damn high-speed Metro Link or high-speed train to go from Las Vegas to down to downtown LA for the Olympic Games. And them people who are going to buy that shit who ain't never been to LA before, they're going to get had real bad. You see what I mean? They really are. Because they're going to raise all the rates on hotels. They already are putting up lofts for sales. This year would be for the investors, like off in the media, for various products right there. The city of LA's business license office is going to be real heavy with applications if it hasn't started already, all kind of hurdles to cross over and what have you. In other words, what this proves people is they want our rhythm, but they don't want our blues. Now, the Yasa bosses. Okay. So on our next episode, I'm going to look at the news here and see how many Yasa bosses, the Uncle Tim Scotts, Warlocks, what have you, and all that bullshit are going to really be intensifying.
Don't forget to add Wesley Hunt to the list. Don't forget to add
exactly. Yeah, all the Yasa bosses.
We got to get on Mark Furhman now. Mark Furhman.
Oh, absolutely. Okay, and I'd like to read this. Okay. All right. As you got up here, on display, Furhman. You've got to be a borderline sociopath. You got to be violent. You have to walk away from blood and go to dinner. You got to be able to shoot people, beat people beyond recognition, go home and hug your little kids. You don't pack those qualities. Okay, this is the typical sociopathic, psychopathic ideology of the most notorious gang in Los Angeles, or the Los Angeles Police Department. Okay, so therefore, when Bernard Parks became the chief of the LAPD, the first black chief on the LAPD that came up through the ranks of the LAPD, the first thing he did was shut down Crash, what Furhman was part of. Okay, so Chief Parks, he got a lot of ridicule behind that. They did not renew his contract, to serve his second 5 years, you see, because I think it's every 5 years they go through, selecting a new chief and what have you. Okay. So it just goes to show you that the mentality that the LAPD has is that of the fucking Gestapo. Straight out.
Yep. Lady
the
Shay
fucking
with
Gestapo.
on Mark Furhman. You're old enough to remember.
Fuck him. Fuck him.
Exactly.
Fuck him, fuck him, fuck him, fuck him, fuck him, and fuck him. That motherfucker was on the plenty evidence.
Exactly.
Fuck
you
him.
See? Exactly. You see what I mean? And then, of course, how he did in the video too.
Fuck him.
Yeah.
That was my sentiment then.
Mm-hmm.
So our good brother Professor
Black
Truth give us an update on this race speech shit.
Okay, let me go on mute. Okay.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth.
You got to be a borderline sociopath. You got to be violent. You have to walk away from blood and go to dinner. You got to be able to shoot people, beat people beyond recognition, and go home and hug your little kids. You don't pack those qualities.
This morning's briefing would probably be more appropriate as a crime report than anything else. Mark Furhman has died, and not surprisingly, the white media is trying to downplay and outright bury the fact that he was a violent racist and a dirty
Great
cop.
news,
I know it was 30 years ago, and a lot of you aren't aware of who this guy was or why this racist creep would be making headlines, so I'll tell you. Mark Furhman wasn't known for anything, really, completely unaccomplished and undistinguished in his entire life. The only thing he was known for, though, was that he was the lead investigator on the Nicole Brown murder case, which he tried to use as a springboard to get O.J. Simpson locked up. I think that some of you might be too young to remember what happened in 1994 when the white media suddenly decided that the single most important story on planet Earth was O.J. Simpson driving down the 405 freeway in Los Angeles in what was the world's slowest police chase, quote unquote. I remember it, the moment O.J. Simpson took over the media, but it made absolutely no logical sense why the white media was so enamored with O.J. Simpson in this case. Simpson himself hadn't played football in 15 years, and even when he was in the NFL, he was hardly a household name. By the 1990s, only boomer sports fans remembered or even cared that he had once been a football player. By 1994, he was only known for having co-starred in those Naked Gun movies. Nobody remembered that he had been in the NFL, so why the sudden total obsession with him? The reason the white media was so gung-ho about O.J. Simpson was because they had held the line for the LAPD after the Rodney King beating video came to light, and the white media support for the LAPD continued when the LA riots broke out following the manufactured acquittal of the violent white thugs who attacked Mr. King. The white media was jubilant about the acquittal, but furious about the public rage that exploded into the streets in '92. The riots went on for days. And the same police who the white media tried to make into heroes were shown to be hiding and cowering in corners somewhere. The price for refusing to punish violent white cops who assault black citizens was high. So the white media was very eager to prove that the '92 riots hadn't changed anything, that the white authorities could carry out illegal lynching of a black man, facts be damned. So they began looking around for a high-profile black man who they could make an example of. Their first attempt came in 1993, when the first false accusations against Michael Jackson were leveled. That didn't go anywhere. And then the next year came O.J. Simpson. Now, let's get the most obvious thing out of the way. No matter what the white media's propaganda campaign may have told you for the last 30 years, there never was any evidence that O.J. Simpson killed Nicole Brown or Ron Goldman. The facts are, the circles that those two ran in, especially Nicole, there were more than enough unsavory characters in their orbit that a number of people could have done it. But after Ron and Nicole were killed, Mark Furhman was assigned to be the lead investigator on the case, and all he cared about was putting a case on O.J. Simpson. This was about putting a high-profile black man's head on his trophy wall. And for the white media, it was about using a high-profile black man as a proxy for the black community. They failed to get Michael Jackson, but they felt like they could fabricate a case against O.J., and Mark Furhman was the guy whose job it was to frame him up. Furhman was the one who claimed to have found the bloody glove that he said belonged to O.J., even though numerous people had already been through the crime scene and didn't find the glove before he had. So, as the only individual who had any quote-unquote evidence against O.J. Simpson, basically Mark Furhman was the entire case against O.J., and that's the reason why it failed, and why the white media is still trying to rehabilitate this L 30 years later. The New York Times headline about Mark Furhman's death called him a flawed witness. For those who actually know what happened, this is a mentally deranged mind that tries to take what Furhman said and minimize it to past use of racist language. The Times characterization of his decades of anti-black rhetoric was meant to make it sound like he only used the N-word once or twice when he was a kid or something.
And in the course of your preparation of your testimony here today, can you tell the jury how many times you've counted that he used that word?
Approximately 42.
42 times?
Yes.
Those who remember the case know that his frequent use of the N-word was actually the least of the racist things he said. That's how evil this man was. And to call him a flawed witness isn't true either. Mark Furhman's testimony wasn't merely flawed. He deliberately committed perjury under oath. Here's what happened. O.J. Simpson's entire legal defense was that the alleged evidence against him was planted by racist white cops. Johnny Cochran and others had demonstrated the broken chain of custody, the glove that didn't fit. So the evidence had been discredited, but that wouldn't mean much to an LA jury unless they could also demonstrate that the police investigating the case were vehement anti-black racist. As the lead investigator, Mark Furhman was the only person whose racism mattered, and one or two uses of the N-word wouldn't be enough proof for an acquittal. They needed more than that. Marsha Clark and Chris Darden, the token Negro assigned to the case so they could make it look like it wasn't racial, these two prosecutors insisted that the LAPD wasn't racist. So when Mark Furhman was put on the stand, Simpson's lawyers asked him if he had a history of using racial slurs against black people. Of course, being a racist white supremacist cop, Furhman predictably denied this.
And you say on your oath that you have not addressed any black person as a nigger or spoken about black people as niggers in the past 10 years, Detective Furhman.
That's what I'm saying, sir.
But then OJ's lawyers produced audio tapes of Furhman talking with a so-called screenwriter who had also been a girlfriend of his. These recordings would later come to be known as the Furhman tapes. In these recordings, Furhman freely talked about a lot of dirt that he and others in the LAPD had been doing for decades. And he also repeatedly stated his utter hatred of black people, not because black people had done anything to him, but merely because they were black and they existed. He used the N-word casually. In fact, that was the word he used instead of black or even African American. He used that word at least 41 times in those recordings alone.
And in the course of your preparation of your testimony here today, can you tell the jury how many times you've counted that he used that word?
Approximately 42.
42 times?
Yes.
He was also recorded saying that he targeted black people driving expensive cars without probable cause because, as he put it, you're God if you're a cop. He said that if he saw a black man with a white woman driving in a car, he'd pull them over. And when his screenwriter girlfriend asked him, what if they didn't do anything, Furhman said he'd find something. He talked about how he and his fellow thugs in blue would routinely assault black citizens just because, and he repeatedly claimed that he himself had done so. At his old police station in a black neighborhood, Furhman said he would choke and beat suspects to extract confessions and arrest citizens who gave him any lip.
Anything out of a nigger's mouth for the first 5 or 6 sentences is a fucking lie.
Yeah, 77. Leave that old station, man. It's got the smell of niggers that have been beaten and killed in there for years. You ever try to find a bruise on a nigger? Good job, huh?
And then he said, if I had my way, all the niggers would be gathered together and burned. So the N-word was the least of Mark Furhman's racist utterances. O.J. Simpson's lawyers played these recordings for the court.
Your Honor, the final 2 offers relate to the attitude of the witness. They are excerpts from a tape that was made on July 28th, 1994, after this case was initiated and after Officer Furhman had testified as a witness at the preliminary hearing.
You're I'm a key witness in this case. And if I go down, they lose the case.
An old house nigga Christopher Darden right there who
And
cried
then
when OJ
they
was
called Mark
acquitted.
Furhman back to the stand for a follow-up cross-examination. This time, the big-mouth LAPD cop who was so sure of himself was reduced to a meek little punk.
Detective Furhman, was the testimony that you gave in this case completely truthful?
I wish to assert my Fifth Amendment privilege.
Have you ever falsified a police report?
I wish to assert my Fifth Amendment privilege.
Lying bastard.
Is it your intention to assert your Fifth Amendment privilege with respect to all questions that I ask you?
Yes.
I only have one other question.
What
was that, Mr. Detective Furhman, did you plant or manufacture any evidence in this case?
I assert my Fifth Amendment privilege.
Yeah,
Furhman
right. You
to every single question. Suddenly, he didn't want to talk at all. He had done so much dirt over the decades that now he knew that if he answered any question at all, that would open the door for them to ask him about all the other crimes he had been committing. Now remember, he was the lead investigator. It was his case. Without his testimony, the prosecution didn't have a case against
the lead
him.
investigator was
Furhman said it
Lieutenant
himself.
And if I go down, they lose the case. I'm a key witness in this case. And if I go down, they lose the case.
Simpson's entire legal defense was that he was being framed by racist white cops. And they proved that the lead investigator on the case was a racist white cop. And when they asked if he planted evidence, he refused to answer. He pleaded the fifth.
Oh, I agree with you,
They met their
Cardenas.
burden of proof. And yet the prosecutors and the white media were only upset that O.J. Simpson's lawyers had proven Furhman was a racist and a liar. They didn't care about the multiple crimes that he had admitted to on tape. What Furhman did was perjury, plain and simple. He didn't forget what he had said. He just lied on the stand and hoped that O.J.'s lawyers wouldn't find the evidence. because lying is what he had done his entire life. A year after Furhman failed to frame O.J. Simpson, Furhman would himself be charged with perjury.
The court finds the defendant guilty based on his plea of no contest.
And pled no contest to perjury.
But the same dirty prosecutors who tried to use him to frame O.J. gave him a sweetheart plea deal, so he only got 3 years probation and a $200 fine. The LAPD, of course, went on a lie tour where they falsely claimed that, well, we've looked at the accusations against Furhman. We looked at all of the stuff that he said on those tapes. And, well, as far as we're concerned, these were just a bunch of exaggerations and empty bravado.
This is the confidential personnel version of that report. It reveals more of Furhman's disturbing recordings. In the end, the task force confirmed 12 of 29 events described by Furhman, but concluded he embellished a lot, that just about everything he told McKinney was bigger, bloodier, and more violent than the actual events.
Yeah, the public may be disgusted with him, but as far as we're concerned, we say that it's not actually literal. He didn't actually do this stuff. He was just sitting here talking trash. So neither the LAPD nor the prosecutor's office would go after him, and 3 years later, his perjury charge would be expunged. So a violent racist lies on the stand, tries to frame an innocent man, lies through his buck teeth in open court, and all he gets is a $200 fine. And just to prove that the LAPD had been lying when they claimed that Mark Furhman hadn't actually done any of the violence that he admitted to on tape, the same year that Furhman was lying to the court about OJ, he was also the subject of a civil suit. In 1987, Mark Furhman and his fellow white cops shot and attempted to kill a black teenager named Joseph Britton. Now, according to the LAPD at the time, their reports claimed that Mr. Britton had been wielding a knife when the police pursued him, but at the time that they shot him, there was no knife around. And yet, after they had shot this young man, a knife mysteriously appeared right beside his body as a means to try to justify what was an attempted murder. Now, fortunately, Mr. Britton didn't die, but he sued the city, and in 1995, Los Angeles settled with them for an undisclosed amount. Mark Furhman was one of the cops who shot Britton and then planted a knife at the scene, which is exactly what he did to O.J. Simpson when he planted that glove 7 years later. This is who Mark Furhman was. This is what he did. Now that you know the details, does this sound like mere past use of racist language to you? Now that you know what his testimony was, does it sound like he was merely a flawed witness? And yet, this is how the New York Times, the so-called paper of record, tried to characterize this racist, genocidal, lying attempted murderer. He wasn't a flawed witness. He was a pathological racist liar. He didn't just say some racist stuff once or twice when he was a kid. He was a satanic anti-black racist who had attempted to kill multiple black civilians and then plant evidence to hide his crimes. You know, a few days ago, we talked about controlling black people's image, specifically about how Michael Jackson and Dr. King did it. And we also talked about how the website Politico whined and complained that the King estate was using their control of Dr. King's copyrighted speeches in an effort to curate his image. The word that Politico used in their hit piece was hagiography. For those of you who don't know, hagiography means the biography of a saint or a venerated person. Now, neither Dr. King nor any of his family ever claimed that he was a saint. A devout Christian, true, but not a saint. However, he is highly revered, so he meets the venerated threshold. But the problem for the white media is he's black. And the white media knows what he was really about, so they've always wanted to openly trash him, but they can't do it without his words. Go back and watch my video about it. But the white media, the New York Times in this case, is doing what Politico falsely accused the King estate of doing. The New York Times obituary about him is nothing but a clumsy hagiography. They don't have anything good to say about him, so they just try to deny or downplay all the evil, vile, racist stuff he did. Now, what also needs to be remembered is that as racist and perverted and degenerate as Mark Furhman was, he was hardly unique. He was literally the average LAPD cop. The only difference is he's the only white cop who the public got to see an independent legal team use its resources to honestly question him and expose him. Sickening as Mark Furhman was, there's nothing unique about his racism or his lies or his vile incompetence. He was actually an average, ordinary cop in LA. And yet the white media tried to act like he was some one-off, some horrible fluke. Another reason Mark Furhman is a sore spot for the white media is because incompetent morons like Marcia Clark and her alleged bedbutt Chris Darden were also exposed as being so stunningly stupid that they might as well have tried out for the LAPD. The same prosecutors who failed to convict Rodney King's assailants want the public to trust them. They were just so sure that the white media's absolute control of the airwaves and print would be more than enough to railroad Simpson into prison and to give the white powers that be another W. See, LA is the TV and movie capital of the world. So ever since the days of Dragnet, cops and prosecutors have had propaganda pumped out to the public telling the world that they're the good guys. And they actually thought the public believed it. The O.J. Simpson trial revealed the truth. Johnny Cochran did to the white authorities what they always do to the black victims of racist white violence. He put them on trial. It wasn't the O.J. trial anymore. It was the racist white LAPD cops trial. They never had anyone do that to them before. They made the O.J. trial into the trial of the century. That was the way that the white media framed it, the trial of the century. As I already explained to you, O.J. Simpson was hardly this enormous name. He was hardly some sort of household name, some sort of legendary figure that the fulcrum of history would turn upon. And never mind that it had been the Lindbergh baby kidnapping trial from the 1930s that had been originally called the trial of the century. This was the white media recycling their old headlines because they needed it for the media lynching of a high-profile black man. That's what they wanted it to be. So no amount of exaggeration or absurd sensationalizing would be too much. They wanted to show the world that white power always gets what it wants, that the O.J. Simpson trial would merely be a comforting and predictable win for them. But instead it became a total embarrassment. It became a world-class humiliation which they still haven't recovered from. The O.J. Simpson trial is where the term the race card came from. The perverted know-nothing shyster Jeffrey Jerkum Toobin, who got caught masturbating on a Zoom call, he was the guy who came up with that phrase in response to the O.J. Simpson verdict. Now, notice how nobody ever points out the literal mountain of cases where white prosecutors have railroaded innocent black people and done it completely and thoroughly on the open basis of race, or where politicians and other public figures have used open, blatant anti-black race baiting to tell white people to get on code against black citizens. Ronald Reagan called black women welfare queens, and of course all the other satanic stereotyping of black citizens by the white authorities. But notice how the Jeffrey Toobins of the world and the rest of the white media, they never call that the race card. That's never playing the race card. You attack black people, lie about black people, demonize black people. You go ahead and try to rally people against black people, and that's never pulling the race card. That's the white media telling you that the people who use racism openly and who ignore their own laws just so they can target black people, well, that's not the race card. Black people calling out racism, well, that's somehow inauthentic. That's somehow dishonest. The O.J. Simpson trial infuriated the white media to the point that every year afterward, they were constantly referring to it. White TV shows, movies, novels, so-called news programs, politicians, white America was traumatized, not by the verdict, but by the loss of total control. And that's where their rage came from. But as I've taught you, most manifestations of anger are rooted in fear. So the tantrums and the fury from the white media was meant to mask their utter and complete terror. And what were they so mind-bendingly scared of? White supremacy means supreme. And supreme means that there's nothing that can challenge you. You dominate 24/7, 100% of the time. Well, they lost big on this one. And if it can happen once, it can happen twice. And if it can happen twice, it can become the norm. That's what scared them. Also, before I forget, the entire reason that Furman's racism was recorded for posterity was because a so-called screenwriter named Kathleen Bell had begun doing a series of recorded interviews with him starting in 1985. She claimed that the interviews were actually research she was doing for a movie script that she was planning to write. But she forgot to mention that she and Furman had had a fling. This screenwriter had this information and she sat on it for 9 years. This is why the TV shows and movies are so openly anti-black, because the people writing this stuff like to pal around with mouth-frothing anti-black racists, because that's who they are too. And of course, because the white media still can't get over the L that they took. Just a couple of years ago, they put out yet another high-profile propaganda piece called The People versus O.J. Simpson. I'm sure that many of you have probably seen it. Just remember, the reason the Furman tapes even exist is because one of these Hollywood screenwriters decided to record it. This was a woman who admitted to having a romantic fling with this racist puke, and neither his racism nor his sexism nor his admitted criminality and law-breaking bothered her one bit. This is the white media across the board, not just the ones in the so-called news. The people who make the so-called entertainment you watch are some of the most virulent racists out there, and they use their position to put anti-Black images and anti-Black narratives in front of the public. Just remember that the next time you see some rerun of The People versus OJ, or any other dramatization of a true crime story involving a Black person. And speaking of white fiction, Mark Furhman himself attempted to rewrite his own racist past, putting out a so-called book about the Nicole Brown, Ron Goldman murder. Fox News, of course, gave him a second career as a so-called criminal justice expert on their airwaves, predictably. The New York Times tried to call his books true crime books, but they're saying this about a man who was proven to have knowingly perjured himself on the stand and who framed an innocent man among other racial crimes that he admitted to. Mark Furhman couldn't speak the truth if Dr. King himself wrote it out for him. This is what the O.J. Simpson trial revealed. And this is the Mark Furhman who the New York Times is pathetically trying to lionize. They took his decades of vile anti-Black violent racism and tried to minimize it to nothing more than past use of racist language. When Mark Furhman was broken in front of the world by a Black attorney, that was an insult to white supremacy that they could never forget and shouldn't be allowed to forget. It was a glorious example of the enforcement arm of white supremacy being publicly broken. But the fact that Mark Furhman got to live out the remainder of his life outside of a cage, that is what I would call the crime of the century. Good day and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Marzine, Rozbraz, Darren Nooks, James Brown, and Derek. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, only thing I can say when it comes to the city of Los Angeles, may Mark Furhman rest in peace. Condolences to the family members of those that Mark Furhman abused, and if he did not murder. Community resources against street hoodlums. Yeah, commonly referred to as Crash. And for any of those who saw the motion picture Colors called Colors with Sean Penn and Robert Duvall, Sean Penn played the typical Crash officer in Los Angeles, all the way down to the point where he handcuffed that man in front of the Nickerson Gardens and hit him. Okay, so therefore, Mark Furhman, may you rest in peace, okay? I have no sympathy for your sorry ass. The two people that got together and that hatched your ass, it was a wasted fuck. That's the only thing I could say. Hate to be vulgar about it, but those are essentially the facts, you see? And then on top of it too, Furhman, just expressed the typical attitude of the Los Angeles Police Department when it came to Black suspects. You see what I mean? And from what I understand, Mark Furhman relocated to one of the most ultra-conservative, whitest states in the United States, which would be Idaho. Okay.
Oh my Idaho.
Yep. Yeah. Don't drive through Idaho. I made a mistake for y'all already. You know what I'm saying? When I fucking speed limit says 70, give them 68.
Say hi, Ruru. Ruru says hi, everyone.
Amaru. Being a kitty.
Rupert.
Saying, yeah. See. And so then, and Daryl Gates, okay, who had retired from the LAPD a couple of years earlier, behind his racism and
another
his hatred.
Psychopath.
Oh, yes, sir. And to get more in depth to it, I'm not promoting Gates's book, but he did write a book called Chief, okay? And inside his book, okay, he tries to rationalize his racism. And I remember old Chief Gates had made the statement that all casual drug users need to be taken out and shot. He said this before the U.S. Congress, right? But keep in mind that Daryl Gates' son himself was a dope addict who went out there and pulled the robbery to support his drug habit. So where was his criticism of his own son? Okay, see, the hypocrisy is real. Black family, it's real.
All right, let's hear from Lady Che. Lady Che, what are your thoughts on Mark Furman kicking the bucket finally?
Well, it's about goddamn time. Jesus Christ, took him forever to die and shit. Jesus. Fuck him.
74 too many.
And fuck him and fuck him and fuck him. That's pretty much what I said back then when I was just a little girl. It's pretty much the sentiment that I have now as an adult woman. Fuck him. Fuck him. I hope he rests in pee and shit. Everybody walks by and pisses out his shit all day long. I hope that the worst type of fucking rancid shit just eats away at him, at his bones, and he's haunted and, you know, by black people. I pray he's haunted in the afterworld.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. Because there's a whole lot of brothers that he sent to the afterworld. Hopefully they'll be whooping his ass. You know what I'm saying? And it's just incredible of this culture PD has had ever since the days of William H. Parker. Just like our man, Christopher Dorner, had exposed him with his situation. What was it? What was Christopher Dorner's situation? 2016, 2018, I think, like that.
Yeah.
And then when he exposed
Christopher Dorner was 2013.
Okay, yeah, he was 2013. He was a former Navy SEAL. Okay. Sounds like Daryl Gates and Joe Biden's sons are the same. Yeah, Cardenas, who knows? They probably had the same source of supply, if you know what I mean. You know what I'm saying? And then the cold part about it is that really pisses me off of growing up there in Los Angeles when shit like Furhman, like Gates, what they did to Christopher Dorner, the only thing they tell us is, oh, why don't you niggers just get over it? Why don't you troglodytes go back to the fucking caves of Europe? Go get the Ebola. Learn how to wash your funky, stinking, nasty ass. Our people had to show you how to do that. And what was that day you were saying, Brother Che? Then when they finally got the idea to do it, 4 and 5 motherfuckers that use the same bath water.
Yep. Don't throw the baby out with the bath water.
Yeah, man. That's where that came from. Don't throw the baby out with bath water. Good God, man. That shit is making my stomach turn, man.
Why did you just made that shit up?
And then to our general audience out there, we are not advocating no hatred for anyone or any other particular group. We just tired of being the target of you motherfuckers' hatred.
We tired. We tired of this madness.
Yeah, and we don't give a fuck about the Jesse Jacksons or the Uncle Tim Scotts. You see what I'm saying?
I can keep hope alive.
Exactly. Yeah, that shit. You know, yeah. And then old Uncle Tim Scott get up there with his buckwheat looking ass telling the dumpster, oh, I just love you, Bob. And old Tim Scott thought he was going to get a job. And they left that motherfucker hanging and kicked his stupid ass to the curb.
They wouldn't even shake his hand.
They wouldn't even shake the man's hand. You know what I'm saying? And I'm sorry I have to talk about you like this here, Tim Scott. You're an educated man. You're a damn U.S. Senator, man. And how come you ain't introduced no federal legislation for reparations?
Right.
Oh, well, that happened so long ago.
He said it was racist.
You can't expect that from Tim Scott. He married a white woman.
No.
Like you
so did OJ. So did OJ Simpson. You see what I'm saying? Look what happened with OJ Simpson with Nicole. Excuse the expression, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just going to have to use it and say it bluntly. There is no black power in white pussy.
That's right.
Damn right, Shabaka.
That's right.
And I hate to use that term, but that there is the only best way to say it, you know. And then as Mr. Gardinas is saying here, no, we're just exposing their hypocrisy. The truth hurts. Yes, sir, Mr. Gardinas, you are absolutely correct. Yeah. You see what I mean? And as far as I'm concerned, the Los Angeles Police Department is a terrorist organization.
Yep, one of the biggest, if not the biggest.
Yeah, exactly. And then, of course, the lapdogs, they set the trend for all these other police agencies. You see what I'm saying? New York, Chicago, Boston, what have you. Look,
Denver.
Denver, okay. And then, like I told you, the Denver police was getting ready to whoop my ass. You know what I'm saying? You know.
And Denver police killed a black man less than a month ago. Shot him 9 times.
9 times. That's overkill. And they all are issued 9mm now across the nation. You're going to put 9mm bullets in a person out there. You just busted off more than half of the clip. 1 up, 15 down, if I got my math right.
Yeah, and by the grace of something, yes. And by the grace of something, he survived.
Oh my God. Okay, but the quality of his life, man, is all shattered, man. Because look at what the damage that the bullets did to him. So I hope he sues the shit out of him. You know what I'm saying? And just like what the Denver PD did to Paul Childs way back,
early 2000.
Was that their brother? 13, 14 years ago. Yeah, in 2000. Okay. Yeah, okay, so that is 23 years ago. You see what I mean? Yeah. So what's going on here, black family? You see what I'm saying? What's going on here? They say they just figured that they got a legal license to kill us, okay? Then when you had Osambo, who was up there as a president, oh, no reparations. Osambo didn't even do nothing as the president about these white police officers murdering unarmed black people like Philando Castile. Remember that case?
Yep.
Of course, about Mike Brown. You see what I mean? You know. Then who was that there? Mr. Gardner in New York, who got beat up by the police, and a cop says who beat and killed him and choked him out. Oh, I beat that nigga like he owed me money. Hate crime. And then, of course, we ain't going to talk about a man that you and I was speaking on the phone yesterday, Mr. Nelly, who was choked to death. You see what I'm saying?
Mercilessly, I think it was Mercilessly that said that shit.
Yeah. You see what I'm saying? You know, and then, you know, and then they let his assailant walk, talking about he did a public service. You see what I'm saying? I mean, what is that? The man was hungry. The man was dehydrated. It was the summer. New York is hot and humid, and there's no thirst like there is in humidity. You see what I'm saying? Okay.
Yeah, you talking about Danny killing our brother Jordan Neely.
Right. You see? And then they let him go. And then you had some of them cowards when the brother was being choked and he was trying to break the hold of the assailant, okay? You had those who went and grabbed his hand away from the hand that was choking him to death.
They held him down and everything. Those was tethers, those.
Yeah. The Yassa bosses. You see what I'm saying? The Yassa bosses. So, black family, when is this house nigga syndrome gonna end? When are we going to get rid of the damn Christopher Dardens, you know, the Tim Scotts? What is the cure to these brain dead motherfuckers?
Stop incentivizing what they're doing.
Yeah,
they can't, you know, man, because I'm out of answers. I'm out of answers. You see what I'm saying? You know, and it's just a fucking ridiculous.
Right.
Each time I get my vehicle, you see what I'm saying? You know, worrying about these race soldiers pulling me over. You know what I'm saying? And what have you. You see, just like what happened out here in Las Vegas. These 2 black men who went up there preventing a deranged son of a bitch from killing more people. What the hell are they sitting in a Clark County jail for?
Right.
See? So, you know, I'll keep my eye on that story as it unfolds. Huh?
They locked them up. I gotta look into that. That's some fucking beyond belief. How you gonna lock up heroes?
Right. Because they're black.
Exactly. You see what I'm saying? Exactly. You say, you know, and here this fool went up here and, you know, committed murder in broad daylight in the public. I could have been in that fucking store. You see what I mean?
Anybody could have been at that store.
Yeah, but
but I'm out here in Las Vegas, though, Lady Che. You see, I could have been in that.
Black people. That's all we need. That's really what we need to focus on. No good deed goes unpunished. Okay.
No.
Really, that's all that's about, Valley. No good deed.
And
try to be the hero. It's not gonna be respected.
Right.
We'll respect it.
Right.
But everybody else and their mothers gonna lock you up for doing the right thing, like saving lives.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You see what I mean? So hopefully, you know, those brothers will get out, and I hope the fuck they sue the shit out of Clark County. You know what I'm saying? Because it's false in prison. See, it's false in prison.
They had to get arrested in the first place. They're the heroes.
Right, that's what I'm saying, Lady Che.
They always want us to be the villain, man. Look, some of us got this hero thing going on. Okay? And it's called Black Excellence.
That's why we've been embracing villainry.
Right.
Yeah, you see. Yeah, you see. And then too, and with this Ebola shit. And then with this Ebola shit. Okay. All right, wait a minute. Okay, Mr. Cardenas says right here, the rest of the nations of the world are trying to have a reset, but the reset will not start until white America gets its shit together. Now, Mr. Cardenas, is white America ever going to get its shit together, sir? I mean, let's look at the history. Now, let's look at the history of these Nabiscos now. You see, let's look at the history of them. You know,
it's a war. It's a war in savage history.
Yeah, it is. And the game is chess, not checker. And the game is chess, not checkers. You see what I mean? Okay, you know, and then these two young men who put their lives on the line to save perfect strangers when they beat the shit out the shooter, but you're putting them in jail.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why?
Okay, fortunately. Okay, I don't know, Lady Che. I don't know. Okay, so I'll keep an eye on it when the case.
I heard that some white supremacists, or several white supremacists, complained about it.
Okay.
And now they're charging them with some.
Okay, now that explains everything. You see what I'm saying?
Why?
That explains everything.
They weren't trying to, man, come on, cuz.
Yeah, of course, Lady Che, it's bullshit. It's false arrest, false imprisonment. You see what I'm saying? It's what it is on that brother. You know what I mean? Okay. You see? And just like this homosexual, chud, crazy ass bastard with his shit. You know what I'm saying? But his confused ass. And then not to mention the Kid Rock imitator, man, you know, talking about you fuck with Trump, you fuck with me. And that's American sad ass. You remember American sad ass that he ain't gonna do shit. He's sitting up there drinking that bullshit, man, and that's that booze talking. You know what I'm saying? That's that alcohol. You see, you know, and that there's another industry that should be paying black people in reparations because all that fucking sugar cane we harvested down there in the South to make the booze. You see what I mean?
Right.
Yeah. Johnny Walker, Jack Daniels, old granddad. You know, look at our ancestors down in the South, man, who harvested that sugar cane for that. And from what I understand, harvesting sugar cane is worse than having.
They wrestled him to the ground. They wrestled that fool to the ground in the intense.
Which one?
The white passing Hispanic that did the shit.
Oh, okay. And so then, you know, and then these brothers are sitting up there in the Clark County jail right now. So they should have had their arraignments already. And I'm going to perhaps pick up a paper today or tomorrow and see if there's any latest details on it, you know.
Yeah.
And then
Tony Clark and Darius Austin.
Okay, that's the name of the brothers.
Yep.
Okay, let me get a pen here, Brother Chen, so I could make a note to myself right here. Okay, so let's see. Research. Okay. Okay, and what? Okay, and what's the? Okay, yeah, hit me in the private chat. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. All righty. Okay. All right. Okay.
So, moving along.
Okay.
We got in Houston, H-Town. Shout out to H-Town.
Okay.
Second or third home.
Okay.
I guess second or third home. They confront a lawyer who used the N-word. So
wow.
Rick gonna give us an update on that.
Okay, let me see here. Okay.
Right here. Yeah, that's your ass.
So you don't want like saying N-word, right? You gonna call it N-word today? I bet you won't call it in front of a black man like that.
I bet you won't call me no nigga.
Let me help you. You call a black woman N-word, call me that.
No, call me.
I dare you to do it. I swear for God, I'll make you taste the ancestors.
Me too.
You a coward. Call that black woman the N-word. You a real coward, man. We'll get you inside.
Go ahead.
Go right ahead. I guarantee you wouldn't do it in front of me.
Come on.
I know. In fact, I know you won't. Say the N-word in front of me.
Come on. Go
yeah,
and
Cornell got some drums on it.
Say it in front of me. I dare you to say it. It's Cornell X, but you'll learn it real well today.
Yeah.
Say it. I bet you won't say that word in my face. See, you talk to black women like that by themselves. You intimidate black women by themselves. But a black man, you won't open your goddamn mouth. I dare you to say it. I dare you to say it.
That hearing aid is shit. Get your old ass down. Run around with your power head. Like little face with a bitch. I ain't playing with you.
Okay, wait a minute. Hold on, brother.
Look here, tell Judge Bradshaw we got bringing in that courtroom, okay? All right.
Okay.
Are we gonna hold anything?
No, let's go inside.
Okay.
Can we go in?
Okay, they have not been charged with any crime. Okay. All righty. That's good news. Okay.
Come on in. I don't think so.
No. I'm gonna roll on one of my.
All right, let's get Mr. Forgiven in here. Mr. Forgiven, hop on in. Forgiven.
Rig, what's going on, man?
Hey, OG, how you doing, brother?
Okay, not OG, big bro.
Big bro. There you go.
But I wanted to see if you heard about what happened in Houston when they pulled up on that lawyer that was saying the N-word.
Yeah.
And they G-checked them like in real time. Like it's about to get real out here, man. And what you was talking about with Chud the Builder, man, is getting crazy because you notice he ain't pulled up to Texas. In Texas, everybody is carrying in Texas.
Hell yeah. Oh yeah.
He won't make it 20 minutes out here. He won't make it 20 minutes live streaming out here. So he's strategically doing that in those places and acting a fool around the locations he know he'll be all right at. But he won't go to Memphis. He won't come to Houston. He won't come to Dallas. He won't go nowhere out here.
Oh yeah.
So the G checking stuff, I'm glad we on this type time where FBA is realizing who we are and we G checking these people in real time, especially these men and these lawyers and these these higher ups that's been doing stuff behind the scenes feloniously. And now it's time to check them and see what they about.
Real talk. Yes, sir, man. Thank you so much. Yeah. Our good brother Cornell X down there in Houston, man. It's some lawyer. I don't know what the lawyer did, but they said the lawyer used the N-word against a sister in court or something. He used the N-word, and boy, they ran down on his ass. They ran down on this white supremacist lawyer. Cornell X was like, yeah, say it to me right now and watch what happened. And yeah, Dr. Candace was over there with him. They were about to mop this dude up. They were who banging on him. He didn't say it either. He knew better. Yeah. Now, yeah, people know.
Cornell X. Okay, now Cornell X had confronted another white racist supremacist who did a video, I think, Brother Che, about 2016, 2015, okay? And he made the white supremacist piss in his pants, you see? And then I believe this was Dallas, and these drunken cluxes was talking about that they were going to attack a black establishment. So the black community came out there locked and loaded, and the Dallas police told the drunken white boys, look, man, these people are serious, man, and they will fuck you up, man. So we need to get your American sad ass, drunk ass, man, go back to your bar, man, because they're not fucking around, you know? Lady Che, what happened to Brother Che?
I'm sure the internet or something went out. I'm at my house.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Oh, all right, yeah, because, you know, I remember Cornell X, you know, when he confronted that white boy who got up there on social media talking about what the hell he's going to do and all that old shit. And Cornell caught up with him and made the white boy piss in his pants. That was
it's
funny
performative.
shit.
I'm saying it's performative. I mean, she was acting this high-powered almost last year, so then now she got a little flame underneath her, and
right,
she's pulling back endorsements and just doing a lot. You know what I mean? Cussing out politicians. So you know, I guess it's better late than never, but we'll see how long it lasts. I think it was a new hairdo, new style. She's feeling herself right now.
Right. Okay.
Last year, I mean, yeah, she's always been doing this activism shit, you know, but not as high powered as last year, you know what I mean? As this last year. And then recently, I don't know what got under her skirt, man, but hey, better late than never, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I saw her on a previous interview, like just the other day, I guess, when she was talking about somebody. She said that she was taking back an endorsement that she put out.
Mm-hmm.
I guess, you know, somebody didn't live up to their standards, or she found out some shit, or I don't remember. I put it in my queue, but I was like, okay. But she and somebody checked her. Somebody's trying to check her anyway in the audience. It's like, I'm a Republican. She's like, well, I didn't vote. I don't give a fuck about you being a Republican. Basically, she's like, I don't care. That's not what I'm on. If you're not over here, I get
I'm back. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, good.
All righty, man. So I was glad to hear that these gentlemen in Las Vegas and Nevada had not been charged. You know what I mean? What happened? Because, you know, I thought it was kind of odd that they would be.
Let's get
up,
Mr. Forgiven in here. Mr. Forgiven, hop on in. Forgiven.
Rig, what's going on, man?
Hey, OG, how you doing, brother?
Okay, not OG, big bro.
Big bro. There you go.
But I wanted to see if you heard about what happened in Houston when they pulled up on that lawyer that was saying the N-word.
Yeah.
And they G-checked them like in real time. Like, it's about to get real out here, man. And what you was talking about with Chud the Builder, man, is getting crazy because you notice he ain't pulled up to Texas. In Texas, everybody is carrying in Texas.
Hell yeah. Oh yeah.
He won't make it 20 minutes out here. He won't make it 20 minutes live streaming out here. So he's strategically doing that in those places and acting a fool around the locations he know he'll be all right at. But he won't go to Memphis. He won't come to Houston. He won't come to Dallas. He won't go nowhere out here.
Oh yeah.
So the G checking stuff. I'm glad we on this type time where FBA is realizing who we are and we G-checking these people in real time, especially these men and these lawyers and these, these higher-ups that's been doing stuff behind the scenes feloniously, and now it's time to check them and see what they about.
Real talk. Yes, sir, man. Thank you so much. Yeah, our good brother Quanell X down there in Houston, man. It's some lawyer. I don't know what the lawyer did, but they said the lawyer used the N-word against the sister in court or something. He used the N-word, and they ran down on his ass. They ran down on this white supremacist lawyer. Quanell X was like, yeah, say it to me right now and watch what happened. And Dr. Candace was over there with him. They were about to mop this dude up. They were who banging on him. He didn't say it either. He knew better. Yeah. Now, people know, certain places, Houston, that ain't the place to play. Texas don't really play like that. Because, everybody is carrying out there. For real, for real. Yeah, Chud the Builder knew who he can get away with that. Well, he really didn't get it because he still got whooped on and he got locked down. He got tricked up off them streets. Yeah. Man, Chud is still locked down. Man. Yeah, there's some copycats out there in Nashville trying to pull that. Yeah, pull that outside of Nashville, though. Y'all get up out of Nashville, spread it around, go on a tour with it. Go on a tour with that thing. Man, let me see. What's up, Elisa? How are you, Miss Elisa? What's up, Elisa? Oh, hello, Elisa.
Hey, Tariq, how you doing, my boy?
Oh, God, this dude fantasizing about being a white woman. Lord, you probably got a wig on with that profile. You probably wearing that same wig, Rohan. Lord. Man. That's old sassy Rohan. All right. Let me see who we got. Y'all raise the hands and I get one more good one in here. Who is this? Sparta?
It's Spartacus.
Spartacus. How you doing, Spartacus?
Yeah, I'm living the American dream.
You sound East African. East African?
Oh yeah, surely, bro. All over. Repping.
Where's your family from?
Oh, you just said it, East Africa. So I'm rocking with that.
What country, sir?
We spoke. I'm not sure if you remember some time ago, just a couple of weeks ago.
I don't remember, sir. Please refresh my memory.
All right. Well, it's from Ghana. We had a brief discussion. You got to speak to my lady and all.
Oh, your lady, the Mary Wells is her mother, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, okay. There you go. Okay, now I remember. Okay. So what's going on? How you been, man? Ghana is West Africa. You're not East African, right? It's West Africa. Lord, man.
Hey, I'm just entertaining your entertainment, man. But so I was just wondering for the FBA delegation, have you guys heard the news yesterday when the Justice Department had allocated, was the proposal for the fund? I believe it's about $1.8 billion that's been allocated to those that started the insurrections back in January 6th. And I was wondering what your thoughts were on that situation and when are we expecting our reparation checks?
Well, dude, I don't know whether it's our because you're not from here. That's a Democrat talking point I see. A lot of these Democrats are like, the J6ers are about to get reparations. That looks bad on y'all Democrats. Because if they can get reparations, why the hell did y'all not push for ours? This is why you're losing your seats. That shows how reparations could have easily been done. If they're getting reparations for them idiots, there's no excuse for you damn Democrat shills. Y'all, you think y'all doing some kind of gotcha? You're making yourselves look bad. Y'all could have been done reparations. Reparations is not that hard to damn do. So that looks bad on you guys. That further shows that you could have gotten it damn done, but you didn't. Y'all wanted to sit up here and play games and have us voting for nothing, which is what we're not going to do. and have a bunch of y'all flooding over here. So yeah, here we are. All right. Y'all getting deported. The white tea supremacists are getting reparations. We're sitting here chilling, doing line dances. That's what we doing. Huh? Spartus?
Oh, I'm listening.
There you go.
So
All right.
yeah.
How's your lady doing?
She's in good spirits. She's thinking about you all day.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, you know what? We actually made some fufu and igushi soup, stew, and also some bush meat. What do you prefer?
Oh Lord, this is the FBA meat. So she might.
Oh, you might be surprised.
Well, she has to appease you. So every now and then she might have to go outside and catch a. But she do that. Too. I know she's not eating that because she comes from my lineage. So that's not what we do. But give her my love. Tell her I said hello.
Oh man, it's all up.
All right, all right, man. Lord, man. Hope he ain't jumping on that woman because she probably do be talking about me. You know, she probably want to get back to an FBA king, and she has to roll over on that bed and see that peppercorn on the pillowcase. You see peppercorn lint on the pillowcase. Like shit. You poor thing. She has to see all that peppercorn lint in the bed. So she got to vacuum it up. Shit. She all mad. Vacuuming peppercorn lint, listening to Afro beats. Mad as hell. Lord. Oh God. Let me see who else we got. One more, ladies and gentlemen. Oh man. Should we get one more, ladies and gentlemen? And don't forget, man, y'all join me at the Hidden History Museum this weekend. We got a great comedy show that's going to be off the chain. HiddenHistoryMuseum.com. Michael Anthony. Waiting on Michael Anthony to get on here. His thing is loading up. Mr. Michael Anthony, hop on in. When his thing loads up, we'll get on in here. All right? When it loads up, we'll get him on in here. All right? And while we're waiting on him, let me get a couple of more folks in here. While we're waiting, let me see some of these names in here. Who's that? Tim Smala? What's your name? Tim Smala? How do I pronounce some of these names here? Hold on, y'all bear with me. I'm trying to get some of these people in here. All right. Let me see who we got. Y'all bear with me. Let me see who else we got in here. I'm adding y'all people up and I don't know what's going on. How come y'all not getting on? I'm adding people and y'all not getting on. What's happening? Hold on. Let's try King Robbins. I'm just adding people. All right. Let's try Blacknificent. All right. King Robbins. What's up, King Robbins? Okay. Well, let's try Blacknificent. You in here? Okay. He got out. Okay. Some of y'all are just hitting the button by mistake, and this is wasting time. Like some of you are hitting the button by mistake, and it's really wasting time. I don't want to do that. We got so many good people in here. They don't want to hear time wasting. All right. Let's see. Let me see. Let's get Mawo. Miss or Mr. Mawo. Hop on in. Let me see who we got. Okay, look, this is what I'm just trying to get random people. All right, let's try it like this because I'm adding all these people that's in the request queue and they ain't getting up. So let's try. You raise your hand in the chat, then I'll do that. Some people might be time wasting on purpose. I don't know. But raise your hand. Where's this? Let me see. Oh, hello, ma'am. Hello, ma'am. Oh, the music. Hold on. The music. Oh, I don't want to hear all that damn music. All right. Yeah, the request queue never works out. I don't know, because people be, well, it's just good to raise your hand. It's good to raise this thing down. All right. Let's get Reverend Blacc. Okay, Reverend Blacc, I'm trying to, that's another thing. People got these janky accounts, and it's hard to bring you in. All right, let me see who we got. Let's see. Clay, let's get Clay. Let's get Clay, you be clever, right? Hope I'm pronouncing your name right, Clay. All right, Mr. Clay. Yo, Clay, you all right, brother? This is what I'm saying. Let's get it together. All right, let's get this thing together. All right, look, I'm gonna try one more. If we don't get it, we're gonna shut it on down. Because y'all falling asleep, y'all doing the most. What's up, Ebony? I see you, dear. All right, wait, raise your hand. We're gonna shut it down. All right, raise your hand, ladies and gentlemen. You can't come up, you're banned. Why'd you get banned, original individual? Were you posting bussy or something like that? Because that's why you get banned. All right. So you can't. All right. So yeah, you're doing something weird. Yeah, you're gonna get banned. All right. Waze, what's up, Waze? Okay. Okay. All right. So since ain't nobody raising them hands like they need to, and we got so many people in here. Oh, let me get Grinds TV. Hold on. Let me get my brother Grinds TV in here. Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Where'd you go, Grinds? Let me get Grinds in here. There he is. Let me get Grinds in here real quick. Brother Grinds, hop on in, brother.
What's up, brother Tariq? Can you hear me okay? Pretty good, and yourself?
I'm good, man. How are you?
I'm all right. Shout out to you. Shout out to like to remember correctly, because I wasn't too familiar with the Domingo guy that played Joe Jackson, but I think it's very interesting that he's playing Joe Jackson surrounding all the stuff that the stuff that's known about Joe and like the rearing of his children and everything, in which brought us the blessing of Jackson 5, especially Michael. But yes, then that's the same individual. If I remember the first more dark and more sinister because it was stormy, it was dark, it was pitch black, and then he had the pew pew in the air and made it even more worse, to strengthen that whole big black boogeyman character. And it was unfortunately effective, on a lot of women out there, because they literally was calling him the boogeyman, saying was in agreement with the whole. Now I think it's interesting that you have that. Now remember. Now there's supposed to be room. You got people trying to say it's not true, but then there were sources that said that when Michael Jackson reached out to Steven Spielberg for assistance with production of Remember the Time, and Steven Spielberg had neglected to or rejected doing a production for that. But of course he's going to put money behind something like Color Purple. But then he didn't want to have anything that had anything to do with black royalty or black empowerment. But then now tying that whole thing to the DNC, and I spoke to this before on one of your spaces on X. How Sister Girl Ski Wee's husband Dougie is trying to seem all supportive and sweet and loving. Sweetie, you're going to be, congratulations, you're going to be the next president and all that. While they're trying to, on black men and make us seem like the bad guy should she lose. Now, and I'm laying with this is I don't like to try to project who's going to win or lose or whatever. I keep that to myself typically after the fact. But I'll put it this way: should she lose again? Should she go out and say yes, I'm definitely running? But should she end up with the same results as the last time, we're going to be seen as the bad guy, while Zaddy is seen like this white savior complex coming through and always being supported while we're so-called hating on them. It's easy to make us the bad guy when you literally had other communities saying with their chest, "Oh my God, I will vote for Trump and all these other people, these white T people, these white T supremacists." Yeah, man. So it's like that's basically the whole thing, just to keep us divided, keep us separated, because you know that the numbers are dwindling, and there's so much power behind us uniting and and us reproducing, and they've already put all kind of stuff to to extinguish, if extinguish us like weeds, to try to preserve their numbers.
Yes, indeed, my man. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate you, bro.
Yes, sir.
All right, Cube. What's your name? Cube.
Yeah, Kubi.
Kubi. What's on your mind, brother?
No, it's just French. But no, I speak French too. There's no accent. But
no, slow down, brother. There is an accent. We hear an accent.
You hear an accent? You hear an accent from me? No, you don't, bro. You're tripping. By the way, I just want to know.
Slow down. No, family.
Man, Tariq, let's be honest, man. You don't consider me family, Tariq. You don't consider me family. Let's be real.
I'm talking to the chat room, sir.
All right, go ahead.
Slow down, family. Do y'all not hear his accent? I knew that. Okay.
Man, come on, Tariq. You know you're a grifter, man. Come on, it's okay.
Okay. You know you're a tether now. You start lying. Okay. I was never Pan-African. I never claimed to be a Pan-African. You're a lying tether. You're a lying tether.
Man, you was praising Africa, saying we was.
That's not Pan-African. That's not Pan-African. That's not Pan-African. That's not Pan-African. I still praise Africa. That's not Pan-African. That's not Pan-African. That's just giving props to people. I still give props to certain parts of Africa. I'm not Pan-African. Don't lie. That's why you're over here.
Bushmeat eaters, like, come on.
Right. Yeah, sir. That's why you're over here.
That's why you're division, Tariq.
That's why you're over here.
You're a grown man, bro.
Sir, you're a grown fleer who's over here lying. You couldn't cut it in your homeland, sir. You think we can't hear you? You think we don't know we don't hear your accent?
Man, you know there's no accent. Come on. I'm from the West Coast. Come on.
Yeah,
you know there's no accent.
Being in a ticklish tether, we hear your accent, sir.
No, there's no accent.
You don't sound it is, sir. You're not blending in.
I'm from the West Coast.
You're not blending. No, sir. You don't blend in like you think you do. I'm sorry. You can get mad at me all day. We all hear your accent, sir. You don't blend in. You don't blend in like you think you do, sir. We know.
By the way, you shouldn't be telling Black Americans to vote for the Republican Party. Like, come on, let's be real.
When did I say that? When did I say that?
Why are all these?
When did I say that?
Praising?
When did I say that?
Tariq, you have followers.
When did I say that? Lying tether.
Man, come on, man.
Okay, stop smacking your girl, child, lying tether, lying tether. I ain't said. I've never told nobody to vote Republican. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. Family, this, ladies and gentlemen, why we delineate. Look at these lying, scamming tethers. All they do is come around us lying, scamming. Everything out of your mouth has been a damn lie. And all you doing is going from one lie to another. Sir, you are the poster child for why we delineate. Do you know that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Delineate. Most Black Americans don't even agree with your ideology, by the way.
I don't have an ideology, sir. That's the great thing about delineation. No, it's not, sir. You lying about some fake ideology that don't exist doesn't change our lineage.
You started in 2020.
No, sir, you just babbling. Lineage is lineage. Our lineage has been here from the very beginning, sir. That's not an ideology. That's a lineage that you are not a part of, sir, and it's kicking your ass, ain't it?
No, I don't need to be a part of it.
Yeah, because you're a part of a fleeing lineage, sir. You're a part of a fleeing lineage.
Hey, we're still the same people.
No, we ain't you. That's why we knew you were different, sir. No, we're not. No, we are not.
Different.
No, we're not. No, sir. No, we're not. No, we're not. No, we're not. No, get out of here. No, we're not. We're not lying fleers, sir. We're not lying ass fleers who's lying and scamming and being deceptive all the damn time. We're not the same. We stand on business. Everything ain't about lying and manipulating. Everything out your damn mouth. That caller, everything out his mouth was a damn lie. All these tethers do is come around us with the same thing that made them fail in their homeland. Lying, scamming, and deceiving. You couldn't build nothing in your homeland. You can't build nothing being untrustworthy. That's why they don't have anything. Because nobody can trust each other. In order to build a society, in order to sustain a deep-rooted culture, there has to be trust and an honor system among the people, which you don't have. That's why you bring your ass over here and try to have that same disposition, and we're rejecting that. All right? You ain't blending in like you think you are. And these folks get so mad when we can talk to you for 2 seconds and know you ain't us. That really burns them, family. I'm telling you, that bothers them because they practice trying to cosplay as us. You understand? This is why they don't like our lineage. They don't like us delineating, because now we see you ain't us. You are another. We see, hey, you're somebody who's not only from a different culture, you're somewhat hostile to us. So now we scrutinize these people and we make them accountable for being hostile outsiders. because we see the deception that you have and the vitriol that you have, and you get called out for it. Just like with that movie I've been talking about. When we see some bullshit in a movie about a black man burning up his kids and the women looking for him to unalive him in the South, we know that's some tether shit. We know instinctively, like, who would write that? Who would put some bullshit like that together? You understand? We know when something is odd about people. You understand? Y'all not blending in like you think you are. We all the same. No, we're not. We knew you were tether in the first 2 seconds. I'm sorry. We know. Yeah? He tried to hold the same. Hey, where you from? Seattle. No. Where's your family from, sir? That's why you got to get into that family. See, he tried the same thing that Georgia tether tried. Yeah, it took you 5 seconds. The minute he started talking, where you from, man? Where you from? Damn. Dude, these people do not like the fact that we know you ain't from here. Who is this person? Avatar Abby? Hop on, Avatar Abby. Avatar Abby, hop on. Good Lord, man. Avatar Abby, hop on here. All right. What's going on with you, Avatar Abby? Avatar Abby said, hating on your own. Who's on? Who's on what? Avatar Abby, hop on in here. Say what's on your spirit, Avatar Abby. Get on in here. All right. Don't just be saying stuff. Hop on in here. You got all types of flags up here. Yeah, you got about 4 or 5 different flags in your profile. Hop on in here. Yeah, we different. Yeah, with all them flags you got, we are different, Abby. Yeah, you don't want to get on. You scared to get on. Yeah, I think he thought his suit and his haircut fooled us. Yeah, these people really think that they have become chameleons and really blended in. Yeah, this delineation is tearing them up, man. Yeah, this delineation is really tearing them up now. Because, yeah, we see you. And it's not a bad thing that you're not of the culture. We just want to see what your intentions are. And he came in lying and being deceptive. Everything out of his damn mouth was a damn lie. That's why we want you away from us. That's why we can see what your vibe is about. We don't need you around us, sir. You coming over here with them DNC ass talking points. We don't need that. Lying, am I telling? I ain't never told nobody to vote no damn Republican. See, that's why I do not respect liars. And too many of these tethers are pathological liars. Yeah. I mean, he's wearing a suit and flip-flops. Hilarious. Human Maximus. What's up, Human? Human Maximus better not be Rohan either, man. Human Maximus, hop on in, man.
Yeah. Can you hear me, bro?
What's up, Human?
What's up with the Kim? Yeah, just chopping it up with you, man. Good to talk to you again.
No doubt, man. How you doing, fam?
Pretty good. I'm in M-Town. I'm in Memphis. I got the original individual page, man, but a whole bunch of tethers keep coming putting pornography on my page when I try to go live, so I can't stay live long. They be coming flagging and abandoning me. But I just wanted to rap about how these folks keep trying to pretend like we got a long history of locking arms with other immigrants and we need to study black and brown unity. And in my mind, the way my mind works is like, okay, if we were so locked in and linked up, my immigrants been over here since 1965 to right now. That's 61 years. You telling me in 61 years ain't nobody think to lock in and link up with the black American when it comes to politics and legalities? You telling me we need to link in and lock up with the Hispanics, right? Why we don't know? All us supposed to be bilingual by now if they really our brothers and sisters. We supposed to know fluent Spanish by now, ain't it?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Come on, man.
Yeah, man. It's heavy, man. They try to run this. They try to run this con game on us, like they've always been down and they have not been. Fidel, what's up, Fidel?
Hi. How are you?
I'm good, Fidel. Where you from, Fidel? You from Pakistan?
Hi.
Oh Lord.
Hi. How are you, my friend?
What's up, Fidel? How you doing?
You're from Syria.
You're from
Syria. Look, my house, Syria. Look, you, my house, Syria. Come, my house. I love you, my friend. Look.
There you go.
Look, Syria.
There you go. Okay, thank you, brother. I don't want to see your tent, brother. Okay, he's about to campaign for some money. All right. Oh, here they go. They're gonna show me his tent. Then they're gonna pull out a baby. Somebody, a tent and a baby, the baby. And then he's gonna have an empty can of Similac. I need a Similac with a baby. I need a air conditioner for my tent and my baby. Okay, man. Then call the Red Cross. Okay, call the Red Cross, brother. I can't today. All right, get on your camel, go ride and get you some water somewhere. Call somebody. My man, my heart goes out to you and the baby and the camel and the family, but not right now. They're about to start. How they be having Wi-Fi connections? That's my thing. They be out there in the middle of nowhere with a llama and a cow and shit in the middle of nowhere. But your Wi-Fi be y'all be campaigning for money though. That Wi-Fi be nice and crisp. And they using Scotch Starlink. What they using? Man. The hell. All right. Anyway, let me get up out of here. That's enough because they're about to wear me down. I'm not now. The people from Syria about to start calling up, so it's about to be too much. All right, listen. Go to Hidden History Museum, ladies and gentlemen. Hidden History Museum. Get your tickets to join me at the Hidden History Museum this weekend. All right, I'm about. Get your Rootwork deodorant at rootworkstyle.com. Peace.
I'm no longer musty. I'm no longer musty. I'm no longer musty. I'm no longer musty. 'Cause I got my real work on. I'm no longer musty. 'Cause I got my real work on. I'm no longer musty. 'Cause I got my real work on. I'm no longer musty.
All right, what are your thoughts on the activists in Houston pulling up on that white supremacist lawyer that was calling sisters the N-word?
That's brother Cornell X. I've seen him put in work like that before. Yeah, I like Cornell X. When he had the white supremacist piss on himself a few years ago, remember that? When the hillbilly was talking about, man, he's got his shotgun and all that, and Cornell X pulled up on him, man, and had him piss on himself. That was great. He did. No, Lady Che, for real, he did. Yeah, he pulled up on him, man, and Cornell took off his coat and said, yeah, man, you talking that bullshit, man, come say it to my face. And a white boy sat up there and pissed on himself.
Yeah.
And that was the same white boy that Cornell made piss on himself, who said that him and his white opposition is going to go take on the new Blacc Panther Party down there. And this was in Dallas. And they went there, you know, to their headquarters, to their location. They all had flapjacks on and shotguns, you know what I'm saying? And the Dallas police told them, drunken clucks, look, man, these people ain't kidding, man. So take your drunk ass back home, go back to your damn bar, get more drunk, man, because these people are getting ready to fuck you up. And we don't want to be out here wasting time, man, marking your dead bodies, taking reports and all that. Y'all are full of shit. And they left too. And that there was at the same time when Cornell X made that white supremacist piss on himself. Oh, I love that. You know what I'm saying? Very much so.
So,
and once again, I have no comment on Tariq Nasheed. No comment. No comment.
Lord have mercy. All right, Lady Che, what are your thoughts?
About what?
About Candace Matthews and
well, she's been acting like I said, she's been off the chain lately, so she wasn't acting like that. She wasn't behaving like that last year or the year before, so she's just super biggity. You know what I mean? Like she really wasn't, man. I'm not lying. She wasn't behaving like that. She wasn't behaving like that last year or the year before.
She was shilling. Doing a whole
now she's on a whole different level of fuck all that. You know what I mean? So better late than never, I guess. You know what I mean?
All right, so moving along with that, Jim Bojangles.
I know that she was.
Oh man, Jim Bojangles, man. Tell me, people, please go off into our comments. I'm trying to figure out a way, being an old bastard. Is there any cure for Yasser Boston? What is the cure for Yasser Boston?
You the boss.
Is that bad, Lady Che? Yeah, what's the cure for Uncle Tim Scott, Warnocks? You know, is there a cure for Yasser Boston?
What's
now,
better than what we got here?
No, there's no cure because the cure is bought and paid for by the same motherfucker. So I would say that they can't get into heaven's gates, but you know, we've been surprised. So
well, after my demise,
they're really doing anything, you know, of any kind of difference. It's just right now. All this shit will die down as the midterms are over. We'll be back to business as usual.
But when I check out, promise me that y'all will try to find a cure for Yasser Boston. It may take the next 3 or 4 generations to do it. But then you're going to have all these confused motherfuckers out here shoving ketchup up their ass and all that old type of shit, saying that they menstruating, which is an insult to it. I know, which is an insult to womanhood. You know, I want to make that perfectly clear, by the way. Me personally, I think the motherfuckers are mentally deranged or probably been a victim of some type of sexual abuse, sexual trauma, or what have you. But we all agree on is that they got issues. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got some issues, but unfortunately, I have to say the son of a bitch has his human rights and his civil rights, but he does not have the right to present his funky, nasty, and disease-infested ass talking about it's a woman's womb. No, that's an insult to all the dead women in my family.
They'll call it
That's
transphobia.
What? So they will label me as transphobic.
Yeah.
Well, label anything, man. Everybody got a label these days.
Okay. Now,
the reality is that there's nothing wrong with being a little prejudiced against the motherfucker. They keep topping the border of all our shit. Has to be right in front. You know what I mean? Try to get shit done. Here we go. These motherfuckers top to get their shit done. You know what I mean? They want to talk about us being this and that, phobias, and man, ain't nobody scared of shit. You know what we are scared of though?
What?
Reckless.
What's that? Now we got a whole lot of reckless motherfuckers out here, Lady Chair. That's for damn sure. You get no argument from me on that.
And they're doing reckless shit in front of us, and the fact is they want us to come save them somehow. And in case anybody forgot, can't save no hoes. Okay, sorry.
The click you just brought back that. Yeah, hold it. You just brought back a memory of that record called Captain Save a Hoe. Remember that record? Yeah. Yeah, Captain Save a Hoe. And like I said, for all you guys who want to go over there and fight over something of a piece of real estate with grass on top, come to Las Vegas, get your boxing license, and go fight for some money.
Well, your boy is James Clyburn.
You still get paid. Plus your medical expenses. Yeah.
So Jimbo Jango's on the verge of losing the seat, y'all. Great news.
That's great news. Great news.
I'm tired of this podcast.
That's better than when the Gators lose.
Man. No, that's better than when the Ponies lose.
No, the Gators sounds better.
No, and I told them on their like page again today, change your name or leave town because you motherfuckers is not representing Sin City properly. You're supposed to be pirates. Y'all supposed to be ruthless, and you all's up here as a bunch of motherfucking busters. You know what I'm saying? You know, sad. You know what I'm saying? It really is sad. You know, but at least the Ponies are back in the barn.
We're all in the barn. You're in the bottom of the hull of the ship.
Yeah. Well, let's see how much longer we got till preseason, man, comes up. Next month, I think it starts.
3 months.
Wait a minute. About 2 or 3 months, because I think it starts in August. Yeah. So, like I said, Raiders, you cats need to leave town or change your fucking name.
Nobody wants to.
I mean, really. Yeah, I mean, really. You know what I'm saying? You know, but in the long run, like I said, Bears fan by default. Then, of course, like the 49ers, you know what I'm saying? What have you up there in SF, you know? Yeah.
Yeah.
You said, But Ponies being Ponies fans or being a Bucket fan, Yeah, and being a Buckets fan, that's uncivilized.
No fakers.
Yeah, LeBron, you go on and retire, man. You made your mark, man. You know what I'm saying? Lakers need work. You know what I'm saying? Go on and retire, LeBron. You might as well, homie. You and your son are not going to win an NBA championship together. That's not going to happen. I hate to say. You know what I'm saying? You know, that I hate to say.
You did what you could. You got your son in the league. Now step the hell down.
Yeah, exactly. And let his son take over. Teach your son, you know, LeBron in your retirement. You know, he's got great potential to be a great player such as yourself. You see what I'm saying? You know, but just go on and LeBron and just go on and retire. You still got your pension, man. You know what I'm saying? You still got your influence and what have you. You know, you got it made, man. You know, so just go on, man, and let your son continue the legacy and what have you, you know, and then hopefully he'll go on and beat the Buckets. You know what I'm saying?
God damn it, Shabaka. The Nuggets.
Yeah.
The
And the ponies. And put the ponies back in the GMO ponies.
The Denver Broncos.
Put them back in the bar.
Planet, and keep them Gators in the bottom of the hull of the ship in the shipwreck desert where they belong.
Yeah, well, like I told them, you know, leave town or change their name. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm.
So Uncle Phil's
the dude was talking about that the other day at the gas station, man. I saw a dude with his Raiders shirt on, and I told him, I said, man, I followed him from Oakland to Los Angeles, back to Oakland, out here to Las Vegas. You know what I'm saying? You know, they need to change their name, man, or leave town, man. I mean, it's despicable, man. Y'all are not representing Las Vegas properly. But however, in the WNBA, you know, Asia Wilson, you know, they saying that, okay, because Asia Wilson plays center, if I'm not mistaken, correct, or is she the power forward?
For y'all team, y'all women's football team or basketball team?
No, the women's basketball team.
Basketball team. I think so, Shabaka. I'm not sure.
Yeah, okay. So, you know, and then, man, and what we need to do is control our own leagues in the NBA, NFL, what have you. You know what I'm saying? But it would take about 5 years business-wise. But then again, they might could do it in about 2.5 years, Brother Che, with AI and stuff, you know, to build up, you know, some Black-owned sports teams. Because I think your girl Condoleezza Rice, that she's a minor owner of the ponies.
Broncos.
Yeah, put the ponies back in the barn.
Yeah, she's part owner of the Broncos.
Okay. And then hopefully she can go ahead, you know, and parlay that up and boss it up and get a majority stock in the team. You know what I mean? And it's up to us to put our own selves to work, is because DEI is bullshit. They got rid of that. Best thing that ever happened. You know what I'm saying? Because that's more opportunity for Black-owned businesses and Black-owned innovation. You see what I'm saying? And then the dumpster, well, everybody knows how I feel about the dump, as in human shit. Now, I want to make that perfect.
Clyburn is losing his seat due to the So give us an update on that.
Okay, and then I'm going to be out after this one right here.
Oh, you got to stay, Shabaka.
What's after Uncle Phil?
After Uncle Phil, we got Daniel Cameron.
Okay.
Then we got the J6ers reparations.
Oh, yeah, which is a joke, yeah.
And then the
reparations.
Vigilante group.
Oh, okay, yeah. So these South African vigilante groups, the ones that's trying to get everybody else up out of Azania.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, I think they're on puppet strings.
The March to March South Africans, yep.
Yeah.
But he was safe in South Carolina. He believed them good white folks that they were going to leave his district alone. Well, your boy James Clyburn thought he was safe in South Carolina. He believed them good white folks that they were going to leave his district alone. Well, they changed course. And now they came with a special session, and now their plan is to get rid of Clyburn's district. Clyburn is potentially facing not even having a district and not being in Congress anymore. Let's go ahead and check out what Clyburn has to say about that.
Congressman, Governor McMaster was asked why he changed course on redistricting. He said he supports redrawing the lines to help create a, quote, functioning Congress that can pass laws without a 1 or 2 vote margin. Your response to the governor?
Well, I was disappointed in that. I was led, like everybody else, was led to believe that the governor would respect what the Supreme Court did 2 years ago, because they looked at this district and declared that the district was, in fact, constitutional, that it had been legally drawn and it adhered to constitutional principles. And the governor indicated that throughout this whole process. And so when the Senate decided that it would not make redistricting a part of its signed resolution, I, like everybody else, well, maybe not everybody, but most other people thought that the governor would adhere to that. But within 24 hours, he changed his tune, and I guess we all have the right to change our minds. Disappointed, but not surprised.
Ladies and gentlemen, it may not be no more fish fries out there in South Carolina with Clyburn, because the Republicans are about to get him up out that seat. Now, Clyburn been in that seat, well, as you say, in the early 90s. What has he really done for black folks in South Carolina? Because if he really did a lot for black folks in South Carolina, they'd be raising hell, they'd be protesting, they'd be doing everything out there to hopefully fight for him. But he haven't done nothing. See, these Congressional Black Caucus members for a long time have been occupying seats, but haven't used those seats as a seat of power to benefit Black America. Now, do you see, it's a lot of Congressional Black Caucus members who is possibly not going to be in Congress next year. Do you see an overwhelming majority of Black America going out, protesting, fighting for them? Do you really see that? You see it in small pockets, but you don't see it being massive. Why? Because, see, let me tell you something, Congressional Black Caucus, the reason why Black America isn't coming out en masse for you is because you have been Team Democrat and not Team Black. Let me repeat that again. You've been Team Democrat and not Team Black. You wanted to listen to the Democrat Party and not listen to Black people that's in your community. You come to us for votes to get you in. You tell us about Black representation. You tell us, oh, you went to the HBCU. Oh, you in a fraternity or sorority. All these different accolades that you say why you should be representing Black people in Congress. But you have not brought no tangibles. Crazy as Trump is, he brings tangibles to his base. That's why they still listen to him. That's why they ride for him, even though he's tanking the country. But they still gonna ride for him because they say, hey, well, at least he brings a tangible. And that's what Trump does. He brings tangibles to his people. You Congressional Black Caucus members have had years. Clyburn has had years. Clyburn been in Congress longer than people have been alive. Okay? And if he had consistently brought tangibles every year he went to Congress. Every 2 years, the election. Trust me, it'd be different for him. If he was one of the riders, I'll be defending Clyburn. And I know many others will be defending Clyburn. See Black politicians, Black representation. You also need to see the Democrat Party. The Democrat Party not coming to save any of you. And you serve them. You push the LGBT agenda. You push the immigration agenda. You pushed it all. And you never pushed a Black agenda. And now you need Black people to come out there and ride with you. And now we won't, because you never put us first. If you'd have put us first, then we could ride. But this is a lesson to you Black politicians. If you get into office, prioritize Black people. Let me tell you something. You were in districts where you were safe because it was nothing but Black folk. So that meant all you had to do was do right by Black people. A lot of you were in districts that wasn't diverse. Some of you in districts, you had 80, 90% Black people in them. and you still didn't prioritize FBA. So y'all losing these seats. Nobody tripping on it. Nobody tripping. And realistically, they being petty taking Clyburn's seat because that's the only seat black folks had. And then making sure to take that away. No, I'm pretty sure the governor at first didn't want to do it, but he got that call from Trump. That's what that was about. And I tell you what that's about. Trump, everybody Trump say, hey, I endorse this person, vote for him, they get in. That governor and that state government, like, yeah, I don't want to cross Trump. I don't want that problem. So let me go ahead on and do what he say. That's what that was about. I'm telling you, that's what it's about. I think the governor didn't want to do it, but he said, no, let me go ahead on and do what Trump say because I want to stay in office, or if I run for something in the future, I don't want Trump on my head. That's exactly what that's about. Trump controlled that Republican Party, literally. He get people out, he get people in. That's the way that works. So Clyburn, like I said, I don't know. I mean, you just have one more fish fry for have one more fish fry, I guess. And hey, Trump, Lord. Clyburn, I guess you had a good run. I mean, shoot, man, you had to retire someday. So look at it like this, Clyburn. God works in mysterious ways. Maybe God's allowing that to happen to you so you can retire, so you can go enjoy your family, so you can go do other things, travel, man, go fishing every morning. Don't even worry about politics anymore. Enjoy all that good money you got from Congress, sir. It's time for you to retire. And I think this is a blessing to you, actually, that they do this math. It'll be a blessing to you, I believe. Clyburn, you're 80 plus years old, brother. It's time to go enjoy your grandkids. Enjoy life. Go to Vegas, go party. I don't know, do something.
That's what we've been saying, Uncle Phil.
But it's time for you to step aside and just enjoy your life. And you just be in Congress, do it, no more, and that's it. And listen, you out of Congress, I wouldn't even worry about interviews. I wouldn't worry about anything no more. I wouldn't even care. I'm like, man, I'm out. I did my time. It is what it is. Listen, all things come to an end, Clyburn. And it's the thing, Clyburn. I think it's sad when some of y'all are literally passing away in those seats. That don't make sense to me. That don't make sense at all. Like the crazy part is Sheila Jackson Lee, for instance. She was trying to run for Mary Houston. She lost that, and she was still trying to go back and run for Congress again, even though Sheila Jackson Lee, had cancer at the time. And she's still trying to get back in that seat. I'm like, if anybody needs to chill out, it would have been her at the time. But it's like they getting these seats and they want to pass away in them. Like, man, it's a time. Listen. Even with me, it's gonna come a time like, hey, y'all, I'm done. And I want to enjoy the fruits of my labor. I want to just chill on the have a beachfront property or something. You know what I'm saying? Chilling, not worry about no politics, not worry about nothing. I'm not saying I wouldn't do other things, but it's a time I'm gonna eventually walk away from the political commentary. Eventually, not now, but eventually. Because it just I may just focus more on music or if I do any kind of politics, it'll be LaSherica and them can do it. You know what I'm saying? Eventually that day may happen. Not to say I wouldn't keep all my other stuff going, but it just wouldn't be me doing it. That's all. It had to be somebody else. So everybody got their day. I mean, like, shoot, Jordan couldn't play forever. Kobe couldn't play forever. I mean, pick any sports person. Hey, everybody got to retire out the game. So Clyburn, I guess, for you, I guess you had a good run. I didn't say you have a good run for the community, but it is what it is. But the mother black people is in the Congressional Black Caucus in the North. See, they safe. They straight Democrat states. Now, Clyburn, I guess, I mean, if you really want to go run for Congress that bad, I guess you can move to a Democrat state. I guess that'll be the only thing for you Congressional Black Caucus members who really want to get in Congress so bad. I think that'd be the only option, I guess, is just to move. And they got a lot of Democrat states in the country. So maybe you can do that. We don't know. But yes, Clyburn, we don't, I just think retirement would be great for you, brother. I think, because I know it's time. It's time. And let some younger people get in there. Let some younger people fight. It's time. You done enough. You know what I'm saying? You will still want to have your fish fry every year. You can continue doing that if you want. Why not? Do it. A community event, if you would like. But the Republicans are getting Clyburn out the paint. He thought he was safe. Boy, I tell you.
Goodbye and good riddance. What are your thoughts?
Bye.
My thoughts on
Go ahead,
Lady Chuck.
I mean, they knew, like, ultimately, that's why they're over there trying to keep their seats. Clyburn needs to go.
Yeah.
Remember, he said in the way of our reparations. He said, "You're never gonna get it." He went straight in vogue on Marcel Dixon. Said, "You'll never get it."
Yeah, you see, so therefore he don't have the interest of the black community at heart. And actually, what the motherfucker is, man, is what they call a sellout.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, epitome of a sellout.
Yeah, there's no other way to put it.
Describe it.
You know what I'm saying? There's no other way to put it. You know? See, because all this ass scratching and yassa bossing and all that bullshit, man, it has to cease, man. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. You know? Yeah.
Lady Check.
What?
Finish your thought on Clyburn.
I mean, he should have been gone a long time ago. And to get him out of his seat is fucking crazy. Now that they're gerrymandering and cheating, they pretty much wrote him out of his spot. Serves him right.
He got Jasmine Crockett. He got Jasmine Crockett.
Yep. Damn. And then on top
So
of
you won't even have
a yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So moving along to another yes boss.
Who is that?
Daniel Cameron, the former Attorney General in Kentucky.
Yeah, who said that
Breonna Taylor was killed.
Yeah, so and he said he's not going to prosecute the murderers of Breonna Taylor. Okay, now I think Brother Che, we ought to do
primary.
He lost the primary.
Yep.
Okay, then that means he's done. Okay. So he's now what they will call a lame duck, which is, to serve out the remainder of his term before the new attorney general gets sworn in, I believe. You see, wait a minute. Daniel Cameron reacts after losing. Oh, he was trying to be the senator from Kentucky. Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, because remember he ran for governor. He lost that. Now he runs he was running for the GOP Senate, and he lost the primary. So he's done.
Yeah, but you know what the sad part is about this bastard? He still gets those damn pensions. You see what I'm saying?
For being attorney general,
Yeah, they still get a pension. Yeah.
What's up, world? Let me tell you about this beard growth oil I got from 12 tribes on Earth. 8 ounces of oily good.
And his seat is next. Shalom, family. Good to see you all. Hope you're doing well. Man, it's been a long time since I spoke about Daniel Cameron. I had a lot of fun putting him up with those raccoons. That was actually a lot of fun. And he ran for Senate. Now, many of you know that Mitch McConnell is leaving at the end of this year. And his seat is now open for election. So Daniel Cameron ran to get Mitch McConnell's seat. And there was another white man that was running right along with him. His name was Andy Barr. Andy Barr is white. And, Daniel Cameron, Donald Trump had favorable things to say about him in the past. And many of us never got over the fact that Daniel Cameron did nothing to get Breonna Taylor justice. And that really was his demise right there in the community. And he just can't seem to bounce back. Now, if you remember, just a few years ago, he ran for governor. He lost to Andy Beshear. This time, Donald Trump backed Andy Barr. He did not back Daniel Cameron. And I think he was actually embarrassed by that. Donald Trump had them all up at the Oval Office and everything, because I think he was at one point considering him to be Attorney General, but he did not pick Daniel Cameron. But so I think he felt that Donald Trump would back him because he's backed him before in the past. Even when he ran for governor, Donald Trump, endorsed him. But no, I think this actually shocked him. Donald Trump went with the white guy, and the white guy is the one that won, Andy Barr. So you're going to see this. You're going to see how he reacted. Oh, yeah. Oh, hell yeah, it's karma. Yeah. And, even in the videos that I'm going to show you, you're going to still hear him trying to pat himself on the back for backing the police and stuff. And let me tell you something. Republicans, Democrats, if you are melanated and you back the police, that is of no value. That is of no value, for real. Because at the end of the day, they're not going to back you up. They're not. And even if they do, it's just for political reasons, and that's it. But as you can see, now that Daniel Cameron he's really just a regular citizen now. He's just a regular citizen. People ain't backing him up like they used to. They're not backing him up. I mean, you lost the race. Where were the police for you, Daniel Cameron? Where were the police to help you win? At the end of the day, you are in Kentucky. There ain't no way they want some interracial couple running for Senate and representing them for the Senate. I'm just being real. Just like I knew they did not want an interracial couple in the governor's mansion in Kentucky. They didn't want that. They didn't want to see that all the time. You and your white wife. They didn't want to see that. It's Kentucky, or the other name for it, Clantucky. We know Clantucky was not ready for that. So, y'all, let me go ahead and share my screen so you can hear what he said and what other people said. Okay. Yep. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen.
Yes, Lisa, we can see your screen.
Thank you.
I mean, it's honestly one of the interesting places that they tried to attack me, because I've been endorsed by over 100 law enforcement officials. I mean, people know my track record when it comes to standing firm for them, standing in support of law and order. I tell people all the time, Senator Schickel's heard me say this, my law enforcement position can be summed up in a Waylon Jennings song that starts off with, "I'm for law and order," the way that it should be. And I think that...
And with Daniel Cameron, you're full of shit, because if you are for law and order, then you should have done something for Breonna Taylor. See, that would have been the right thing to do, but you didn't. You let that woman get no justice all this time, and her family was begging and pleading for you to do something about the cops that just unalived her for no reason. If anybody should be here, it should be Breonna Taylor. There was no justifiable reason for taking her out like that. But if you were about law and order, man, you should have done something about Breonna Taylor. And the fact that you didn't, you're just full of shit, and you are babbling up a bunch of nonsense.
I think all of us, know the importance of having someone that's going to stand with law enforcement when it's difficult. And the fact of the matter is that, there were other folks that are in this race right now that when I was taking a courageous stand for law enforcement, were calling them racist. That's exactly You can literally look at social media posts by the other major candidate in this race who referred to racism being the reason that what happened in that apartment that night. So I feel very confident in my position and why law enforcement is supporting me.
Yeah. I wonder how Daniel Cameron, who's a candidate who's trying to get Mitch McConnell's seat for, U.S. Senator in Kentucky.
Another Trump-backed nominee, Andy Barr, has won the Kentucky Senate primary race in Kentucky. President Trump endorsed Andy Barr, and he urged Nate Morris to drop out. Andy Barr is a 7-time congressman. He will be a heavy general election favorite against the Democratic nominee. Kentucky has not elected a Democrat to the Senate since it gave Wendell Ford his 4th and final term in 1992. Democrats want you to believe that the president doesn't have pull anymore, that his party is falling apart. But with these Trump-backed nominees winning, we see that that's total bullshit. As I stated earlier, you can disagree with the president. You are going to disagree with some things that he says and does. But when you try to stop his agenda from moving forward, that's a problem. And you will certainly pay for it in these elections. Y'all have a wonderful night now. God bless you.
Republicans, including Andy Barr himself, ask you to drop out and support him in the race?
Andy Barr spent 10 months on the campaign trail at Lincoln dinners. You all probably captured some of this as well, saying that he thought competition was good for the Republican Party. I agree with this. Competition is good. If anyone should have to drop out of this race, it's certainly not me. I'm leading in the polls. There's been only one poll that has shown that Andy Barr is ahead in this race. Every other poll has shown that I am in the lead. I know there are countless internal polls that people have cited to and pointed to that have shown that I'm in the lead. So there's no dropping out. There's only victory for Team Cameron on May 19th.
Yes.
Woo!
Absolutely. A week ago, we were right outside of this room here, and I asked you if you had ever disagreed with anything President Trump has ever said or done. I have to ask you again.
I disagree. I disagree with this decision on Andy Barr.
Is that the only thing?
Have you had any conversations with President Trump either before he endorsed Andy Barr or afterwards?
Well, we've talked to his team obviously a lot, and I've got good relationships over at the White House. And what I've said is that when I'm the next senator from this Commonwealth, I'm going to work with the administration to ensure that the issues and the things that are important to Kentuckians that the administration knows about. And I'm going to continue that dialogue. But my focus between now and May 19th is ensuring that we get as many people turned out to the polls so that we ensure that we're going to come that primary day.
If you win this election, what message does that send to the president?
Look, I feel very confident that because of the relationship we've built with the voters, we're going to win on May 19th. And I'll let the analysts in Washington and other places make a determination about what it means. But in my judgment, what it means is that Kentuckians get to make their decision about who they vote for.
Yes.
They're not going to be swayed. They're not going to be swayed or deterred or have a decision made by them or for them by people that don't live here. And I'm confident that the majority of Kentuckians are going to side with us.
Have you spoken with Thomas Massey about being on the other end of the Trump endorsement?
I have not. And look, what I am convinced of in my race is that there are a lot of folks that are upset with the process that was undertaken that got us to this spot. And there are people that are coming over from other camps, namely Mr. Morris's camp, that are now supporting us. I mean, you can look at the traffic on social media. You can see that there's been a shift in this race. And again,
those are people who are then not following Trump's kind of directional pointing with the endorsement. How influential do you think Trump's endorsement actually is on voters?
Well, all I know is this, is that regardless of what that endorsement looks like, I'm confident that we have built strong loyalty and relationship with the Kentucky voter. And it's because
Okay, what happened to the audio?
Mark, we're just learning that Andy Barr has won the Republican nomination for the U.S. Senate in Kentucky. That is official. It was a blowout against the challenger, Mr. Cameron. So, the question here, I think, Andy, for Mark, of course, for a lot of us is
the call I got was from my campaign manager. He said, "Well, Nate Morris has dropped out." I said, "Oh, okay." And then he said, "And he's endorsed Andy Barr, and President Trump has endorsed Andy Barr." And I said, "Well, that seems like an interesting sort of turn of events." And
in Kentucky, NBC News can project that Andy Barr will be the Republican nominee for Senate in Kentucky. That's over Daniel Cameron.
Barr, of course, endorsed by President Trump, and we are still seeing vote coming in, but our decision desk feeling confident to project Andy Barr the winner.
Baby, you was shucking and jabbing and shucking, and that man still picked a white man over you. Yes, I'm in Kentucky business today, y'all, and if you don't know who I'm talking about, I'm talking about Captain Forehead. Put a boot in the comments, and you know why. But anyways, for those of y'all that forgot who he was the Attorney General who decided he would not go after those officers that unalived Breonna Taylor, and then turned around and tried to run for governor. Baby, the city stood up and said, "Not today." And when I say city, I'm talking about my kinfolk, because we got the numbers. Don't play with us.
The side, he continuously has told us right around, he will always back these people who are killing us. And that's unacceptable. This is why he doesn't deserve to be in that position. We're not making this up. He showed us that he doesn't deserve to be in that position. Right. And we cannot allow him to get there.
He lost both seats. But anyway, there is a history behind, Daniel, right? Daniel is a protege of Mitch McConnell, the Crypt Keeper. He been grooming him since he was a young man. Daniel was responsible for writing his speeches and stuff like that. And in return of selling his soul to the Crypt Keeper he was to marry that white woman, and then he would put him into power. Don't forget the little biracial children, be a little extra. But he learned on May the 5th that no matter what, you're still black. And they're going to always pick a white man over you. They can throw all their money at the both of y'all. And guess what? Kentucky gonna vote for a black man. It's gonna be Charles Booker.
So y'all, how you doing, Tareen? So y'all, yes. Look like old Danny gonna have to go back to the drawing board. So he got rejected when he ran for governor, and now he got rejected when he ran for the Senate. There was another video he put out, but I could not stomach it. It's him talking about his Christianity and how he believed in Christ. I was like, well, then if you believe in all of that, then you should have believed in getting justice for Breonna Taylor, man. That's what you should have believed in. So, yeah, look like Danny is still stuck being a citizen. He's not in political office anymore. He's not the attorney general in Kentucky. So he is back to being a regular citizen. And it looks like he just can't accept that. He keeps running for office and keep losing. And that's good for you, Dan. That is good for you. I'm loving it. Yeah, he should be, but he's not. Yeah, he should be a shameful person, but he's not. We know he's not. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the Most High is really punishing him when it come down to them kids. I seen a picture of both the children they got, him and his wife, and they both look like her. They don't look like boy, Daniel. Those kids got her face. Both of them. And I said, yeah, see, you can't even get a break on that, Danny. Look, even your offspring, the Most High is denying them to even look like you. They look like your wife. Both of them. Serve your butt right. No, not in Kentucky. I mean, really, he was lucky to get attorney general in Kentucky. And, I don't believe he's going to win because of what he did to Breonna Taylor. I don't care what office he runs for, even in the future, he's not going to win. That is my prediction for Daniel Cameron. He probably will try to make attempts to run for things again. He's never going to win. He's never, ever going to win. Tom Slick, thank you so much for the super. Is that a super? Super chat. He needs to be embarrassed, and good for his ass. Yeah. Well, judgment is definitely hitting him because he can't win. Every time he runs for office now, he can't win. And you would think he would have a good chance because he was attorney general. He had a familiar name. I'm sure most people in Kentucky knows who he is, but they're sure not voting for him. That's for sure. They're like, oh, not so fast, Daniel Raccoon. Not so fast. All right, y'all. So I got another live coming up. The next one is going to be Donald Trump saying he got money put aside for the J6ers to give them reparations. And y'all, they did the calculations on the money that he got put aside, already got the money put aside. All right. Each insurrectionist from January 6th, y'all, I want y'all to think about this because we've been fighting for well over a century for reparations. They will get $1 million a piece. Did you hear me? If Donald Trump is able to give this money out, which he got put aside and everything, he got this money already put aside. Each one will get $1 million a piece for breaking the law. Remember, he pardoned them as soon as you don't pardon somebody unless they already got a criminal record. All right. So when he got in office, he pardoned these criminals. And now he's getting ready to give them $1 million apiece for $1.8 billion he got put aside. And you wait until you hear what I got to say. And you Democrats, y'all ain't shit. Donald Trump already got the money put aside for reparations. And y'all, instead of doing the same thing for us, you gonna give us some shitty ass HR 40. You give us HR 40 and they're getting set up for actual reparations. All of you motherfuckers need to resign as far as I'm concerned. You're not a good representation for us at all. HR 40. So anyway, y'all, I will see you at 1:45. Shalom, family.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth.
But this was a secret, because basically it was exposed by my paper, the New York Times, sort of lawsuit against, from Donald Trump to his.
All right, now we're on to the reparations for the J6ers.
Yeah, which is disgusting.
Well, you know, fucking disgusting.
Right.
And they obviously, Democrats still ain't shit. They ain't even trying to talk about reparations for us at all. They're just gonna act like that, like this ain't happening. And they sure are gonna want something here shortly from us. And they ain't learned shit. Man. You know, you'd have thought that they ain't learned shit. They ain't learned a motherfucking thing. Nothing.
Oh,
and I guess we gotta stick it out, man. I don't know, but hey, you better not go vote for it. You better not vote for them.
For the Democrats. So, Lisa. No, Professor Black Truth, and then Lisa gonna give us an update on it.
This is fucking ridiculous.
All right. Okay.
Own Department of Justice for $10 billion with a B dollars that wasn't public until the press made it public. So he was trying to line his pockets with taxpayer money for his own grievances. When that was going to go to court and clearly was going to be questioned, all of a sudden there is this settlement that is $1.7 billion, again, of our money, taxpayer money, that goes to whomever Todd Blanche, the president's former personal attorney, decides.
Just really quickly, from a conservative perspective, this sounds a lot like a reparation. And traditionally, conservatives aren't in support of utilizing taxpayer dollars to just give to people. Now, there is a grievance process by which they could sue the federal government if they wanted to for a redress of said grievances. But to utilize taxpayer dollars for, again, effectively a reparation, I'm just not in support of that at all.
Donald Trump's administration announced the creation of a $1.7 billion fund for Americans deemed to be victims of political weaponization, as he calls it. This apparently includes himself. He claims that he's one of the people who has been targeted by the government, but according to the people in his administration, they're saying that, well, it applies to anyone at all. Anyone can apply. Of course, that doesn't mean that they can get it. Now, if that's going to be the standard, that if you feel as if the law's been weaponized against you, then you should go ahead and apply for this money. Well, in that case, then Black people should be the main lion's share of the individuals who apply for and get it. Because nobody, absolutely no one, has the law weaponized against them more than Black people do. You'll have Black people who are 13% of the population, but will be like 65% of those wrongly incarcerated, 65% of exonerations. That'll be us. So yeah, we're the main ones who have the law weaponized against us. If anyone should be the first ones, if not the only ones in line, it should be us. That's what the totality of the discussion should be about. If this was an actual compensation fund for people who have been wronged by overzealous prosecutors and such, but that's not what this is about. And that's why the Democrats, they don't have a full head of steam about this one. They know exactly what the game is. Now, if Trump were to actually step forward and say, we're going to actually do something for all of these black people who have had the law weaponized against them, or at the very least, if it was clear to people that, oh, this little slush fund is actually going to be a compensation fund for black people who have been wronged by the injustice system, then don't you know you'd have Democrats who'd be the main ones going, oh, we agree with the basis for it, but the money you see, where's the money going to come from? And there needs to be a comprehensive study. Anything to slow it down is what they would be saying. Naturally, the question came up, gee, if you're talking about people who you say had the law weaponized against them, that wouldn't happen to include the insurrectionists from January 6th by any chance, would it? And the Trump administration and its spokespeople made it very clear, yeah, it includes them too. Yeah, they can go ahead. In fact, they're probably the main ones that they had in mind. But imagine that. People are sitting here catching the vapors from this. They're sitting here being very concerned. How could this happen? Oh, yes, a violent white mob lays siege to the U.S. Capitol, tries to overthrow the American government, and then that same government gives this white mob compensation for their losses. There's precedent for this. The U.S. government paid reparations to slave owners during the Civil War. I don't think you heard me. The U.S. government paid reparations to slave owners during the Civil War, not after. This was in 1862, mind you. The war was only into its second year. There were still 3 more years to go. And yet, while the muskets and the cannons were still firing and while the dead bodies were just piling up, the U.S. government thought that that was the right time to pay slave owners reparations because, after all, how dare anyone deprive them of their black property? As for the slaves, there was absolutely no reparations, no compensation for them whatsoever, and they were the wronged parties. And this has been the stance of the U.S. government at every level ever since. Both political parties are dedicated to the proposition that if we're going to be talking about making people whole, we're going to make sure that it's the white supremacists who are rewarded for their mendacity and their criminality. All the orange man is doing is continuing that exact same white supremacist policy. Times like this, I got to wonder, where are trash like Douglas Murray at? You know him, the British creep who said that slavery reparations was racist and it was all about revenge. Yeah, not like what the orange man is doing during his revenge tour, right? Where are the people who say you just need to get over it? Where are the people who say, well, there's no money for reparations. Reparations too much. There's no money for it, we tell you. And that's the lie that they always drag out. But there's always unlimited funds when it comes to non-black people, especially white people. White people in Ukraine, they can find the money to go ahead and give them bombs and bullets. Israel, they always got money for them. And a white supremacist mob that overruns the Capitol, yeah, they got money for them. They can find it immediately. Ain't even got to look around for it. Ain't even got to ask about it. It's only with black people that we hear that lie. And that's the reason why we don't let them get away with saying, oh, where are we going to get the money from? The same place you got the money for Ukraine, Israel, and these white supremacist scumbags who attacked the Capitol. That's where. Don't ever let somebody sit there and tell you, the money ain't there. No, they got tons of it. This is just a matter of they're telling you, well, we're going to try to hold the line against you. And that's the reason why if they try to hold the line, we cross the freaking line. Nobody gets to lie to us about the money. We're the people who say, well, we need to have some studies performed first. There needs to be some studies done first. We're the people who say, well, reparations, if anything's given, the compensation should take the form of housing vouchers or school vouchers, or better yet, just give them an apology. We're not hearing any of that, not from the Democrats and certainly not from the Republicans. Oh, sure, according to some white media reports, which sound more exaggeration than anything else, some Senate Republicans are reportedly uneasy about this proposal by Trump, but they're not going to get too uppity with the orange man because they're all scared of him, and rightly so. Certainly after these recent Republican primaries that have taken place earlier this week, a number of Republicans have been made to walk the plank. Trump has shown that his ability to turn the Republicans' own voters against any politician that he points at is as potent as ever. All he's got to do is say so-and-so. He needs to go, he's horrible, he's horrible. And the Republicans' own voters will turn on them as if they never knew him. And that tells the GOP everything they need to know about how much they're truly disliked by their own voter base. About the only thing that the Republicans' base voters can agree on is that they like Trump's little racist antics. And no matter how many times the voters may have put a Lindsey Graham or somebody else in office, they never actually liked these establishment Republicans. They were always hoping for somebody who was going to be more extreme, more bellicose, more white supremacist. They were always looking for that. And that's what the Republicans are finding out the hard way. White supremacist light ain't good enough for them. But of course, these Republicans who are finding themselves getting a pink slip early, they're griping on their way out the door, which is more nerve than Republicans have shown in over a decade. And they didn't even have much spine back then. In response to the Trump administration's announcement of this slush fund, wouldn't you know it, the police officers who were attacked on January 6th by their own fellow racists are now suing the Trump administration. Talk about the bad guys turning on each other. It's just turned into a royal mess. In other words, typical white supremacy. So these guys are upset that their fellow white supremacists are going to be getting some money for having beaten the hell out of them, when the reality is they're basically just envious. They're looking and going, you're supposed to be taking care of us too. White supremacy has no principles. All it has is moral relativism and situational ethics. And this is a prime example of it. And speaking of typical white supremacy, the main complaint being leveled by the Democrats, to the extent that they are complaining, they're not really complaining about the rightness or the wrongness of the Trump slush fund. They haven't said much about that. They're trying to claim that they're making legal objections to it, but they haven't really offered legal objections other than to complain about whether Trump was following the proper procedure for something like this. That's what the majority of the Democrats' objections to this have been based on. Mainly that, well, shouldn't Trump get a judge to sign off on this first? Yeah, that's what they're doing. Their objection isn't that it's happening. As a matter of, did he follow the right procedures? Did he do it by the book? Behold, the so-called resistance. Now, a number of people in the white leftist media are using the phrase self-dealing to describe this slush fund, and it's true. It's Trump's own administration who has settled with, well, him, who's the head of the administration. It reminds you of all the times the police murder a black person, then they turn around and say, we've investigated ourselves and found that we have committed no wrongdoing. This is Trump literally doing, I'm white and I say so. Does he need an act of Congress? No act of Congress necessary. Do you need a judge to sign off on it? Nah, we don't need no stinking judges. I'm white and I said so. So we see the white right is showing everyone that they're fine with reparations. In fact, they are eager proponents of reparations so long as the recipients are not black. And that's the point that they actually want to reach. We want to make sure that if someone's going to be getting reparations or any sort of compensation, well, it can't be a black person, or at the very least, have some sort of silly Negro who wishes that he was black. And that brings us to Enrique Tarrio, the former convicted felon, who was also the former head of the Proud Boys. And you know that deadbeat's always looking for a handout. So he's busy saying that he's hoping to get a check. He's sitting here putting on the doggone hair shirt and weeping for the guy. I think I deserve some money. I figure I should be good for at least a couple million. Everybody knows that this is basically the Trump payoff slush fund. That's what everybody knows. So they're lining up. Mr. President, I kissed your hairy racist rump more than everybody else did. But he's not alone. There have been a number of Democrats who have heard the phony lies from J.D. Vance saying, well, anybody can apply for it. Why, Hunter Biden or whatever, some Democrats who should be able to apply. Anyone who feels the law was weaponized against them. Well, James Comey, who Trump has indicted twice, said on CNN that he's considering applying now. And wouldn't that be the icing on the cake? Trump's administration sets up a slush fund for himself that he's clearly going to be administrating. And then when the media asks about who's eligible for it, Trump's administration lies and says, why, everyone you see can apply. Yeah, but who's most likely to actually get a payout? Well, how are we supposed to know at this point? That's because this is always supposed to be a guarantee. It's supposed to be a question about who's going to be getting anything. And then you have James Comey, who the same Trump administration has under indictment. And now he's saying, you know what? I'm a victim of the law being weaponized against me by the federal government. Just goes to show they didn't think this out very well, but then again, they didn't have to. There's no real penalties for incompetence under white supremacy. One of the Proud Boy reprobates tried to pretend like he was acting on principle. He was sitting there talking like he wasn't sure whether he would apply because, as he put it, he didn't want to jeopardize his own baseless claim against the Bureau of Prisons. Quote, my commitment to justice is not about the money. I want to show they acted illegally. But he also said that if he could secure $2 million, he might reconsider. Well, it's nice to see that one of the Proud Boys' commitment comes with a minimum bid. As the old saying goes, when they say it's not about the money, that means it's really about the money. Now, one last thing. You notice that the Trump administration didn't need a study before setting up almost $2 billion for a white supremacist insurrectionist mob. No need for years of research and putting out reports and all the other things that both Democrats and Republicans keep telling us are prerequisites for our reparations. No, they just said, cut these racist pukes a check. Democrats are caught on the horns of a dilemma. They want to maintain white racial exceptions like this because that's what the entire Sixth system is based on. But at the same time, they recognize the dangerous precedent this would set. And so do the white right and even their Negro lapdogs, as you saw at the beginning. The enemy knows that they owe us, and they also know the bill will be gargantuan, which it should be. The greatest crime in human history requires the largest compensation in human history. Family, the white supremacists are all about I'm white and I say so. All the moves they make are exposing that there's a blatant double standard and also undermining themselves. And that's the kind of thing that we need to keep our eye on. But the real question is this. Why is it that the Democrats are never this bold on anything having to do with Black people? Even Black Democrats never take a stand. Not for us, they don't. Trump is doing exactly what his degenerate base wants, and he's not taking an opinion poll first. He's just going ahead and doing it. Sharp elbows, and then saying, hey, I've done it, and what are you going to do about it? See, Trump understands that for his base, their votes have to translate into some sort of positive policy for them, some sort of beneficial policy for these reprobates. He understands that principle. And you know what? In its own sick, perverted way, that does make sense. He's the guy that they voted for, and he understands that they expect to get something out of it, and that's what he's doing. My question is, why the hell is it that Democrats expect Black people to vote for them at all when they haven't done anything for us? If the Democrats actually did what the orange man has been doing, and that is coming in with sharp elbows saying we're putting these bills on the table, we're going to get them passed into law, we don't care who doesn't like it, then they would be able to mend a number of broken fences. But the Democrats are making it clear they're holding the line, and the line is about white primacy. Yeah, they'll go ahead and get in front of the cameras and do the usual hand-wringing and tut-tutting and finger-wagging at people. Well, as Black people, we're not falling for any more of this political theater. We don't care about them sitting there finger-wagging at the orange man. Democrats should spend less time trying to stir up moral outrage about Trump and more time looking and going, you know what? We should be doing that kind of thing for our political base. That's the way that any intelligent political process works. If the person running for office isn't going to lift a finger for you, why the hell should you cast a ballot for them? Good day and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Andrew Lewis, Jimmy Whitfield, Gavin Andrade, Chris Sean Spann, and Back in Action. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
U.S. Capitol from insurrectionists are now going to sue the U.S. government because taxpayer dollars would be or could be or more than likely will be used to pay off the people that assaulted them while they protected our democracy. That's what you're going to tell me. You're going to tell me that this is a thing. Let's fucking go, boys. Fucking get them. Fucking get them, boys. Mount up. We ride at dawn.
In breaking news, the first of what will be several lawsuits have been filed against Donald Trump's anti-weaponization slush fund, filled with $1.8 billion of taxpayer dollars and a fraudulent settlement of a bad faith lawsuit in which Trump directed everybody he controls, the Department of Justice, the Internal Revenue Service, and the Treasury Department, to bend the knee and give himself money by way of a tax waiver and to fund Jan 6th insurrectionists. And who better to file the first suit, to come to the rescue, to hold the line than Harry Dunn and Daniel Hodges, former Capitol and Metro Police, who have been staunch advocates to make sure that history doesn't forget what happens on Jan 6th. They filed their first lawsuit. It embeds new information that we have about the bad faith, illegitimate nature of the lawsuit. And it makes a very interesting point that could only be made through their vantage point, that this, allowing Jan 6 insurrectionists to get their hands on hundreds of millions of dollars of money, is funding violent insurrectionists, making not only Harry Dunn and Daniel Hodges insecure, but allowing for the refunding of groups like the Proud Boys, and the Oath Keepers, and those that attacked the Capitol, and giving them capital to continue their terrorist campaigns is also illegal. That's a very good vantage point, a very good observation that can only be made by people like Harry Dunn and Daniel Hodges. You're on the Midas Touch Network and on Legal AF. I'm Michael Popok. Let's get to the brand new filing. I've been predicting that this would happen, a lawsuit filed this week sometime before Memorial Day, and it's happened. Here's what, and I'm going to post this on Legal AF Substack. Here's what the complaint says. This is first page, paragraph 1. In the most brazen act of presidential corruption this century. And that's saying a lot for this president. President Donald J. Trump has created a $1.776 billion taxpayer-funded slush fund to finance the insurrectionists and paramilitary groups that commit violence in his name. Think of that. Isn't that just perfectly put of what he's trying to do? He says, especially on paragraph 3, it is the settlement in paragraph 2. The settlement was a corrupt sham, premised on a corrupt sham of a fraudulent lawsuit, that the fund encourages, paragraph 3, those who enacted violence in the president's name to continue to do so and rewards them. Dunn and Hodges already face credible threats of death and violence on a regular basis. The fund substantially increases the danger. Second, if allowed to begin making payments, the fund will directly finance the violent operations of rioters, paramilitaries, and their supporters who threatened plaintiffs' lives that day. Who could forget the photo of Daniel Hodges being crushed in the revolving door? Let me show you a clip so you can remember of his.
Why did you feel like you had to file this lawsuit?
Well, just listening to you just say that, suing to block $1.776 billion payment to, I wouldn't even say defendants, I would say terrorists, insurrectionists, and people responsible for one of the darkest days in American history. It is crazy. Why do I have to sue? Why do I have to sue? Because this is what this administration is all about. It's about rewarding bad players. January 20th last year, when Donald Trump was inaugurated, he forgave the insurrectionists for what they did to us, what they did to this country. He forgave them. And just yesterday, they just announced that they're going to reward them for their efforts on January 6th. And, like I said, it's unclear who the actual payments are going to. But I think this also shows an incentive to the people who committed violence in Donald Trump's name.
What makes you think that you can succeed?
Well, first of all, we're right. I always feel good when we're doing the right thing morally, and the American people stand with us. I do believe it's a very the issue at hand is this is taxpayer money, and taxpayers are going to be the ones footing the bill for this. But somehow along the way, Donald Trump tells us we don't have money for health care, for child care, but we got millions and billions of dollars for illegal wars or in this case, rewarding insurrectionists. It's not fair to the American people. It's not fair to the taxpayers.
After Donald Trump dropped his $10 billion case against the IRS, I guess the way they came to a deal was to give him nearly $2 billion in what he calls his anti-weaponization fund, which, let's just say what it is. It is a slush fund for his followers, because its sole purpose is to give, let's call them reparations to the traitors who stormed the Capitol in 2021. Because it's not about anti-weaponization under Trump, because that's solely what he's doing, like indicting people like James Comey over a fucking picture of seashells. It's about all of the disgusting traitors who supported Donald Trump when Biden was in office, and Biden's DOJ decided to actually prosecute them for crimes. And because that money would be going to January 6th insurrectionists, Capitol Police officers have filed a lawsuit to block that fund. And they're actually doing this very cleverly in order to cover their bases, because it argues that the fund violates the 14th Amendment's prohibition on use of federal money to pay any debt or obligation incurred in aid of insurrection or rebellion against the United States. But they also make sure to clarify, because they know that the Trump administration is going to try to have this thrown out on standing, saying that the Capitol Police have no right to really bring this because they have no grievance. The lawsuit also states that the Capitol Police officers have faced ongoing harassment and death threats from participants in that riot. The officers say that they have a personal stake in this dispute because it will likely be used to provide financial support to people who will fuel that harassment in the future. They made sure that this would not be immediately thrown out on standing. I don't know what's going to happen with this or how long it's going to take, but it's at least a step in the right direction. Because once again, Donald Trump is trying to steal billions of dollars of our tax money to enrich himself and his cohorts. It's not like we really need any more further confirmation as to how corrupt this fucking regime is. But since Donald Trump is always about the grift, let's be honest of where this money's probably going to go. He's going to make this promise that it's going to his supporters. He's probably going to try using that $2 billion to pay for his ballroom, because so far the Senate will not let him do it with taxpayer money.
The fund would compensate people Trump feels were mistreated by the DOJ under the Biden administration, some of whom attacked police during the January 6th riots. Now, 2 officers who helped protect the Capitol that day are suing to stop it.
We're not asking to be compensated for this. We're asking for this to be stopped.
Just to be clear, people that hurt police get money all the time.
Attorney General Todd Blanche has not committed to banning funds from going to anyone who assaulted police. He said a commission will decide who receives those payouts. We'll be right back.
I never thought I'd be on the side of the police, but I hope, please, I hope the police wins this one. I really hope they win. I don't want to hear anybody of the Republican or white people, Anglo-Americans, say anything about, oh no, we can't give reparations to the African Americans of the United States and the Black enslaved people. No, we can't give them reparations. Why? What? Really? After this, you guys are going to give reparations to January 6ers?
Hey, y'all, I like to show the things that people are doing to fight back. And 2 officers who survived January 6th are suing. Yep. Because how dare Trump pay insurrectionists, people who violated our Constitution, treasonous traitors. And let's face it, this fund is to give money to the YT supremacists, the YT nationalists, in order to increase their devious, treasonous activities. So again, the lawsuit claims that the government's anti-weaponization fund is an illegal slush fund that Trump used to finance insurrectionists and paramilitary groups that commit violence in his name. No statute authorizes its creation. The settlement on which it is premised is a corrupt sham, and its design violates the Constitution and federal law. Y'all, listening to all these lies piss me off because I cannot stand a liar. Everything that this president does is encouraging and advocating for violence. We have an example of that in Tulsa, Oklahoma, with the government arming these vigilante YT men. That is the purpose of not requiring permits for concealed weapons, or saying that you can order a weapon through the mail. I'm not going to mention the men's name because they already get unaliving threats every day. And where's Back the Blue? It's all lies and gaslighting. Well, what do you all think? Leave your thoughts in the comments. Please like and share.
It's the kind of breaking news that I like, because 2 police officers who defended the U.S. Capitol during the January 6, 2021 riot sued President Trump to block the $1.8 billion slush fund set up by the DOJ to compensate Trump allies, anti-patriots, anti-Americans who claim that they were victims of prosecutorial overreach. In the most brazen act of presidential corruption this century, Donald Trump has created a $1.8 billion taxpayer-funded slush fund to finance the insurrectionists and parliamentary groups that committed violence in his name. There are 2 plaintiffs in this civil complaint in the U.S. District Court in Washington, D.C. Harry Dunn, a former U.S. Capitol Police officer, and Daniel Hodges, an active officer of the Metropolitan Police Department in Washington. Dunn and Hodges were at the Capitol when it was stormed by a mob of anti-patriots called Trump supporters, disrupting a joint session in Congress that was being held that day to confirm the electoral victory of Joe Biden.
2 police officers who defended the U.S. Capitol during the January 6th attack are now suing to stop the Trump administration's new $1.776 billion anti-weaponization fund. The fund was announced earlier this week by the Justice Department as part of a settlement tied to President Trump's lawsuit over leaked tax returns. Now, according to the DOJ, the money is meant to compensate people who say they were harmed by politically motivated investigations or government weaponization. But retired Capitol Police Officer Harry Dunn and DC Metro Officer Daniel Hodges say the program is unconstitutional and could end up benefiting January 6th rioters, including people convicted of assaulting police officers before later receiving pardons. Now, in their lawsuit, they described the funds as taxpayer-funded slush fund that could encourage future political violence. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche has defended the program, saying it isn't designed for any one political group and that an independent commission will decide who qualifies. Still, during congressional testimony, Blanche refused to rule out payments to January 6th defendants, which sparked backlash from both Democrats and some Republicans.
This is an outrageous, unprecedented slush fund that you set up. Simple question. Will individuals who assaulted Capitol Hill police officers be eligible for this fund?
Well, as it explained, anybody is
just let me know if they're eligible for the fund.
As was made plain yesterday, anybody in this country is eligible to apply if they believe they're a victim of weaponization.
And Senator Tom Tillis reacted to the lawsuit filed by the officers, calling the fund absurd.
You know what? I hope they have standing, and they may have standing if they happen to be some of the ones who were assaulted, the ones that I saw bloody and bruised, those folks. I think every single one of them hopefully have standing and will have that opportunity to do that. I think it's irresponsible. It sends the signal, hey, go breach the Capitol, destroy the building, assault police officers. You may even get compensated for someday. That's absurd.
The fund will be managed by a 5-member commission and paid for through the federal judgment fund. And any unused money would go back to the government once the program expires in 2028. Meanwhile, former HHS spokesperson Michael Caputo had already filed a claim seeking $2.7 million from the fund. In a letter to Blanche, he argued that the FBI's Crossfire Hurricane and Mueller-era Russia investigations unfairly targeted him and caused serious financial and personal damage to his family.
All right. Well, kudos to these police officers. At least they're trying to do something to shut this whole thing down. So what they're saying is they're not asking for anything. They're just asking that these insurrectionists never get one dime for what they did on January 6th. And I understand that. That makes perfectly good sense. So we'll see where this goes. They have the right to sue. And you know what? My question is, where are the other people? Especially in Congress and the Senate, why aren't you collectively trying to shut this whole thing down? Y'all are right there in Washington, D.C., both sides. Where are you? You know, and I know the Congressional Black Caucus scary ass Stephen motherfuckers ain't gonna say nothing. And you didn't hear nothing out of not one of them. You don't hear nothing. Y'all are all Stephen. every last one of y'all is Stephen, men and women. Y'all are Stephen.
Yeah.
So y'all, this will be my final live for today. Thank you so much for being here. I deeply appreciate it. And Dominique Hudson, thank you so much for the super sticker and your support from my channel. So y'all, I'm definitely going to keep my eye on this because no money should be dispersed to January 6ers over the descendants of slaves in this country. Nobody from January 6th deserves one dime. I don't care how horribly they've been treated. How horribly have they really been treated over one day? Try 4 centuries. Okay, one day ain't crap compared to 4 centuries. How many of the J6ers got lynched? Okay, how many of them been through Jim Crow? How many of them were mass incarcerated? Yeah, the sentences they got were jokes. 2 weeks in jail. Hey, give me a break. Y'all only gave them those sentences because they were white people. That's why they got them laughable sentences. How many of you have been on jobs and you had to deal with a noose being hung up on the job or racial epithets written on the bathroom wall? See, y'all ain't been through shit. And this government has failed, because if you would have done your job and given these people the appropriate sentence, then what could Donald Trump do? Y'all wouldn't even give them a decent sentence that matched the crime. So, like I said, it can go either way. One thing about America and the government, y'all ain't concerned about being fair to nobody. You are just concerned about taking care of your favorite people. Very racially biased. So y'all, I will see you tomorrow. Be on the lookout for my upcoming lives and have a wonderful, wonderful evening. Shalom, family.
Yeah. You know, man, this is just ridiculous, man. You know what I'm saying? And he's going to give these clowns reparations.
Because I could make you just be the star of my streams for about a good month. I'm pretty good at doing that at this point. I've been doing this over a decade. So stay tuned. You'll see why we say what we say, ladies and gentlemen. But thank you for joining us. And we're going to get it more and more into this March and March situation. It's a certain word I do want to call them, but I'm going to build my case first before I say this particular word. It's not going to be a roast word either. No. It's going to be another word because you're leaning toward this particular word at this point. But I appreciate y'all coming on through. We're going to really get into this. And, thank you once again, all of you, for checking us out on the ADNC app. I also appreciate the person who left a comment and say, hey, man, I didn't see the stream from last night on the app. What's going on? I'm like, I said, let me go check what you're talking about. I went look like, oh, shoot. So I fixed that early this morning. So it's there. So it's all good. Everything right tonight. So don't worry about that. Also, this weekend, Columbus, Ohio, we will be at the Ohio Black Expo, definitely on the 23rd. Come on out, chop it up with us. We will be there. Come get you some good food. Bring your family. It's a good event, real good event. Got a lot of singers, and it's just a real good time with Black people out there in Columbus, Ohio. Can't wait to talk with the people, once again. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and cue this up, and then we will be right back. We'll be right back, and we're going to get started on this situation with March and March. Well, let's cue that up.
In H-Town, we want news that speaks truth, just like we do.
ADNC keeps me informed and him inspired.
We've been through too much to trust mainstream media. This feels like us.
From the D to the diaspora, ADNC is how I stay woke. We binge ADNC like it's Netflix, but smarter.
They speak on us, but never for us. ADNC does.
No fluff, no filters, just the truth daily. From Wall Street to 125th, we're watching our news. Download the African Diaspora News Channel app today to stay connected to the culture.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Let's go ahead on and get started because now we're going to start off first and see. Let me tell you a little because somebody, I guess, taught them a new word. I guess they taught them the word propaganda, right? Well, propaganda is something that somebody is actually, kind of using a lie, but doing very well. But when, accountability, those of you in March, accountability is not propaganda. Okay. It's called accountability. And I know accountability is something that's foreign to you, obviously, from what we see on all the internet and on the pictures that is putting out. And we're going to use everything tonight from South African media. So you can't say if somebody's putting out propaganda. It's not propaganda. No, it's what you're doing. Okay. So we're going to start off with history first. Then we're going to get into what they're doing. Okay. During the apartheid regime, Sophia Town, okay, they call it Sophia Town. Of course, they say things a little different than we do. I want you to hear what the apartheid regime did to their grandparents, okay, at that time period, in the area of homes that Black people were in their area that they built, that they were maintaining and having a community. Let's listen to what the apartheid regime did to them back then during the apartheid era. Let's cue this up. And this is coming from SABC. So nobody's making this up, okay? All right, let's cue it up.
7 decades ago on this specific day, the residents of Sophia Town in Johannesburg woke up to an unexpected visit from the apartheid army, forcing them to move from their homes and the community that they created to areas that were foreign to them. This was part of the Group Areas Act under the apartheid regime. We're here today at the mobile exhibition launch that remembers the resistance and the memories of those that lived in this specific community. Sophia Town was known for its vibrant culture, its place of activism and art, but a community that was quite diverse in its aura. It was known as the Chicago of South Africa. Today I'm with two residents who lived here at that time. Michael, thank you so much for speaking to me. Let's start with your memory of that day 70 years ago. What do you remember and what's your recollection of the feelings that you went through at that moment being forcefully removed from this specific area?
Okay, the 9th of February 1955 was on a Wednesday. Dr. Verwoerd was so clever, he told the people that they will be moved on the Thursday, but then they turned up on the Wednesday unexpectedly. It was a rainy day, but very softly. I think it was tears that was falling for the people. And as we got up, the street from Gibson right up to Newlands was covered with police. And I can clearly remember the Fatherland newspaper that afternoon showed Dr. Verwoerd standing with a phone with the headlines, 8 dogs of Sophia Town.
I sat on his shoulder. I don't know what happened to that photo. In a protest against Mr. Verwoerd and his big guns and his big trucks. But they put us out in any case, or we would all have perished that day. When they came for my grandfather's house, I have never seen my grandfather cry. Being this proud Italian old man, my grandfather cried. He cried. Papa Mia cried. And I'll never forget it because my grandfather said, for the woman, the kiss. For the man, the knife. And men don't cry. But what I witnessed that day, I still have it in the gut when I think about what happened.
All right. So the apartheid regime went to Sophia Town and got all the Black people out of their homes at gunpoint and said, you got to get away from here because they took that area. No different than what was happening here in America. You know, Slocum, Texas is another one. They did the exact same thing to Black people here. This is why we talked about a lot of history of the apartheid regime and the Jim Crow South is literally mirror each other. Okay, some of the same things happen here versus over there in South Africa.
Well, I've been saying
now,
that, man, for the
keep
last
this in
10
mind
years.
with history, okay? Because history is very, very important because these March people don't know nothing about the history at all, obviously, because they would not be doing certain things they're doing now. Now let's fast forward to 2026. They got a little chaos minion named Jacinta running around. Yes, she is a chaos minion. I'll say that to her face. You know, like I said, she's welcome to come over here. I'll hear her out, but she's just a chaos minion. And she's not doing anything that's benefiting those people other than causing chaos. She's not bringing jobs. She's not helping in the crime. She's not doing anything. All she do is run around on South African media talking about crime. This person committed crime. That person committed crime. Well, get off of TV and get your lazy behind out there and go stop the crime then. Get off of SABC. Get off of Newsroom Africa's talking and go stop the crime then. The crime isn't on the interview. The crime is in the street. The men that's running around, tell them to go end the crime. That would be actually better, and I would even support you if you go end the crime. But they don't want to go up to against the real gangsters. Oh, the Nigerians committing crime. Okay, well, get them out. Go get the criminals. I'm with you. Get them. Get the pimps off the streets, the hustlers off the streets, the drug dealers. Get them off the streets. But notice they never pull up on them. They never do that. They always go pick on people that they're not gonna really fight them back. That's why I say that's some coward crap. You complain about crime but don't want to go do nothing about it? Please. Now, let's look at the people they want to go mess with. Okay. Now, they so bad, they so big and bad that I want y'all to see this video here. Let me see which one I want to start off with. It's one. I want to go in a sequence. Give me a second. I think this is the first one I want to start off with.
Social Services Center. This is a center that cares for refugee women and fights for their rights here in South Africa. It's an agency that is supported by the UN. What I can tell you, Toli, is that hundreds of migrants camped outside the Durban Central Police Station on Monday and spent the night there. And they say how they got there is that they've been receiving threats at their homes, at their businesses to vacate and make way for South Africans. So they spent the night there on Monday, and this morning they were expecting that police would come to their aid, come to their protection, because they say the reason they went to that police station was to seek refuge and to ask police to protect them from what they say are threats that they are receiving where they live. They're coming from various areas in and around Durban. This morning, police came out to say, we are giving you 20 minutes to leave or we will act. And the act they did. Police used force such as rubber bullets as well as tear gas to disperse those who are gathered there. Then we went on a march through the Durban CBD, which is where we find ourselves now, where they are gathered at this center. And they are saying they have nowhere to go and going home is not an option because of those threats that have been receiving and calling for them to vacate either their homes or their businesses. So for now, they're saying this is it. This is where they will seek refuge until these offices are open tomorrow. But I'm going to ask Princess to talk to me. We spoke a little bit earlier on, and you were so passionate about we are not going anywhere. We need the police to help us. We need the police to guarantee our safety. What's the plan now?
Yes, I did tell you that we're waiting for the police because they gave us 20 minutes to leave the premises, but we didn't have anywhere to go. So we also told them that we don't have anywhere to go. But the forces that came were too much. There were rubber bullets, there were tear gas everywhere. We even slept on the floor, and then we raised up our hands, which we knew that anytime that you raise up your hand in front of the police, you are surrendering, you're working for peace. You want peace. But they didn't listen to us. They chased us away. We just frustrated. They're just frustrating us. Today, now we are here by the Diakona Center, which is called the MCC, that most of the time they help foreigners. We are not leaving MCC. We want to know what they also have to offer us because we can't stay in our houses. We've been threatening every day, calling of names each and every time. We can't even work. They even intrude in our businesses. This is just not fair. We are so tired. We are not going anywhere. We need a solution to this problem. And what would be an ideal solution? What I can say is, since the Diakona Center it's for foreigners, and the UN also knows that this place is always set for foreigners, that we always come here when we're in problems or troubles. They should call the UN so they will give us a place to sleep for tonight, and then they will tell us where to go to after today. And then if that does not happen, what's the plan? We will just sleep here. We'll just be staying here forever and ever because we can't even work. When you go to work, these people this match are attacking us. We can't do anything. We can't even sleep at night. They're coming into our flats. So all we have to do is to just sleep here, bring our blankets, our pillows, and sleep here. And Koli, what I can tell you, thank you so much, Princess. What I can tell you.
All right. So what ended up happening is that the March and March people are going to businesses, they're going to people's homes, they call them flats and things like that, to tell them that they got to leave, that they don't want them there, or whatever the case may be. This is what was going on. Now, some of them try to get jazzy and say, oh, you guys don't want immigration in America. Here's the thing. We don't want disrespect. That's it. We don't run around here talking about an immigrant taking our job. Ain't no immigrant taking my job. All the Black Americans I know never worry about an immigrant taking their job. I mean, we create jobs. We ain't worried about trying to get nobody's job. Forget that. Working for these people. But this is what they're doing, okay, in 2026. Now, when the white folks was doing that to them, they were suffering, but now you get your freedom. The other Africans help you get your freedom. People in the diaspora help also to get the freedom for South Africa. And this is what you do to other Africans. Then they come and say, well, why everybody got to come to South Africa? We can't take on all of Africa's problems. Well, I'm not saying you should take on all of Africa's problems. But here's the thing. If a Black man or woman can't be in the African continent, where can they be? Even a person like myself or other Black Americans who never, at the time, at least I'd never been in the African continent, have been told, you guys need to go back to Africa, right? They relate Black folks with Africa, whether we've been there or not. But people on the African continent should be able to go wherever they need to go. And all these people actually committing the crimes, are they opening businesses? They're hiring people in your community. So what's the problem? I don't really see a problem with anything. I mean, it's nothing being solved. But once again, you're not saying nothing about the white people in your country that's illegal. And when you bring up white people, the first thing they're like, oh, you want us to just be against them? Like, so all of a sudden you defending white folk. Like I said, I've never seen a group of people like that in my life. You're defending white folk, but you so turned up against other Black folk, other Africans.
Syndrome.
And there's no logical reason for that. None. Now, that woman that was talking, she said she has her paper. She was born in South Africa. And I guess she has a business or whatever else that she have going on over there. No matter what somebody say about us, for sure, when we talk about illegal immigration, show me the videos of Black Americans going house to house to go tell anything to a African or Caribbean immigrant. Show the videos of Black Americans going to the businesses of African and Caribbean immigrants, saying anything to them. The only thing we said is this, two things. Hey, if you come over here, be respectful. And if you get in our politics, don't come over here advocating, talking about immigration and being against us. That's the only thing we ask for. And we demand, actually not ask, we demand. But that is something that we can handle. We don't have to attack nobody. We don't put our hands on nobody. We don't do anything like that. That kind of behavior is extremely primitive. It's not logical. It don't solve anything. And it makes you look bad. And also, President Ramaphosa saying, oh, well, it's making South Africa look bad. These reports are making no, because you're not doing your job. Now, let's get to him. He's not doing his job. Do y'all know they don't really have, when Julius Malema said they don't have a border, I say, well, what is he talking about? So I went and looked at a couple of news reports on this. He's right. They don't have a border. You know them little fences that they have on a lot of times for people's farms, like with just like the chicken wire going across the post or whatever, like those kind. That's what they got on their border. They don't have no fortified border like with concrete and all the, what I'm saying, the points of entry and all the immigration people at the points of entry. No. People can literally walk into South Africa and leave out anytime they want to. There's no fortified border. So Julius said he was 100% right. That's why you got an immigration problem. If you really want to get down to illegal immigration, it's too easy to just walk across. But instead of them saying, hey, we need to build a border. Hey, we got all these unemployed dudes running around talking about going to people's house. Why don't you say, hey, by Home Affairs, I will volunteer to help come build the border for South Africa so we can keep out illegal immigration, right? I help build the border. I help do whatever. Matter of fact, I go help work security on the border. That would be the best way to do it if you're going to actually be out there trying to do anything. But going to people, other Black people, tell them they need to leave the country by June the 30th, or something bad gonna happen to them, well, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Well, you gonna grab them and force them to go to the airport? I mean, if you go and actually physically harm people, then you're gonna move from a vigilante group to now you're actually walking in line of the word terror. That's if you go and start attacking people like that underneath a political ideology, look up the definition of the word terrorism. That is using force, violence, coercion, blackmail, intimidation on a political mean.
It's called extortion.
That's exactly the definition of
extortion.
it. So if y'all start attacking them by June 30th, you're not just really some little vigilante group. Now you turned into a terror group at that point. Because you refuse to go make your government do their job and actually establish a border in that country. But another thing, like I said before, you can get every African immigrant out of South Africa today. Today, you can get them out. You still don't have no job, bruh. You like Tommy from Martin. You ain't got no job. And you're not trying to get one. Look, let me tell you something about that little female Jacinta. She got a job. She getting paid. She had a career in radio. She can go back to that too. She can create her own podcast. She gonna be all right. But the rest of you, you don't have a job. You like Tommy. And a lot of it, what I be seeing too, a lot of this is jealousy. You're jealous that you didn't do what they're doing. I'm talking about the dudes. The dudes are the worst. I ain't talking about women, because women are supposed to be supported by the men. I'm talking about these dudes in March and March. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about all black South Africans, because all black South Africans have nothing to do with that. These guys in March and March are running around. They're failures. Yes, I said it. You're failures. Because what kind of man runs up on another man telling him, you don't need it. You have my job. You have my business. He don't have your job or business. You don't have one. Go create one. A man creates his own job. A man creates his own business. He creates his own career. A man does that. What I look like going to talk to another man about he got my job? No, he don't. He got his job. You run around in the middle of the day going to somebody's house or somebody's flat, telling them what they need to do instead of you going around looking for a job or creating a job for yourself. You got 50 to 100 dudes walking in the middle of the street talking about immigrants need to get out, but yet but you can't take 50 to 100 dudes to say, you know what, let's create a company with all us brothers and let's go on and provide something for our community, for our families. Let's do something together. I just look at it at this point, because I've been seeing this mess go on for years, and y'all been saying the same things. To me, it's jealousy at this point. Because who's stopping you from creating a business? Who's stopping you from getting jobs? Who's stopping you? If you got time all day, see, like I said, Jacinta playing y'all. Listen, I've seen this before. Jacinta is no different than the women from Black Lives Matter. Jacinta is no different than DeRay McKesson and Netta. We've seen those types before. They come in, they be on the media, everybody's talking to them, and in the end, they get cashed out. And guess what happened to y'all? You left in the same position as you were before, and maybe sometime even worse, because of now how the public looking at y'all. While Jacinta will go off in the sunset with her bag. And she'll get her dude, or whatever the case may be, and be fine. She won't even be talking to y'all no more. Y'all won't even see Jacinta, because she'll be in a nice neighborhood, maybe in Midrand. She may be in Santon somewhere, living good in a condo. What's that nice condo place I went to? The Leonardo. Yeah, she may go get her a spot at the Leonardo or something with her bag, and y'all wouldn't even know anything. Jacinta gonna be living good off of y'all. You watch. I see it coming. Could you blame her? I mean, you're putting her in a position to, and somebody's papering her up, just over here in America, when it was coming to DeRay and Netta and then women from Black Lives Matter, then white folks was papering them up, and then white folks are papering her up too. in my opinion. They papering her up and you don't see it. You don't see anything. How a woman that don't have no background in grassroots anything, come from a decent family, a radio presenter, all of a sudden she is your champion of immigration. When you actually have the grassroots people that's been doing that forever in South Africa, and you didn't put them in a position, but this woman who comes out of nowhere, that don't make sense.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, when we come back, there's another video that's actually sad. This actually even more, this you think this is bad, but I want you to hear what this woman is going to say, because when you remember we talked about the situation about those hospitals, they continuing with that mess. So that we'll be right back, and then we'll definitely get into that, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the Unity Reunion Parade, Cookout, Line Dance Party, Backyard, Barbecue, Fish Fry, Vegan Soul, Black Business, Food Truck, Networking, Outdoor, Concert, Music, Festival, Celebration of the Year.
It is an amazing experience. You have people from all over the country.
This is my second year attending, and they over-delivered.
So if you haven't come before, you need to come. And you know what? I'm just out here vibing.
Get tickets now at OhioBlackExpo.com.
I stayed longer than I should have. Not because I was weak, but because I loved for real. That's what this album sounds like. Love Illimitable. Out now.
Looks like it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back, and we are talking about what's happening out there in South Africa with the Vigilante group March and March, who is running around and causing all kind of chaos for migrants in the African continent. If migrants can't be in the African continent, where can they be? They say you need to go back to your country and fix your country. They say that they don't need them there. They can build South Africa on their own. Well, I mean, clearly, I don't know why that hasn't happened. And I don't think, I know it's not enough migrants in the country to eclipse the Black population in South Africa. So why is everybody targeting them? So let's get to these March and March people have done to other people as well. Let's go ahead and cue this up, and we're going to continue looking at this, ladies and gentlemen.
And I would say the group gathered here is hundreds of people, Michelle, coming from areas across Durban. And some of them spent the night here. They're saying they are heeding to a call by March and March to vacate where they stay. The deadline is looming. It's not yet to come. But as you can see, there are women here. There are children, pregnant women who came out to camp here since yesterday, as I've mentioned. Many of them saying they have been in South Africa for years. They have been running businesses here or informally trading here, and they have simply not been able to do that since those marches in the city center began. Some of them are saying they haven't been able to pay rent, they haven't been able to put food on their tables, and this is their last call for help. They are asking for police to protect them or to move them to an area where they can be safe. One of the women who has been here since yesterday, spending the night here, 8 months pregnant from the DRC. Anik, you've been here since yesterday. You are 8 months pregnant. How does the situation make you feel?
I'm not feeling nice. Yeah, my situation, the pressure was high, the sugar was high. I'm not nice.
And you came here today asking the police to help you. How are you hoping the police will help you?
I didn't ask the police nothing because the police is busy to say we must go home. Nothing I was asking the police.
You've been camping here since yesterday. You are an informal trader. What is your plan?
It's panic. The stomach is paining, the pressure was high, the sugar was high, there's no food here. I'm not eating any food, Yeah, the situation is not nice.
And to anyone listening who might be able to help you, what kind of help do you need now immediately?
Well, by the hospital.
Yeah.
Nothing that was helping me. If you go, there's this busy say, you must go home, you must go to your country, you must go there to your country, you must go by the private. We don't have money to go private. We are not working. We're working outside. The Dudula is coming, is taking all my stuff. How we gonna go there by the private?
Who's telling you to stay away from the hospital?
The doctor. Is the doctor there? Doctor for the King George. I was tell I don't have money to go by the prefect. He said, you must go home. You coming here to do what? Yeah.
All right. So for now, you're still going to stay here.
Yeah, I was here.
Michelle, that's the story of one of the people who have been gathering here. Have you heard anything from police?
Before I play that part, okay, so recap. This woman's from the DRC, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, right? She's 8 months pregnant. She haven't eaten. She's not really drinking anything. She's saying, I think she having, I guess maybe she has gestational diabetes, because sometimes that happens with pregnancy. She ended up trying to go to the public hospital. One of the doctors say, no, you can't come over here, go to the private hospital. And she said, well, I can't really afford that right now. I mean, I need to come here. And he would not give her medical treatment, even though in the South African Constitution, that's actually against the law, what he did. But this is what they're resorting to other African people. And I saw one person say white South Africans are loving to see all this. Of course they love to see it. They are quiet as a mouse. They're not saying a word. They, Afriform, aren't saying anything. They love the chaos. They love it. Because while y'all acting a plumb fool, they plotting, planning, and strategizing how they're going to use y'all to make certain moves. And say, see how they do each other? We are in line of fire. So help us do something to them. I kept warning about that, but they got some who likes to try to watch this channel and think they can analyze what I say, but I'll say it slower for you, okay? Because certain people that think they can analyze what I'm saying and try to make videos. When I say that, because listen, I live in white supremacy, complete white supremacy. So as a Black American, I know the system and I know what they try to do and what they usually going to do before they do it. I've been studying this stuff at least for the past 14 years. And so when I say that they possibly could use the footage of what the March and March Vigilante group is doing to say, hey, we need to put economic sanctions on them because South Africa is not in line with what America wants. They have chaos in the streets. Then the situation with the case of the ICJ with their buddy Israel and all these other things. That's why I'm saying what I'm saying, okay? I'm not wanting that at all. But if you look at Zimbabwe, the reason why Zimbabweans come over to South Africa and do what they're doing is because they've been under sanction for a very, very long time. It crippled their economy. And some of you are ignorant to say, we don't care about those sanctions. They can sanction us. Okay, all right. Let them sanction you. You will see what happens to that rand of yours, how that rand of yours will collapse overnight, literally. No other country will be doing business with you because you know the way it works. The SWIFT system. I know some of you may not know about the SWIFT system, but the SWIFT system is where it's a global transfers, global banking, credit card processing, everything. And usually the way it works is if another country does business with you after you're sanctioned, they can get sanctioned too. Now, Russia may do some business with you, China may do some business with you, Iran may do some business with you, or whatever, but it's not going to be the amount of business that you need, okay, to keep things going. Your tourism, a lot of it, that would suffer too, because if people cannot pay with their credit cards, and a lot of people do pay with credit cards, that can affect your tourism too. South Africa is no different than America. They use credit cards, debit cards, and everything else. They're not like other countries where they don't use that as much, okay? So your president and your parliament don't want sanctions. I know maybe you don't understand it like that, but they understand it, and they're smart enough to know that you don't want economic sanctions from the Western world. You just really don't, okay? That's why those people are in parliament, do what they do, and that's why you're doing what you're doing. That's it. But see, what the interesting thing is, your politicians are trying to walk a fine line because in one instance, they don't want no sanctions or no problems. But another instance, they know elections coming up, so they got to kind of halfway go along with it. Politicians are just horrible no matter what country they're in, beyond with you. You look at the politicians in America, same thing. They can look at all the horrible things Trump is doing, and they know it's wrong, and they still go along with it because they want to get voted back into office. Okay, so the same problems in every country you got in whatever country on earth. Politicians and the tax man have always been the scourge and the evil of every society known to man. The politician and the tax man. Nobody likes them. Nobody. Yes. Aggie. No mercy for a pregnant woman. 8-month pregnant woman, no mercy for them. But if it was if they went to Cape Town and the board said, you not coming in here because you black. They'd say something then. But when it's another African sister that needs to use the facilities, and like I said, this is a pattern. Because remember the last time it was a sister from Zimbabwe that was pregnant. They wouldn't let her in the hospital. Now you got this one from DRC. What is it with y'all not letting people into the hospital? We have illegal immigration in America, a lot of illegal immigration, and we don't stand at the doors of our hospitals. You can't go to the hospital. Well, let me back up.
Let pregnant women in through. Like, what the fuck?
The reason why we don't have time to do that, and first of all, it's stupid. But the second thing is we're going to work. We got businesses. We're not focused on that because in America, we got to pay bills. And I know you got bills in South Africa too, March and March. That's what I'm talking to, March and March, are the people that support that. I'm not speaking to all Black South Africans. I'm only speaking to those people and those that support that. You can't tell me that that's right, that y'all doing this to pregnant women or people who are sick. What do you get from that? Do you get a job when you do that? No, they don't give you a job at the hospital. You can't even get a security job at the hospital when you do that. What are you doing security for the hospital? You're not getting paid in rand for it.
Like you
but
really
that's propaganda y'all putting out about us. No, that's your actions that people are talking about. Now let's get back to what the sister had to say real quick.
The only thing that we heard from the police now is that they're giving us 20 minutes to leave this place, and we do not know where to go to because now they've threatened us that on the 30th of June, whatever is going to happen is going to happen. We're going to be anything. They're going to beat us up. They're going to do everything. We are not safe. That is why we came here, and they're also chasing us out to leave. We don't know where we're going to now.
Yeah, you say they're chasing you out to leave. What has been said to you when you are being chased out to leave? Who was chasing you out?
Okay. Firstly, the march to march. They're saying we should all go back to our countries, whether you are documented or you are undocumented, which does not make sense. If you are undocumented, why don't you document them from the Home Affairs so that whatever they do wrong, that you see them doing wrong, you can arrest them. Some of us are documented, but they're still harassing us. Like me, they broke down my salon, they spoiled everything. I'm documented. I grew up in this country. I studied in this country. I've got an ID in this country. But now they're telling us we should all go. I don't know. Everything is just chaos. It doesn't even just make sense. When we came here since yesterday. We've been sleeping here the whole night. So this morning, but now the police is saying they're giving us 20 minutes to leave the premises. We do not know where to go to. Yesterday, they took us somewhere else. I don't know where, down there by close to, I don't know, Mansell or Mansell. We almost got killed by the women that are selling there. We had to run, but we were with the police, but we had to run. We came back to this place. Now they're telling us, they're giving us 20 minutes to leave. We do not know where to go to. If we can't be protected by the police.
So are you going to still camp out here in 20 minutes?
We're still going to be here. We want to know what protection they have to give us because we need the protection. That is what we need. If we don't get the protection, they're going to kill us. This thing is very bad. They're going flat to flat, inside our flats, our businesses, harassing us just for nothing. It doesn't make sense. It's too much. We are staying here. We are not going anywhere. La silana sonka sindawo. We are not going anywhere. We want a solution. We want a protection here.
If they just here, we're gonna go there. All right, that's the sentiment here. People are saying they are not going anywhere. They're also not moving from being outside this police station. They are not leaving South Africa. They are wanting protection and also saying people are now going door to door, which is quite scary. Going door to door, going flat to flat, demanding that they vacate.
Once again, when I talked about Sophia Town, they're going door to door, demanding that they leave. Same thing the apartheid regime did to their grandparents.
Crazy.
That is number one, very sick. Personally, to me, it's sick. You can't justify that sort of action.
Not at all.
Because just like I never get the video. I think one Gary covered it. Shout out to her. Where you had one of them outside of the migrants' home that they living in, and it's like, how is it that they got that and us South Africans don't even have that? That's the same attitude that white folks had with Black Americans in Black Wall Street. How is it that those ends have mansions and all of that, and we have nothing? That's the same spirit, the same attitude, jealousy, and failure. It is not nobody else's fault you failed, sir or ma'am, in March and March. It's nobody else's fault you failed. If I failed at something, and I have made a lot of failures, it's nobody else's fault when I fail. It's my fault I failed. I can't go look at another man or woman that's doing, in my perceived knowledge, better than me and say, oh, he's doing better than me. I need to take his stuff because I didn't make nothing of myself. It is your personal responsibility to make something of yourself. It's not the government's job to make something of me, you, or whoever. It's not the government's job. It's your job. If you're a big old grown man running around South Africa talking about what another a man is doing and that you need to have his stuff, if you take it from him, it's going to be gone in a month. Let's talk about that. Okay. Scenario. Fine. You take the man out from DRC, you take the man out from Somalia, Ethiopia, Nigeria, Ghanaian, you take him out. You got the spaza shop now. Okay, it's your shop. You got it. You took it. You ran them off the spot, like basically like a convenience store. When I say spaza shop, it's like a convenience store. So you got the convenience store spaza shop now. Okay, your business. How you run it? How do you run it? Now you took it over. How do you run it? Do you know where the orders of the supply is at? Do you have the money to pay for the note? Like the rent, whatever, maybe mortgage they buying. Do you know what bank they have to pay it to? Do the bank know you took it over? The bank, it financed them. They didn't finance you. So number one, if they find out you're in there, the bank will go in there and take it from you. You don't know how to fill the supplies in the spaza shop. You don't know nothing about the if you got a gas, the petrol, they call it petrol over there instead of gas. You don't know nothing about how to order the petrol. You don't know nothing. That place won't even last, not even a month with you in charge. You don't have the skills to run the spaza shop. If you had the skill, you would be running it.
We need to plot better.
Okay, you kick them out there flat. Fine. Oh, you going to pay Escom? Escom is like their light company. Are you going to pay Escom? Are you going to pay for the water, the internet? Are you going to pay for the monthly rent or whatever? You got the money to pay for that? Because they're not standing there for free. That I can't tell you. So you won't keep the flat, you won't keep the house, and you surely won't keep the business. Because you don't have the skill and you don't know how to run their business. And a lot of their businesses are hiring South Africans. So now you're going to mess off other South Africans' jobs that they're working in these shops. Just because you're jealous that you failed. You failed. You get mad all you want. You failed. That's what it is. Stop taking it out on other people. Just get your skills up. If you got to go to school, go ask that brother or sister, say, I really like to get into this business. Can I work here a little bit and learn if possible? Can you teach me something? You'd be surprised when people are willing to teach you if you want to learn. But you attacking people, you don't have the skills to run it. Yeah. I know what you're talking about. You said covet, no, covet. That's covet. Yes. Violating the 10 Commandments. Do not covet thy neighbor's property. Don't covet thy neighbor's wife. Don't covet thy neighbor's husband. Yeah, it's covetous. And that's sin and unrighteousness. That is the heart of this brother or sister who said that. It's sin and unrighteousness. You're coveting other people's property. You're coveting their homes. You're coveting. But like I said, you couldn't maintain what they have if you took it tomorrow. And once again, Jacinta haven't provided one job to any of you, but she getting paid. I'm telling you, she's getting paid. She's no different than them women from Black Lives Matter. All of them got cashed out. All of them. They don't have to talk about Black Lives Matter no more. If you took care of your money, right? Look it up if you don't believe me, South Africans. Go look at them 3 women from Black Lives Matter and go look at all the $1 million homes and all that they were staying in. But the chapters of Black Lives Matter who's actually in the street couldn't get a dime. They had to spend their own money. Those who were really about the Black Lives Matter cause. And that's going to be y'all. But at least Black Lives Matter wasn't doing what y'all was doing. But Jacinta go right off in the sunset with the millions of rand while you going to be broke and not have nothing. And probably can't get a job because all the media attention and your face is being plastered on the news, on ENCA, SABC, Newsroom Africa. Once employers find out about you, they're not going to hire you because they're going to say, oh, no, you are violent. Oh, no, you're xenophobic. You can't work at this company. Well, I did that 5 years ago. Like, I was misguided then. I'm put that beside me now. I'm just trying to work and take care of myself. No. Our company cannot be affiliated with any of that. With using that March and March stuff. They share with me the video from Instagram. Are you attacking migrants? We cannot have that here. If you're working there, you're fired. We got to protect the reputation of this company. That's what y'all don't even see. Mm-hmm. Yes, it is deeply disturbing. It's very disturbing. And to do this to other Black people. Then it's another thing they try to say, y'all. Well, you Black Americans, y'all just go by skin color. Everything is not skin color here. It's about different nations and tribe and XYZ. Yeah, but white supremacy look at you as one skin color. Mm. Asians are different people too, but they move together when they have to. Everybody understand that their group, you have to move a certain way, but you still doing the same thing you were doing back in the day about slavery. Oh, let me cover another thing. Oh, you also have more problems with West Africans because of slavery. What that got to do? We talking about in 2026. Slavery been over a long time ago. And West Africans did not enslave us. It was the white man. Now, did some of them have their hand in the sale of it? Yeah, some of them, not all. But what the white man did to us, it was way worse. Way worse. And in my opinion, I think West Africa got their just due for participating in that. So, I mean, what West Africans got to do with it? You're still trying to deflect from your wicked ways. It is sin and unrighteousness by the Bible. It is coveting thy neighbor's property. You're violating the 10 commandments. And that's why you will not, those of you who are doing this, of course, that's why God will not bless you because you're not doing things the right way. God's way is honorable. God's way isn't coveting your neighbor's property or their business. God's way isn't being violent. Now, you may not care about God or whatever, it don't matter. God's universal law trumps what you care about. That's why I have to follow it because I know better. I definitely know better than that. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, when you, it is, Eric, it is shameful. It is very, very shameful behavior. They want the sick people to go to the private hospital because you have to pay at the private hospital. But the sister's like, I don't have the money right now to pay for the private hospital. Like I say, I'm not even working because these idiots are sitting up here preventing me from going to work. And if you don't have money, you don't have money. In the United States of America, you could come to a hospital for free. At least the emergency room you can. Shoot, Black people did that for years. They couldn't go to regular doctors, so they go to the emergency room because at least they get seen. But they don't want people to get seen by a doctor at all. No. That is how low down this March and March people are. They're low down. Now, once again, accountability is what it is. I know you're not used to it, March, but it's accountability. And I'm sorry, I would never side with the mistreatment of any black people globally. I won't. And that's why oh, Lord, I'm getting tongue-tied. That's why I made sure to say March. Because not all black South Africans have nothing to do with this. Not all black South Africans agree with this. There are many who don't agree with this, and many have made the comments in the comment section. Some have sent me messages how they don't agree with this, but they feel intimidated and they feel like threatened by these March vigilante group who is borderline becoming like a terror group. Now, show me different. Show me different. Show me how you doing good things for the community, and I gladly broadcast it. No problem. I will show you the March. Show me the good you're doing in the community. Show me that, and I'll do a stream on it. No problem. Or any of you would like to come talk to me, I'll gladly talk to you. I won't talk over you. And I'm gonna tell y'all this before I wrap up. That little Jacinta female, she was supposed to come on this show, and she backed out. The other little female too, the one that was with Operation Dadula, she was supposed to come over here too. They don't want to talk to me because the word on the street is that they don't want to talk to Phil because Phil may put them in a position they don't want to be in. And I'm not, y'all know I'm not mean to my guests, never have been. But I'm going to ask you just some questions. I'm going to let you answer it. I'm not going to use trick language, but that's okay. That's okay. If you can't stand on what you're talking about, then because see the little softball interviews you're doing on Newsroom Africa and all of them, they're not pushing back on you. So of course you're going to do those interviews. Yeah, they're going to let you spew your crap. But over here, you will be questioned how many jobs has March created for South Africans. Give me the numbers so I can research it and I'll report on it today. But all right, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for joining us on the stream, and we greatly appreciate it. Make sure you click the subscribe button. Make sure you click the like button. And like I said, South Africa is a great nation. These people, March is not the representation of South Africa or the history of South Africa or the great black people. I know a person in South Africa who created their own businesses and have great jobs in South Africa. And they're doing very well for themselves in South Africa. I know a lot of people in South Africa who are black and they're doing very well. They're not in the streets crying about migrants and complaining because they actually got businesses to run, great careers. They're doing very well in their homeland, okay? And that's the people I respect, and I will always respect those brothers and sisters. The brothers and sisters that get up in the morning in Soweto and go and try to do their job all day. They're not worried about nobody else. They're trying to pay their bills and hustle. I seen the people in Soweto doing that, okay? They doing what's right. That's the people that I rock with, those people, okay? These other people, they just a waste of, no. But thank y'all for checking us out. We'll catch you on the next one.
All right.
Welcome to the News Hour. Raul Castro, the younger brother of the late Cuban dictator Fidel Castro, was indicted by the U.S. Justice Department today in Miami.
The 96-year-old is still a major power behind the scenes in Cuba. He's held many senior positions in Cuba's government since the 1959 revolution, including the presidency. He and 4 other regime officials were charged in the 1996 killings of Americans seeking to aid Cubans at sea. Ali Rogan starts our coverage.
Today in Miami, a cheer that is also a hope.
Today it's going to start that Cuba is going to be free.
After the oldest, most powerful surviving member of one of Cuba's most infamous families is indicted. The Justice Department today charged Raul Castro with murder and conspiracy to kill U.S. nationals. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche.
If you kill Americans, we will pursue you, no matter who you are, no matter what title you hold. And in this case, no matter how much time has passed.
The charges against Castro stem from his alleged role in the shoot-down of planes carrying 3 Americans and a Cuban exile in 1996. Operated by Miami-based humanitarian organization Brothers to the Rescue, the planes were on the lookout to spot and save Cubans fleeing their homes in makeshift boats and rafts. The organization was long a thorn in the side of the Cuban government, as founder Jose Basulto once told the NewsHour.
Fly our mission always beginning 12 miles north of the shores of the island, which is the waters that are considered international waters. Besides, if we find them any closer, I'm sure Castro will get them before we do.
The Justice Department said it was then Defense Minister Raul Castro who gave the go-ahead to shoot down the planes after the Cuban government claimed the planes violated its airspace. While the charges were decades in the making, for those who remember the tragedy, it was past time.
The Castro communist regime in my country has driven us back to the Middle Ages. There is no energy, there is no electricity, there is no food, there is no respect, there is no democracy, there is a lot of repression.
Today's indictment timed in recognition of Cuban Independence Day, and as the Trump administration ramps up its rhetoric against the country's 66-year communist regime.
It's a failing nation. You see that it's falling apart.
The president hinted today at possible intervention in the near future.
It's not going to be like the biggest thing we've ever done, but I will tell you, to a lot of people, it's going to be one of the most important. They've been looking for this moment for 65 years. So we'll see what happens.
And this morning, Secretary of State Marco Rubio offered hope for a different way forward.
Cubans have reached the top of virtually all industries in all countries except one, Cuba. Today in Cuba, only those close to the elite or who are part of it can have profitable businesses. But President Trump is offering a new path between the U.S. and a new Cuba.
But not all Cubans find that offer enticing.
I don't agree with any country intervening here in Cuba, not the United States nor anybody else. I don't think we should be holding Raul Castro accountable for something that happened 30 years ago. What if the small plane had crashed here in the city? Or if there had been an accident for some other reason? I don't think we should be judging Raul for any of that.
Back in South Florida's Little Havana, the cheers for a free Cuba continue, even as that reality remains uncertain. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Ali Rogan.
Late today, the Cuban government issued a statement saying it condemns what it called the despicable accusation against the leader of the revolution. The statement also says the indictment was, quote, based on the dishonest manipulation of the incident that led to the downing of 2 aircraft over Cuban airspace. For perspective now, we turn to Michael Bustamante, Chair of Cuban and Cuban American Studies at the University of Miami. Thank you for being with us.
Thanks for having me.
I want to start with the timing. What should we take from the fact that the U.S. government is moving forward with this indictment now, given that the actions involving Raul Castro date back decades?
It's a great question. And I think the answer has to do with everything else that's been happening in the U.S.-Cuba relationship in recent months and weeks. It's impossible to separate the timing of this announcement from the broader campaign of economic pressure that the administration has been piling on Cuba since January. The administration has been throwing new kinds of sanctions and pressure at Cuba for the past few months in the hopes that they can pressure the Cuban government to cede on political and economic issues. And this is just one other piece of that strategy.
Does this effectively freeze any possibility of the near-term easing of tensions between Washington and Havana?
You know, I don't know. It's a very strange reality because just, not too long ago, a couple of weeks ago, members of the Secretary of State's team were sitting down with Raul Castro's grandson, and now we're indicting the grandfather. So there's kind of 2 tracks here. There's a lot of stick, not necessarily much carrot, but there is a channel open. And the United States has continued to emphasize that they would like to see a negotiated outcome, but they want the Cuban government to cede on things that they have never been willing to cede on. And they've been holding that line. The question is, as the economic pain increases, as we get into the summer months in particular, when demands on the energy grid are high, will something change, or will the administration decide to escalate further?
Is there any clarity, I hear you say there potentially isn't, on what the administration's goal is, whether it's behavioral change from the Cuban government or broader regime pressure and isolation?
It's been hard to read the tea leaves on this one. And I think, the best answer I can offer is that perhaps the administration's feelings here have evolved somewhat. A few weeks back on the margins of a Caribbean state summit in St. Kitts, the Secretary of State seemed to be striking a rather pragmatic tone, firm against the Cuban government, but intimating that, look, change doesn't have to happen overnight. It could start with economic issues. Obviously, people in South Florida want to see political change too. But I think the administration seems to have grown frustrated in recent weeks that even that what they would consider more pragmatic offer, that Havana hasn't taken them up on it. That Havana hasn't really announced very significant economic reforms. They've done some things, but not enough from the administration's point of view. So I think the question is whether they are using pressure to try to get to a deal, or whether they don't think a deal is really possible anymore. And this is just going to be the beginning of a path to escalation and potentially even military action.
You mentioned the desires of the Cubans in South Florida. How are Cuban Americans, generally speaking, understanding no group is a monolith, but generally speaking, how are they reacting to this renewed pressure campaign?
I think there's a lot of anticipation and in some corners excitement and hope. I think matched also with some caution that, we have been here before. We have heard predictions of the government's imminent fall many times, and it hasn't happened. I also think that all of the reporting that potentially a deal might be done that focuses more on economic issues and not political change was giving some folks reason for pause in the community, and there was some pushback. But the administration has set expectations very high. They have talked about 2026 as the year of big change in Cuba. And I think one question is, if that doesn't happen, and we're a few months down the line, how is the community going to react?
What about Cubans on the island? Do they see stepped up U.S. pressure as leverage against the government there, or as something that ultimately makes daily life even harder?
I think they could think both things at once. My interactions with folks on the island tell me that folks, A, are so focused on just trying to get by day to day, minute to minute, that they don't necessarily have a lot of time to think about the broader geopolitical stakes here. But I also know that people are so desperate for some kind of relief to these, 20+ hour blackouts, that they would take that relief wherever it's coming from. As one friend in Havana told me, look, if the United States is going to act militarily, I just hope they get it over quickly. That kind of fatalism, I think, is quite tragic. It's quite sad. I don't think most Cubans I know on the ground want to see their country, intervened by a foreign power, but they also want change. And I think they're all on standby and hoping for, as I said, some relief.
Michael Bustamante with the University of Miami. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
Jesse.
Support journalism you trust.
Yes,
Support PBS
Shabaka.
News. Donate now, or even better, start a monthly contribution today.
Huh? What happened to Shabaka?
He's been gone.
Uh-huh.
For like an hour. He's been gone for at least an hour.
Yeah. All right, I guess I'll end it there then. All right, Lady Che, what's your closer?
About Cuba, I feel like that's some crazy shit how they're doing old boy right there. He's an old ass man. Jesus Christ. War crimes from like 96. Like, let it go already.
What?
I don't know what to feel about that. I feel like he's just invading other spots, and can you focus on fucking the United States, Trump? Just for a little bit. Like,
I said Breeze been here. Hello, Breeze.
Been here for like over an hour, because like he's gone now. Who knows if he's still in here? I just think it's kind of crazy that I wasn't ready. I'm not ready, man. Like, one thing at a time, like one atrocity after another. Jeez, it's like no let up.
Right.
I don't like it, so I don't like what he's doing.
Ooh, get your big ass down.
What's he doing? All right. Well, I guess I'm guessing the cat's kicked off the internet. I'm guessing. We'll see. What am I gonna do? I'm over here really working on this. On nothing really. Working on something, so I'll watch this program for a little bit. Oh, look it. You gotta pick him up. Roo. Big ass. Oh, look how big. Roo. Rupert's. Roo.
He's talking to you.
Roo. Buster Roo.
Roo.
Buster Roo. Come here.
He's talking to you.
Big ass cat. What were you on? What was he on? The counter?
Yes. He hopped on the damn computer, and that's why the damn shit went out.
Buster Roo's. Roo. And the dog came over here to see what's going on because I'm calling Rupert. Leave me alone. I'm mad at you. You did something bad yesterday.
Oh.
You know, leave me alone. I said I don't owe you nothing.
There's Roo.
Roo.
Mommy talking to you.
Roo. Rupert's. What are you doing, son? You have to go traumatized cut. Get shit started, huh?
Yeah.
All
okay,
right.
so appreciate y'all tapping in. So super late. Miss Pamela's in the building. She says meow.
Mm-hmm. We see you. Talking to the cat.
Mm-hmm. All right. So it's going to conclude season 11, episode 41 of Grand Rising with Shabaka and the Chase in conjunction with the Front Line Blacc News.
Leave the back door alone and lay down.
Tomorrow for a brand new episode of Front Line Blacc News, season 6, episode 27, part 1. In the meantime, make sure y'all like and subscribe to all of our platforms, Frontline Blacc News on YouTube and Facebook, The Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook, and Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. So please, appreciate everybody that tapped in with us. Shabaka, Miss Pamela, Breeze, Black RU, Michael, and anybody that was peeking and not speaking.
Yeah.
So peace, love, reparations and separations and delineations and Black empowerment. Chan Kruma and Lady Chase signing out from the Mile High Income and illegal migrant flooded city. We'll see y'all tomorrow. We'll see y'all tomorrow for Frontline Blacc News. Peace.
Bye.